Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company, Radial Motorsport, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I am Greg Ginsburg. Alongside me is Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here directing all the action for us today as well. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I am doing very well. I am so happy to be here at the track and see a lot less cloud cover. Actually able to see the sun, and the temps have dropped down. The temperatures as well as the humidity have dropped considerably here overnight, and I think it's going to be a wonderful day of feature racing here at Summit Point Raceway.
Glad when I walk out of the tower here, it doesn't mess my hair up. That's humidity.
You don't have. Please, you've got your hair shaved so far down, you wouldn't have to worry about the humidity. Real quick, let's take a look at our schedule, show everybody what's coming up here today at Summit Point. It is Monday. It is day number 3, and we have on tap for you our 4th and 5th bracket races, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series races of the weekend. That's how we're going to start things off today with a 10-lap race for them, and then we're going to have our feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, 20 laps for each of our 7 MARRS groups. Brian, as I've gotten word that our bracket racers are about a minute away from heading on track for their pace lap. And what we're going to do, going to put it up in the, as we've been doing all weekend, I'm going to put up the timing and the link to the timing and scoring for our bracket racing in the YouTube chat. But I want to thank and welcome everybody to the YouTube chat for day number 3 of action here from Summit Point Raceway. We had over 2,000 people watching us yesterday.
Do we have a count on our subscribers? Let's get that out of the way early, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can do that. So currently here, we're running this weekend. The Labor Day MARRS Spectacular is also a big charity weekend for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA with our partners, the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. We had a lot of events, specifically on Saturday in conjunction with them. But our race director, Greg McDermott, had made 2 challenges to our viewers on YouTube. If we crossed the 900 subscriber threshold, he was going to donate $500 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. If we crossed the 1,000 subscriber threshold, he will donate $1,000 to the Boys and Girls Club. We are currently at 957 subscribers. So we need 43 subscribers. And if we hit 1,000, well, then Greg McDermott will be donating $1,000. So tell your friends, tell your family, have them join in. It doesn't cost you a thing. Go ahead and please subscribe to the channel. All right, Brian, we've got drivers heading on track now for the pace lap for the first bracket race, first of 2 bracket races today. Let's run down, let people know who the players are.
All right, we'll try to get this quickly. We'll run down the top 20 here right now since they've already kind of gone out here, and then we'll backtrack into the other one. So starting at 20th, in the 127, I can't believe I'm saying this, but in the 127, starting 20th, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 19th position, the 89, that's Zachary Highlander. Starting in the 18th position, the 26 of Matt Phillips. Starting in the 17th position, in that 9, Wichin Sarabon. Starting in the 16th position, the number 82, that's David Alessi. Starting in the 15th position, and I know he's not out there, that is the 55 of Murphy Nichols. We saw him blow a motor yesterday in the afternoon session. Starting in 14th, the 19 of Albert Siciliano. Starting in the 13th position, the 39 of Jerome Welty. Scheduled to start 12th, that's the 97 of Brad Gould, and I know he's not going to be out there for this morning's 10-lap race. Starting in the 11th position is the 152 of Mike Palasinski. Starting in the 10th position is the 21 of Richard Herman. Starting in the 9th position is going to be the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the 8th position, the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the 7th position, the number 62 of Dennis Jenkins. Starting in the 6th position, the number 50 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 5th position, the 99 of Ray Rachuba. Starting in the 4th position, the 7, Captain Crunch, Keith Frazier. Not sure how that came up, but
we had a couple folks come to tell us about that. Well, we'll talk about that, I think, a little bit more as
Starting
morning
in
goes
third
on.
position, the 20 in his Ghost is the 20 of Christopher Graham. And starting on the front row, the 81 of Stephen Shue. And on the pole, the 178 of Nick Jones.
So we actually have in the YouTube chat, Jack Frazier says, call him Captain Crunch.
I'm not sure if it's because he spun so many times yesterday or it's because he just eats Captain Crunch cereal.
Well, apparently he's a boat captain, and
okay.
he wrecks a lot.
Well, I know he spun quite a bit yesterday. So.
All right, so green flag is in the air, Brian, and we've got our racers heading down towards turn number 1. And as they head down that way, Nick Jones in that GT2 Camaro, the white Camaro, he leads the field. We'll see if he stays in the lead for now. We know, especially in colder temperatures, he likes to get a little bit of heat in the tires.
He has not. Christopher Graham has checked out on this field. You've got Stephen Shue and Captain Crunch. Needless to say, be careful, Stephen. Right there behind him coming in. Again, it took Nick a couple, really getting through 1 and 2 to really try to get some heat a little bit in those tires. So, again, going through, taking it nice and easy, taking it nice and slow through 1 and 2 and up through turn 3 and even down. I think once we get to at least 1 or 2 laps, then you'll see Nick Jones go out.
Well, so we've got Keith Frazier, Captain Crunch, and we were told that, well, again, he's a boat captain by trade and has a predilection for wrecking things. But Nick Jones there, he is a marine diesel mechanic.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Maybe needed some extra not spark plugs, but glow plugs to get some heat in that Camaro. I know that's for a diesel thing. Never mind. But still, it's early. Give me time. I'll make more sense later on today, I swear.
Well, I tell you what, again, it's colder out here today.
It is.
I shouldn't say colder. It is cooler.
Yes.
It's not cold. It is cooler than it has been all weekend long. And so you get those big body stock cars. It takes a couple laps to do it. As now he's getting ready to head down into turns 1 and 2. He's getting ready to put right in there by Dennis Jenkins as they head through turns 1 and 2. So he dropped all the way back, talking about Nick Jones, all the way back in that 5th overall position here. And then still not able to get past that 62 of Dennis Jenkins. So, again, still trying to get as much as he can out of it. I think by the time we get maybe 1 or 2 more laps here, he should start to really reel those in. Those tires should get pretty heated.
All right, Brian, real quick with these shorter races, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, SSM racers, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, it does appear, once again, somebody called Ted Cahall, that our bracket timing system at MARRSpoints.com not functioning. So we're going to, much like yesterday, we're going to kind of wing it. And we'll try and give you some information on what brackets our different racers are in. What we do is we divide this race up into 10 different time slices of 2 seconds apiece, or 10 different brackets of 2 seconds.
Right.
And the goal is to try to be consistent, stay in that same bracket. And that's how you know you're competing against cars near you. If you run out of that bracket, you don't get disqualified like you do in drag racing, bracket racing, but you get escalated up to the next bracket where you might find the next people in your bracket are, 400, 500 yards up the road or even a lap ahead of you. Yeah, exactly.
Half a mile. That's a big brake lock up there going down into turn 1 last time by. I'm not sure which car that was. We were sitting here talking about bracket. It looks like we've got maybe a standing yellow down there, so we may have a car off to the edge somewhere. I don't know if it went off into the access road or
quite possibly, yeah,
or that. But I do see a standing yellow down there, down in turn 1. So we'll wait to see. We're not getting anything on the radio.
Yeah, we'll hear if there's anything coming over the radio.
We'll have to check that out. But I think that for the most part, again, still standing yellow down there. But yeah, as you were talking about, Greg, we break this out by 10 different brackets, 2-second increments. Break those out. That's where you go. The goal here is to be consistent and to be as fast as you can, and still continue to race as every other group does, to race against your competitor. There is points within each bracket. There's trophies at the end, and this is really kind of taken off. And if you're happen to be tuning in and you're watching it, or you're here at the track for the first time, and you're like, man, this is actually pretty good. As long as your car meets the SCCA safety rules and everything that you have, you can bring your car out here. So we have cars from different series coming out and coming out and running on this. And Greg, we're going to sit here. If we look at coming out of turn 2, Nick Jones has completely slowed almost to a dead stop.
Yes,
right
he has.
There. Everyone going by. When he came out of turn 2, he was very far driver's left. I think that may be, one of So we've got the 43 there.
That's the Alessi cars.
Right?
Yeah,
that's Frank Alessi down there.
Yeah, I was going to say. So now, very diesel-like, Nick Jones not breaking 2,500 RPM. And yeah, so Frank Alessi, the 43, that is the Honda Prelude, now back on the skid pad. And looks like they are covering the 176 car with a white flag, now denoting slower moving vehicles. We see Chuck Edmondson and his Honda CRX out there. I don't believe he raced yesterday. I know he didn't race yesterday afternoon, so they're going to have to deal with that slower car there, as we've got a number of racers coming through turn 5. So I'll give you a breakdown, Brian, of those different brackets. We have a bracket for drivers that run a minute 17 or faster. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Also a bracket for drivers a minute 17 to a minute 19, a minute 19 to a minute 21. And then I think where we pretty much start off today is the bracket A4 for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. And right now that includes Christopher Graham. It includes Nick Jones, Stephen Shue, Keith Frazier as well. And, of course, Nick Jones now going to fall to the bottom of that A4 bracket.
As long as you didn't say Lou Graham.
No, he's a foreigner.
Yep. Yeah, literally.
Yeah. All right, lead singer, a foreigner. You have to be an 80s child like us. Let's see here. Then if we move over, next fastest driver looks like Dennis Jenkins in his BMW 318i in a 125 range. That's the bracket Bravo 1, B1, for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. And that includes Dennis Jenkins, Brian McRae, Steve Martin, Michael Palasinski. And then we move over to, and I don't think it matters any longer, Frank Alessi, who had run a 128.4, would have found himself in the B2 bracket for drivers a minute 27 to a minute 29. But again, that isn't going to help him now. And then in bracket B4 for bracket B3 for drivers a minute 30 to a minute 32. Jerome Welty in his Boxster, Chuck Edmondson in that Honda CRX. Then we've got bracket B5 for drivers a minute 33 and higher, led by Larry Slavinsky, Jed Prentice, Zach Hollander.
Right. Yeah, so as you can see, not only, again, as we talked about, not only are you racing the competitor on the racetrack, and that's really, the ultimate goal here is, but you are racing the clock, right? You're trying to be as consistent as possible as you can with hopes of, running a little bit faster, bettering your time. And we have had individuals who have come out here and run the entire race, when we do 10 laps and then we come back later on and we do 10 laps. Within those groups, they've run in that same bracket the entire time. They're racing the same cars over and over again. And then all of a sudden, they go from leading their bracket to 4th or 5th in the next bracket because they get a
draft down the front straight.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 1, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, race group 1, to the grid, please. All right, so we've got now 4 laps remaining, or actually about 3.5 laps remaining. And Brian, I believe this is in play for our bracket racers as well. Yeah. Today is a very special day that, in addition to the trophies that they're going to win, the overall winner in each of our race groups, and I don't know how this works out for brackets since they have 2 different races today, but the overall winner in each group will receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia. Located just about 15 minutes from Summit Point Raceway. Devil's Due Distillery, the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021.
Another good thing to shoot for. across the board. So adding more reason to come out here and win overall in your group. So, but yeah, we'll have to figure out how that works here in bracket, being that, like you said, Greg, they're running 2 different races. So I say we just give each one $50. $50 each winner, right? Can only win once. So if Christopher Graham wins the first one, and Greg, well, it looks like we got to spin down again, and I'm not going to say anything, but this is actually Keith Frazier who has spun.
Oh, no.
Captain Crunch has spun
down
into turn 1. Right there, you can see it on your camera. So
moving very, very slowly in that blue and white number 7 machine, and he now gets underway. And I'm wondering if the folks in the YouTube chat and maybe some of his fellow Spec Racer Ford competitors might not have jinxed him this weekend.
Well, Jisoo Kim came up here and he had a big old smile on his face when he said it. It was like, he was waiting to say that.
There were Spec Racer Ford racers this morning that came up 3 flights of stairs specifically to tell us that nickname for him.
They ran up 3 flights of steps.
Oh my God.
So
wonderful.
So yeah. So again, Captain Crunch has spun and won. He has continued now. He is back behind, looks like he's going to be behind the Jerome Welty machine there, along with Mike Palasinski in that 152 in that BMW 325i. So Keith Frazier getting some more laps, and I know what it's like to go spinning around down there. It does make you dizzy.
Yes. Yes, it certainly does. And you mentioned he's over there with Palasinski. I think we mentioned yesterday he's a project manager for Mack Trucks, and he's got a lot of top 5 finishes in endurance racing in Champ Car and AER. And so we've this Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Brian, for SCCA Club Racing and SCCA, the national office, is trying to put together another road race program that doesn't necessarily require a competition license. It's called the Club Racing Experience. But I think we've shown now over the last 5 or 6 years how successful the bracket racing here has become. Yes, you need an SCCA competition license, but it's open pretty much to any car that meets minimum SCCA safety requirements. There are no special classes. You don't have to have special prep for engines or tires or what have you. As long as it's not an open wheel car. So we have Spec Racer Fords here. We've got tin top cars as well that come from Champ Car, Chump Car, from Lemons as well.
Yeah. Working our last lap here. Christopher Graham working that last lap. So working lap 10 here. Pretty much out in front. Pretty much 12 seconds over Stephen Shu, and then going from there. So I think. And again, we had Keith Frazier sitting in 3rd overall, but I think he may have dropped down because of that spin. So we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll try and piece together here. And again, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for us to figure this out. And hey, Brian, also wanted to mention, good friend, longtime friend, and former endurance racing teammate of mine, Jeff Janoska. He said if Brian is donating, if you hit 1,000 subscribers, he will donate on top of his. So if you pony up $100,
if I pony up $100,
Jeff Janoska will meet it.
All right, Janoska, you're on. I'm ponying up $100. You got it.
There you go.
Put up $100.
Oh, and actually, he said he meant Greg McDermott.
That's all right. Now you have to post in you have to put in at least $100 because I'm going to do it. So here comes Christopher Graham. He's going to take the checker flag in our opening 10-lap Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, and he is going to pick up the overall win. Waiting for Stephen Shu. Here comes Stephen Shu now. So Stephen Shu is going to come through here.
There we go.
He's going to take 2nd overall.
And Stephen Shu should be 2nd in that bracket for drivers 1:21 to 1:23. That's the A4 bracket. Keith Frazier, who does finish 3rd on track, Brian, he will finish 3rd in that bracket as he had a fast lap time of 1:21.708. And then, of course, Nick Jones will finish 4th in that group. Didn't complete the race, but will be the last racer in that group. Then we have in the 123 range, Brian McRae finishing 5th overall in his Scion FRS.
Sorry, I was watching Mike Palasinski come by the start-finish line with that big bright
with
light in the middle, flashing it
with the bat signal on the front.
I felt like I was on an IMSA, watching an IMSA race.
Exactly,
getting ready to make a pass.
Those huge lights in the kidney grill. Brian McRae will take the win in bracket A5 for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Joining him will be, well, nobody. Dennis Jenkins. Actually, let me take this back. Dennis Jenkins did not run as fast as Brian McRae. He was actually at a 124.4, but crossed the line ahead of Brian McRae. So he will take the win in that bracket. McRae, who was actually a little bit faster, will finish second in that bracket. And then for bracket B1, it's going to be Steve Martin, then Brian Palasinski. And then we jump over to the B3 bracket for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31, and that is going to be headed up by Jerome Welty. And then the B5 bracket, the winner there, Chuck Edmondson, his Honda CRX, followed by Jed Prentice, Zach Hollander, Matt Phillips, Larry Slavinsky. All righty, so that's going to wrap things up for our bracket racers. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for SSM. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1. That's SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action on the final day of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by our great sponsor and our great title sponsor, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Good morning and welcome back, everybody, to the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company, Radial Motorsport, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. Next up, Brian, our very first MARRS feature race of the day, 20 laps for SSM. We have had 37 cars set qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Let me give you the top 20 for their final race here for Labor Day. Ben Sarley is going to start 20th. He's in the number 199 cars from Millersville, Maryland. Sykesville's Adam Volatile will start 19th in the 04 car. Weehawken, New Jersey's Isaac Jordan, representing the northern New Jersey region of the SCCA, starts 18th. He's in the 46 machine. Jay Bindrum's driving the 88 Mazda. He's from Nokesville, Virginia, starting 17th. Chris Tilton is starting 16th today. He's in the number 36 car. He's out of Leesburg. With Kevin Gaiman from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region. He's in the 113 car and starts 15th. Starting 14th today, driving the number 73 Mazda Miata from Bristow, Virginia, it's Deacon Greenfield. Dave Biegert's driving the number 1 Mazda Miata. He's from Warrenton, Virginia, and starts lucky number 13. John Hotz will start 12th today on the field. He's from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, driving the number 63 Mazda. Nate Lucas from Oakton, California. Haven't seen him most of this weekend. He had some issues with his car earlier in the weekend, but if he's here, starts 11th. Starting 10th, driving the number 8 Mazda from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, Jordan Fuhrman. Dylan Adeli starts 9th today. He's in the number 71 car. He's out of Herndon, Virginia. Then we've got Arif Kazim. He starts 8th. He's in the number 98 machine from Silver Spring. Dave Weibel, he is starting 7th today. He's in the number 18 car, also representing the Philadelphia region. He's from Wallingford, Pennsylvania. Look at that, Brian, as we've got our front row pretty much tucked under the wing of the pace car. Oh, my gosh.
That was planned.
All right, Frank DeBerzi, driving the number 121 machine. He's going to start 6th today, and he's out of Washington, D.C. Scott O'Rourke's in the number 32 machine. He's out of Baltimore, Maryland. He starts 5th. Starting 4th, driving the white number 89 machine from right outside the gates in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Jamison Huffman. Starting 3rd, yesterday's race 3 winner, Jack Murchison out of Sykesville, Virginia. He starts in the 58 car. And then our front row today, you saw him there, almost hitting the pace car. Ryan Maloney in the number 15 machine out of Dayton, Maryland. That's the blue car. Neil O'Rourke in the green 06 out of Baltimore. He's your pole sitter, Brian. And we have a green flag, and we are underway once again here at Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day Mars Spectacular as the green machine and Neil O'Rourke looks like he's got position heading down into turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, we've got some serious
big
lockup a little bit in the back. Again, these guys haven't been out here yet. The track is still a little cool, so you've got to get on these brakes, and then you start pushing them down even further, you're going to get that brake lockup. But you're right, Neil O'Rourke ended up taking that inside line there. He's going to get out with Jack Murchison. Now Ryan Maloney is going to tuck right back in behind Murchison coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. Then you're going to end up seeing that's going to be Jamison Huffman in that 89 machine. But again, the odd man out right there was Ryan Maloney. Between those two.
Yeah, indeed. Now, so far, a much better start than he's had the last 2 races is Jamison Huffman, as he is slotted in the 4th position. He has, yesterday, both races dropped back as far as 5th from that 3rd place, from that 4th place start. And we'll see if things continue on as a lot of our field here still 2x2 as they came down into turn 5. Finally now, as they work their way through turn 6A and 6B through the carousel, with one exception there, one of the orange pumpkin cars there. All of our racers have started to stretch out and go 2x2.
Yeah, the snakes now begins, right? The single line. You want to get in line quickly where you can, and then work with that driver in the front or even behind you. Sometimes you can work with the guy behind you. You need a partner to help you do this. As we come out of turn 10 and head down the front stretch, you're going to see Jack Murchison. He's going to pull to driver's right, and then he's going to get help from Ryan Maloney there. They're going to leave Neil O'Rourke out as they head into turn 1. I will tell you, Greg, that Michael Monahan, the 44, did not make it out of turn 3 on the pace.
Yeah,
he came in the back door. So the 44 of Mike Monahan is no longer in this field.
Yeah, and that also leaves Nate Lucas, Ben Sarley not taking the green, as well as Ted Cahall and Ryan Lawrence. We know Ryan had some issues, we thought, with his differential yesterday. He did not make it for today's race either.
Shout out to the 65 Brooks Hunt, further back than what he wanted to. Talked to him last night, kind of had his head down. Said you got to get your head up, got to get in the game. You got to move up. The challenge for him is he's got to finish in the top 20 today.
So a lot of Ryan's doing a lot of work on cars. Of course, during yesterday's race, Brian, we saw it all come down to a battle between Jack Murchison and Neil O'Rourke on the very last lap, as a couple laps prior to that, our leader, Ryan Maloney, had a brake failure, ended up putting the car all the way as far deep into the turn 1 gravel trap as you could get.
Came into your front living room.
That's right. Came right to our camera. It was very nice of them to do that and wave to us. But apparently they got all the 500 pounds of gravel out of that car, and so far running very well this morning, as he is currently your 3rd place machine.
Sheared one of the pins on the brake caliper.
Oh, wow.
Sheared that off, evidently coming out of turn 10, and when he went down into turn 1, there was nothing.
There's nothing more confidence inspiring, Brian, than having no brakes when you're at 100 miles an hour.
That's correct. I know we joke and say, well, brakes are overrated here. You don't really need them, but
oh, you do at 100 plus.
You do when you're 100 plus going down into turn 1, and it's that sharp right-hand turn.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so, and as a matter of fact, Ryan Maloney just ran the fastest lap of the race. He pulls up right behind Jack Murchison, with Neil O'Rourke now, our pole sitter, dropping back in the 3rd position. And Brian, he's fallen back a couple car lengths from those two as
a little bit further. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah,
I'm
go,
pointing
please.
to it on the screen there. A little bit further back, Deacon Greenfield and Dave Weibel side by side going through turn 3. That was as close as you could get without making contact. Try to run through turn 3. We'll see if they're still going to be side by side coming down the hill and going through there. It looks like they were able to work that out and get back single file.
Yeah, they were. And then we saw, but as they did, then John Hotz in the white number 63, well, he saw that perhaps Greenfield was a little bit off the pace. He's then side by side with Greenfield through turn 5, and Hotz was over on driver's right on the outside through 5, which would set him up to the inside going through 6A and 6B.
Yeah. He may have gotten the worst end of that. I think he's dropped back now behind Deacon Greenfield all the way back, and we'll see as one car gets a right rear out of turn 10, or left rear turn 10, hitting in the dust there as it came up. So we'll have to see as we look through there. Yeah, now John Hotz sitting in 10th place, Deacon Greenfield 9th. Dave Weibel, he's moved all the way back to 11th. We talked about Dylan Nadelli yesterday in that 71, having some stuff, smoke coming out of the back end. Looked like they may have fixed that. That may have been some rear end stuff going on in that machine yesterday.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting in 8th position, as you mentioned, just ahead of Deacon Greenfield. And it looks like John Hotz now, as they make their way over to turn 3, Hotz a little bit off the pace there, as we now see the 170. What a move, the 172 machine of Mark Rougeau moving up a number of positions there, and it looks like Dave Weibel has managed to get around John Hotz as they make their way down into the carousel.
Yeah, Arif Kazem there in the 7th position in that red 98. He was able to go by all of them as they came out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3 that last time by. Again, still being led here by Jack Murchison, Ryan Maloney, Neil O'Rourke, Jamison Huffman, and then Scott O'Rourke. That's your top 5 here after 3 laps completed. Still got a long way to go in this. So I think what you're going to probably see is Maloney and Murchison, the M&M boys. Yeah. They should be able to work together as much as they can and try to pull away from Neil O'Rourke. Neil O'Rourke is not a driver you want to allow to hang around very much longer.
Yeah, and yesterday we keep go back to the race yesterday afternoon, the 14-lap feature race, where it was the battle between Murchison and Scott and Neil O'Rourke. Pardon me, and Brian, the way that race finished up, absolutely amazing, is they had both cleared the 3rd and 4th place runners. They had cleared Jamison Huffman. They had cleared Scott O'Rourke, had a couple seconds on them, and really felt free to race. We saw where Neil O'Rourke had moved around Jack Murchison, just came right underneath him at turn 10. It's probably the one corner that you don't want to make a pass right at the apex because it really kills your exit speed down this long straightaway, but they felt that they had enough of a margin back to 3rd and 4th. And Jack Murchison, he, I think, learned that lesson well, because on the very last lap, he made the exact same move and was able to pull out the win by a couple thousandths of a second over Neil O'Rourke. It was really an amazing finish. I strongly urge you, if you haven't done so already, go back and take a look at that race. It was the first race before. Actually, it was the first race before lunch yesterday.
As our overall leaders start to spread out a little bit, you've got, Murchison and Maloney there, and then you've got Neil O'Rourke by himself. Then you got Huffman, Scott O'Rourke, Frank DeBersey there. And then you got a little bit further back where you've got this big pack of cars now led by Deacon Greenfield with Dylan Nadelli. And Dylan Nadelli in that 71 machine still continuing to see a little bit of smoke out of the back end of that. So that could be something in the rear end of that machine. So I don't think it's anything good. He was able to run the entire race. But Greenfield moving all the way up now. He's going to be in the 7th position. He's going to lead that pack with Dylan Nadelli and now throw in John Hotz just a little bit further back. So Arif Kazem, where he was leading that pack, he's now dropped back into 4th in that category, or in that pack. That puts him 9th overall.
Yeah, and we're getting word, Brian. We talked about Dylan Nadelli in that white number 71 machine. Yesterday, we thought that he was having issues with the differential on that car, perhaps throwing up some gear oil. And we've had a number of our flaggers, our quarter marshals around the course here, saying that is indeed still a problem. We'll see if, and as a matter of fact, we can see him right there coming through turn 6B in the carousel, where it really is pretty apparent. We'll see if they keep him out, allow him to continue to race. It doesn't look like and there weren't any complaints that any fluid was going down. It's just the white smoke burning off.
Yeah, I just think it's coming out of the rear, and I think when he goes through the carousel back there, that's when you see it, or when he goes through the turns, that's when you really see it the most. When he gets down the front stretch, although, coming down here, it seems to be more and more, but, John Hotz got right up to the back bumper and decided, well, I think I'm going to move over here because I don't want anything coming out of the back end of that thing on my car as they head down into turn one.
Right.
Because he moved up. He made a really quick
move over to the
right move to get away from the smoke coming out of Dylan Adeli's the rear of that car. But I don't think it's going to be anything. Like I said, he raced up with basically 14 laps with it, got down to I think 13 laps before he finally came in. I think they gave him the meatball flag
at the very end
for him to come in. So, but I don't think he's putting anything down, because if he was, the guys behind him, it would be
moving around all over the place. Yeah.
Last time by, Ryan Maloney sets his personal best in this race at 128.6. So again, nice and content to sit right behind Jack Murchison right now and try to do everything they can to pull away from Neil O'Rourke. If you give Neil O'Rourke that that choice or that option there towards the end, if you leave him in the game and don't run away and hide, it's pretty good. He's going to be up in there right in your doorstep there, trying to go for that win. It opened up about a 15, I'd say probably 20 car gap lead now over Neil O'Rourke, sitting in that third position.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear, and great strategy here again for a very long race, for a 20-lap race. We're not even halfway yet, where both Maloney and Murchison working together, they're going to try and push as far clear as they can of Neil O'Rourke so that there isn't a challenge when it comes down to the end. Here as we watch going down into one, Brian.
Yeah, I think Jack Murchison's probably going to pull that car in. Came down the front stretch, coming out of turn 10, went down, moved all the way over to driver's right, got out of the way, put his hand up so everybody could go by. I think what he's going to do is work it till he gets back around, and then more than likely you could see him pit that car right now.
Murchison, you said?
I mean, Dylan Adeli.
Dylan Adeli, yeah.
Yeah, Murchison ain't pitting.
Right, I was just going to say, he and unless
Jack's running it till it goes away.
Right, unless Ryan Maloney's pushing him around the course, doesn't care if his hand is up. Yeah, there you go. You can see all the gear smoke there going into turn 5 under braking. So, we'll probably see that car come in. A little bit further back in the field, great fights going on. We talked about that battle for 7th right now, Greenfield and Hotz, Arif Kazim. Then, of course, Dylan Adeli in the 71. We expect that, and he's currently running 10th. We expect that'll move Weibel up to 10th, Furman up to 11th, Dave Biegert up to 12th, Kevin Gaiman up to 13th, Isaac Jordan up to 14th, as they are all literally about 5 feet apart. And it sounds like Emil Solaro having some issues down at turn 1, went all 4 wheels off. He is rejoined, and he is sitting a little bit further back at the pack right now. I think sitting down 24th position, probably likely after that move, going to lose position to Pat Sharkett. Used to be chief instructor here for the Washington D.C. region. Currently sitting 27th position or 25th position. Pardon me.
Just now going by the start-finish line. There was Patrick Sharkett, and it looks like Dylan Adeli is going to pull that car in. So looks like his weekday and weekend is now officially done. Greg, we were talking about, we're always talking about the leaders and everything else. In this group here, there's just racing everywhere. Last time by, I was kind of looking at this, and that is, and again, this is for, 31 positions, 31 really through 28, with Nathan Reynolds in 30th, John Grayer, Steve Benderman, and Angelo Jago. Mm-hmm. The last time by, Nathan Reynolds led that whole entire group.
Right.
They were all nose to tail. When they came back around, and now you've got Angelo Jago leading that group. Yeah. Steve Benderham, John Grayer, now put Nathan Reynolds back down.
In the 31st, or now 30th, I guess, after after
well,
Adeli
he's
retired.
still sitting in 31st. Adeli's
Okay.
going to be a lap down from
That's right.
him. So, it looks like 30. He's going to be sitting in 31, but he's still got plenty enough time to catch that group. But I just thought it was maybe, again, it's not this group is not always about racing up front, middle. It's all the way through, and you can see here that 31 cars out on the racetrack right now. All 31 of them are in a battle.
Yeah, indeed. And we had Angela Jago and her husband Kelton up here this morning before we went on air, as they do, bringing us coffee and donuts. We want to thank both of them. And Angela was say as she's been running in SSM, how much she's enjoying it because there is somebody to race everywhere in this field, and to see that she made up 3 positions in 1 lap, that's great. We know that she just absolutely adores running this Mazda Miata.
Got a few dimples in the side this weekend, and we told her,
They
hey, that's
fly
okay.
farther that
it
way.
runs faster with the dimples in it.
That's
It's
right.
like a golf ball. And so far it's showing because she's leading that group with Steve Bendrum, John Gray, Nathan back a little bit further. Nathan Reynolds just a little bit further back. But again, he still has time. We still got 11 laps this time by our leaders. It'll be 10 laps to go here. So getting about halfway.
And so Steve Moeller is in the chat right now, Brian, asking about the Toyo contingency for SSM. And indeed, that is the case. We do have a special contingency both from Toyo as well as from G-Lock Brakes. And you see their logos there down on the bottom of your screen. For Toyo, Toyo gives out what are called Toyo Bucks, Brian, to racers. And when you have over 30 starters, as we did today.
Greg, we've got a car coming out of turn 10. Let me just hold on.
Absolutely.
That's going to be actually the 36 of Chris Tilton. He's going to go all the way down from turn 10 all the way past the start-finish line. Drivers left in the grass. Great job keeping that thing straight.
And he saw a lot of other drivers. He saw a lot of other drivers on the front straight, so he kept it in the grass so that he could safely rejoin. But had the wild ride over there. So Toyo gives out what are called Toyo Bucks for race finishers, and the amount of bucks, which is basically what can be applied towards race coupon, towards new tires, which can actually be used at our title sponsor this weekend, Radial Tire Company. The amounts increase, the number of drivers that get them increase based on how many entries there are. So when we have over 30 starters, a first place finish in each one of our races, a first place finisher will get 600 Toyo Bucks towards tires. 300 for second, 250 for third, 200 for fourth, and then if you finish anywhere 10th through 14th, you get $100. So lots and lots of money, lots of tires opportunities here. And we'll talk a little bit more about Toyo in just a moment. But Brian, first, I want to make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. All right, Brian, we're starting to see many more drivers try to push the limits over at turn 10, as we just had the red number 98 of Arif Kazem, who was running 9th. Actually, he was running 7th at the time. Now he's running 8th. He went, or 9th, pardon me, went for the wild ride through turn 10, looked very much like Chris Tilton, and now has rejoined.
Yeah, going to pull out right there in front of Dave Weibel and Jordan Furman. So looks like he's going to hold on, but you're right. He's going to pull through 9th. But yeah, we're halfway. We're a little bit above halfway here. So these guys are starting to push the issue and trying to find a partner if they want to go faster. That's really what they need to do. Got to get those Toyo Bucks, right? That's right. You got to push it as hard as you can.
And not only the Toyo Bucks, and it's a shame as Ryan Maloney had that brake failure yesterday, Brian, because another one of our contingency sponsors for SSM is G-Lock Brakes, located just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. First place finishers in each race get a $100 certificate towards a set of brake pads. Second place, $75 certificate. Third place, a $50 certificate. And for the highest finisher outside of the top 3, that is running both the G-Lock decals and pads, they will get a $100 certificate.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm sitting here watching out the front window. Jamison Huffman, Scott O'Rourke, and Frank DeBerzy, those 3 have been battling pretty much the entire race, but that battle now is really starting to heat up. Last couple times by, Frank DeBerzy pulled out to try to make a pass, on Scott O'Rourke. Can't get it done as they get down into one.
Yeah, and
he's got to get back out of
right.
it.
And Brian, we see him coming into turn 3 right now. That is the yellow car bookended by the 2 white cars.
Right.
There that we just see coming through that shot right there. So that is Huffman in the lead, white car. Then it is the O'Rourke car in the yellow 32, and then it's the white 121 of Taberzi.
Frank's been really trying to make that run coming out of turn 10 the last 2 laps, just not able to make it happen because Scott O'Rourke is trying to tuck up as closely as he can to Jamison Huffman coming out of turn 10, and so it ends up pulling him.
Yeah, and again, that is the battle for 4th right now. And we talk about drivers try to press the issue right now, Brian. Both Mark Rougeau, for IMSA starter, as well as the 88 machine.
That'd be Jay Bindrum.
Yeah, that'd be Jay Bindrum. Both, as you call it, the Tristan Herbert line through turn 3. Except not just dropping 2 wheels, going all 4 wheels off. And I think I'm fairly certain that we saw Mark Rougeau do that yesterday, if I remember correctly, about 15 feet off the track surface.
I'll tell you what, Greg. Yeah, exactly. They all went over there. I'm watching this out of turn 1. You just saw it on your screen. Going to get you coming out of turn 2. Now Scott O'Rourke has started to make his move. He is coming up alongside Jamison Huffman in that white number 89. And then Scott O'Rourke in that 32. Greg, he's not going to make that stick going through there. You're going to see that Frank Taberzi is going to stick his nose right in there and truck right up underneath that other white machine of the 89 of Jamison Huffman. So it could be that as we get down into turn 5, this is going to be interesting to see. Is Scott O'Rourke going to hold on to it? It doesn't look like he's going to.
No, he's going to give up the position to Frank Taberzi. Yep. So move Taberzi now up into 5th position, drop O'Rourke back into 5th. And, and so O'Rourke had that inside position going into the chute, the fastest corner on the course. I don't like being on the outside going through there, but Taberzi made it work.
Yeah, I don't I don't like doing that either. That's not a high percentage move right there.
There's not a lot of grip out there.
That's correct. But he was able to make it stick there with those Toyo tires that they have on there.
That's right. And so I was talking to a couple of the racers, and it seems so for years SSM here has been on the Toyo RA1 tires. That was the sole tire sanctioned for the class. It's a full tread tire that usually are then shaved down so that they kind of approximate a molded tire, but they could be used for intermediates or wets as well. But it appears as though most of the SSM racers now have moved over to the newer Toyo RR tires, which is a molded tire. They can use the RA1s for the wet. Brian, as we've got, I think, 3 cars wide going down in the 1.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Dave Weibel, Jordan Fuhrman, and then throw in a Rick Chasm there. They were started to go 3 wide, got out of it. Then you've got Kevin Gaiman behind them in the 113, trying to stick his nose in there as well. So again, we talked about it. There's battles everywhere.
Indeed.
On the racetrack.
So in going to these Toyo RR tires, one of the things that the drivers are finding is that they are definitely stickier than the RA1s are. And, the suspensions on these SSM cars are fairly soft. And so they're not getting the slip angles through corners like higher speed corners like turn 10 that they were previously. And the drivers have had to adjust their driving styles to deal with the different handling characteristics of these new tires.
Let's go ahead and pick up our leaders here. As now it looks like as they come out of the turn 10, head down the start-finish line, almost down into turn 1 right about now, Spencer, you're going to see a move by Ryan Maloney. He's going to make that move on Jack Murchison. They're going to come up on the Steve Bindrum and the Angelo Jago machine there, but Ryan Maloney able to get by Jack Murchison headed down into turn 1, and I think that Murchison got hung up a little bit before in the coming out of turn 10, that time by the Nathan Reynolds and the John Grayer machine. So I think that held him up, and now Ryan Maloney is your new leader coming out of turn 3.
With 5 laps remaining. With 5 laps, Brian, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, touch the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid. All right, let's watch now as our leaders are coming through the carousel. and it is the 15 car, your leader, with Jack Murchison behind. They both cleared those slower cars as they came down the hill. But yeah, indeed, Murchison. This is always the challenge. You've got luck with traffic. Sometimes you get bad luck with traffic, and he just got caught in a bad position going into turn 1.
Yeah, I think coming out of turn 10 really kind of stalled that momentum, and Ryan Maloney got a good run off of there because he was a little bit further back. Now, as they come by the start-finish line here, you're going to see Maloney and Murchison. Murchison's gotten right back up onto the back bumper of Ryan Maloney. They've actually increased a gap over third place. It's almost 5.5 seconds, Greg, over Neil O'Rourke, which is really kind of unheard of, when you get there with those cars.
And remember, everybody, that our winner here today in SSM will receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia, located about 15 minutes from Summit Point Raceway. Devil's Due Distillery, the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021.
Leaders heading up out of 3, headed down into turn 5 now. Again, Maloney, Murchison, they're kind of on an island by themselves. They've got quite a big gap. Neil O'Rourke, that first 07, that is actually Steve Bindrum in that machine. So you've got a car in between your 2 front runners and our third place car of Neil O'Rourke. So you've got a little bit of room. So I think once we start getting down to this 2 laps to go, I think you're going to see Jack starting to push the issue there a little bit. Looks like getting a word maybe. Looks like we're getting a word of Jay Bindrum's hood maybe coming loose a little bit, starting to maneuver a little, move around. So maybe one of those pins are coming loose.
Yeah, and a lot of these cars, Brian, either they have alternate or additional hood pins, but I know in most cases, especially on the SSM cars, usually the safety latch from the factory is kept there. So even if the main lock, I guess, comes undone, there's always that safety there to hopefully hold the hood down.
Exactly.
All right, we got a driver off in turn number 10, Brian, and looks like he made light contact with the pit wall.
That's David Biegert in the 1.
Yeah, the number 1 machine, as he came through behind. Let's see where he was. He was sitting in 12th position at the time, so he had Dave Weibel, Kevin Gaiman, Isaac Jordan along with him, and I think Jordan Fuhrman was leading that pack as well. We'll see if he can get that car back up off the wall again. Rear end, we see this a lot. Drivers, they'll go off into the gravel trap. Drivers left coming out of turn 10. They'll crank the wheel a little bit to correct, and then once the car finally hits the pavement, it hooks right back across the track. It's kind of a light hit. With the rear end of the car against the tires there. We saw just the opposite. We saw earlier where the 98 car, where the Tilton car, they straightened up the wheel and just were able to continue on. But there you go. So we do have a local caution over at 10, so we know we're not going to see that pass attempt like we did yesterday over at turn 10. As that car, the number 1 machine, still sitting there along the wall. It has not moved yet. And we are, Brian, with 2 laps remaining, going to a full course caution. And I fear that actually with a lap and a half to go, that is how this last SSM race is going to end. As a matter of fact, our starters now on the start bridge, they've got the checkered flag in hand, and I would suspect the next time we see our leaders, who at the end of the last lap was Ryan Maloney, followed by Jack Murchison, come out of turn 10, they may get the checkered flag a lap early.
Well, Maloney was leading at the line, and I know that the double yellow came out, and he was still leading. So that's like you just said. I think that is the way it's going to end.
Yeah, it's either going to end this lap or it'll end with 1 more lap under caution, but I think it's pretty much a done deal. We're going to let them come around, let our other racers come around, and then we'll be able to reset the order for you. And Maloney and Murchison, I think, are coming up the hill now in towards turn 10. Actually, they're
coming out of turn 8 now, heading up underneath the bridge. So
And here they come now into turn number 10, off the pace with that local caution there at 10. And, yep, there we go. Checkered flag is in the air, Brian. We're going to end one lap early here today. And it is Ryan Maloney in the lead. He is going to take the win in the final feature race of the weekend for SSM. Jack Murchison will finish in second. Neil O'Rourke, our pole sitter today, he will finish third. Jamison Huffman fourth. Frank Taberzi will finish in fifth position. Scott O'Rourke will finish in sixth. Deacon Greenfield seventh. John Hotz will finish eighth. Jordy Fuhrman just now crosses the line. He will finish ninth with Dave Weibel rounding out your top 10. Kevin Gaiman 11th. Isaac Jordan 12th. Arif Kazim 13th. Mark Rougeau 14th. Adam Volatile 15th. Jay Bindrum, the hood doesn't flap as much when you're doing 45 miles an hour. Jay Bindrum, he finishes 16th. Chris Tilton finishes 17th. Rich Ura finishes 18th. Scott Krasnick, that was a great run for Scott Krasnick. He started 24th, finished 19th. Brooks Hunt will run out the top 20.
And now it looks like that.
It looks like the number one machine
is going to get that machine off that
back
wall
underway
here as the checker come out.
Very, very slowly, but he's gotten that car moving. So self-cleaning. Looks like Dave Biegert back underway. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 edition of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and Radial Motorsport, here, and as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and Radial Tire Motorsport, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Next up, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. That means we get to see Captain Crunch again, along with all of his great friends. And we get to see Kevin Elliott out of Sherwood Forest with all of his merry band of thieves. All right, let's run down the starting order here as the pace car started to bring the field out on track for their pace lap. We had 28 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 20. Starting 20th, driving the number 5 machine, Representing the Philadelphia region of the SCCA, Mike Kosuth. Driving the number 13 Spec Racer Ford from Leonardtown, Maryland, it's Andrew Waldorf, starting 18th. Driving the number 68 car from Cortland Manor, New York, representing the New York region, it's Jeffrey Valentino. He's in the 68 machine. Kevin Silbert, he's out of Columbia, Maryland. He drives the 14 car, starting 17th. Mike LaMena, representing the South Jersey region, he starts 16th today, driving the number 8 machine. Matthew Polk's driving the 09 car. He's from Gibson Island, Maryland, starting 15th. Starting 14th, driving the number 71 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Vienna, Virginia, John Hall. John Ryan's in the 87 car, representing the Steel Cities region. He's from Delmont, Pennsylvania, and starts 13th. Mike Thomas represents the South Jersey region. He's from Martin, New Jersey, starting 12th today in the 54 car. Jisoo Kim's going to start 11th today, and he is in the number 11 car. He's from Staunton, Virginia. Charlie Abel starts 10th. He's in the number 50 machine. He's from Middletown, Maryland. While Keith Frazier, Captain Crunch, he's out of Annapolis, Maryland. He's a boat captain. He starts the 9th today. Kevin Elliott from Sherwood Forest, not the Enchanted Forest. We'll talk a little bit more about Kevin's hometown here in a few moments. Kevin Elliott is going to start 8th today, driving the number 20 machine. Stephen Shoes from Gibson Island, Maryland. He starts 7th in the 81 car, with Joe Blanks starting 6th. He's in the number 74 machine. He's from Chesapeake Valley, North Carolina. Then we've got Thurmont, Maryland's Chris Windsor. He's going to start 5th today in the number 38 car. Theo Pepe's out of Clifton, New Jersey. Unfortunately, Theo likely not making the grid today. We talked to him in a little bit of pain after a wreck he was a part of yesterday, but he was scheduled to start 4th. Starting 3rd today in the number 56 car out of Flemington, New Jersey, representing the northern New Jersey region, is Jason Pintar. Sam Schechter in the blue number 55 car. He's out of Boyd's, Maryland. He's going to start on the outside of the front row with your pole sitter, Mac Harrison, out of Washington, D.C., driving the number 30 car. Your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 1 minute, 20 seconds, .126. All right, we got the pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to the number 30 of Mac Harrison. And, wow, looks a little bumpy there on the pit lane there, Spencer.
Yeah, they need to repave that.
That may be so. All right, so Mac Harrison now has the field coming down the front straight as our starter looks over the field. And green flag is in the air. I believe Beth Burkhardt, our starter today, and getting a great start as our pole sitter, Mac Harrison, gets about a full car length on Sam Schechter as they run down into turn 1. We see the brake lights on all those Spec Racer Fords light up. Now, yesterday, Schechter was able to make a run right around the outside of Harrison to take over the lead going into turn 1. It didn't look like he was going to be close enough alongside today, but he's almost there. Harrison goes to cover, comes right across the nose of the 55 car, and Harrison's going to lead the field through turn 3. With now Jason Pintar running in 3rd, Chris Windsor directly behind Stephen Shue in that green and white number 81 right there as well.
Yeah, great jump off the line by Harrison, ultimately winding up with him currently sitting in the lead as we see them come down into turn 5. That is the black number 30 car we're seeing at the head of the pack. But like you mentioned in the last race, Greg, the track conditions are currently cold. We're seeing people outside the tower still wearing sweatshirts. Tires have been sitting in the cold all night. This is their first time on the track, so you really imagine they're going to be taking some time to get those tires warmed up. And as soon as that starts happening, we're going to see them get more aggressive.
All right, it's the field now making their way, and you know when you got 30-some cars coming through the carousel, it takes a while for them to get all the way through that carousel. As the leaders now in the majority of the field making their way out of turn 8, heading up the hill and underneath the bridge, Brian. And our leaders now already onto the front straight. And now Sam Schechter, before they get to the start-finish line, look at that. He pops out to driver's left. He's going to try to make the pass on Mac Harrison. Harrison testing the brakes out. Both drivers get onto the brakes at identical times, but Sam Schechter already 3/4 of a car length up, and he's going to lead the field now into turn number 1 as we start our second lap.
Looks like we had a little bit of brake lock up there for a little bit further back between Jason Pintar, Christopher Windsor, and Joe Blanks. I think all of them weren't expecting each other to get it that deep in, and they all went that deep.
Right.
And next thing you know, they ended up locking up the brake.
Everybody, yeah.
We just talked about them taking it easy. They're warming up.
We've got a somewhat of an incident over here in turn 3. You can see that that's going to be the Mike Thomas machine, and it looks like that may be Jisoo Kim.
I believe that is the yellow number 11 car, and I thought he might have dug into the gravel there. He's able to get out of the way, but the car right behind may not, as we've got a waving yellow over there, Brian, because the rear end of that car is actually still on the track surface.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We watched them go really hard into one the first lap and the second lap, and then it wound up not going as well the second time around, but we do see him getting back on the track and moving, and imagine that flag won't be in the air much longer. But like I was saying, they went really hard into one. They came back around. We didn't get to see the inciting incident exactly of what happened, but like I said, tires are still trying to find grip on this track right now, and right there, racing hard, and sometimes that's just what happens in that part of the track.
Looking at the camera, it looked like it may have been a product of going into the same area, same real estate of the racetrack, right? Both of them going into the same thing. So looks like they had a front to rear back, kind of some contact, both of them able to continue. So right now, it looks like everybody's moved, everybody's going through, so we'll see. So, again, I think that was just a product of two racers trying to go for the same real
place.
estate and then, ended up with some contact. Again, these guys, some of these guys, were out earlier, in the first group that went out. Some of them did not. And so when you get to a 2 laps, your tires really are not heated up enough to really get through there. You almost have to back it.
Right.
Back the corner. In the spotters world, what we like to tell the drivers, back the corner up a little bit.
Right.
Get on the brake where you would, back that up a little bit.
Yeah, a couple feet.
Get it, maybe even 100, 100 feet.
Your apex speed is, you're going to drop it down a couple miles an hour there, at least early on.
Throttle a little bit sooner. Right. So you're going to be able to work on that drive off. So, I just think this was a product of trying to go for the same space at the same time.
We see coming into turn 1 right now, we actually see Sam Schechter has overtaken Mac Harrison amidst the chaos, and now he is currently the leader of this race.
Yeah, a little bit further back going into one, you've got a couple of them. Looks like that's going to be Kevin Elion back a little bit, and it's too wide there. Back there with, I believe that may have been Captain Crunch, Keith Frazier, and Steven Shue. See, you got to be careful when you go down there side by side with Captain Crunch. From what I hear, although all he's done is spin, I haven't seen him hit anything. So
we've seen the captain, but not the crunch yet.
Yeah, I've seen the captain, but not the crunch.
Not the crunch yet. There's still time. Getting a little bit more information on that incident over at turn 3. Sounds like Jisoo Kim spun the car coming through 3, and the 54 car of Thomas basically got on the binders to try and avoid it.
Yeah, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, had nowhere to go. As Kim was coming across the track, they don't think there was any contact between the two. Obviously, they look very close together when we saw them there in the gravel trap. As Spencer mentioned now, new leader Sam Schechter. Mac Harrison, though, in the draft, resets fast lap. Now fast lap reset again by Sam Schechter, who's our leader, and he's opened up about 0.4 of a second. We should be watching a Chris Windsor, who now locks the brakes up pretty hard going into turn 1, Brian, as he was almost 2 seconds behind. Yeah, the rear end. Oh, we got a car that's gone around at turn 1. Is that the Windsor car? I don't think that is. But, Spencer, if we could pull away the ticker, there he is.
That is Chris Windsor.
Yeah.
In that 38.
So Windsor locked up the brakes going into turn 1, and we saw the rear end kind of step out on him, and that's what happened there. And I was just about to say that Windsor had fallen about 1.5 seconds off the 2 leaders. 2 laps prior, he had set fast lap, but he had fallen out of the draft. And looks like as he tried to push things down into 1, maybe to make up a little bit of ground, the rear end of that car stepped out on him.
Yeah.
Maybe had the brake bias a little bit too much to the rear. It looked like a rear brake lock.
Yeah, I was going to say, it did the way he was going in there. So.
Yeah. It was either brakes or perhaps with the downshift, maybe locked up the rear.
At the same time.
Might have locked up the rear, yeah.
You get in there, if you miss your points, where you need, and you're on the brakes and you shift, that back end's coming around. So,
hey, want to welcome a couple folks into the chat. One, Brad Gould, who's come up from North Carolina. Again, Brad would have made the grid today, had an incident a little bit earlier in the week, and hope he's feeling better. Took a pretty hard impact. And Greg Cirillo, another noted spec racer, Ford Gen 3 racer, enjoying his time out at the, I guess, the Delaware shore now. Thanks for joining in, Greg.
Yeah, he says something about the Kevin Silbert machine. I tell you what, I noticed that yesterday with the with that paint scheme, and I have a feeling that Greg Cirillo knows a little bit about
that car. Yeah. Would that be the black with with Dayglow green? Absolutely. I think that car it's seen a couple owners recently, because I think Mr. Windsor had that car for a little while too. And look at this, Brian. Let's pick up, because they've been together now for pretty much the entire. Actually, it's not. I know it's Bruce Kreminga, but I thought perhaps
no,
it would seem true. It's Phil Ackley. Phil Ackley this time, as they go side by side through turn 3, and they actually spent a little time beside each other on track yesterday. I think they just came down through turn 5. Well, here they come. I think they're coming through the carousel now. There they are.
Right there.
That's Kreminga, who gets around now Phil Ackley. So move Kreminga up at the 17th, move the 41 of Ackley down into 18th.
Looks like getting a call now for the 31 of Kreminga, maybe having a little bit of a tire rub on there. It looks like...
and Brian, we've got a couple cars over turn 1 that have gone off, and we have one going into the gravel trap now. We saw some brake lock up there from the red car that just went to the gravel trap. Some brake lock up, trying to avoid 2 other cars that had come together over turn 1. We'll try and get the call with the numbers. I think now...
One of them was Kevin
Elian.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to come in there now, so you go ahead and grab that. But
yeah, we're going to get that call from turn 1 and get all the 2-0 spun. The 50 car tried to avoid. That was the follow. That was the rear car.
Yep.
That was Charlie Abel.
Yep.
So Kevin Elian and Charlie Abel, and there was one other car involved, and we'll try and get the number on that one as well. But both of those drivers all 3 of those drivers have now continued as the local caution has been pulled back over at turn number 1.
Yeah, but we're seeing a lot of usual suspects coming down into turn 1. We're seeing a lot of brake lockup. We're seeing a couple spins going on already. So it really seems like turn 1 and perhaps other parts of this track really have not settled yet. And drivers are certainly figuring that out now, and they're going to have to adapt their lines for the future.
yeah, I think when you get to Monday, we've seen this many times before. You know, you got a thing. I think Kevin Elian now is Elon's now
probably coming onto the pit lane. Yeah, well, we had heard that he had just also spun down to turn 5, so he might be having an issue with that car with the suspension. So he's got the car now on the pit lane. It looks like he's going to be heading back to the paddock.
Yeah.
And now I can't talk about Sherwood Forest.
Robin Hood is not his.
No.
See, now he's going to come up here and say something to us again, saying he gave the jinx to himself.
It's very possible. So he's playing the role of Friar Tuck today, Brian.
Yeah.
So I think it was on Saturday that I said I had mentioned that he was from the what used to be an amusement park near Ellicott City, which was actually called the Enchanted Forest,
correct?
Not Sherwood Forest. But Kevin came up to us and brought us a map of his neighborhood here today, where they've got areas called Little John and Nottingham and Ravenshead, as well as his mother lives on Maid Marian Way, as a matter of fact. That they actually give a map to all the delivery drivers there, so that they can find their way into all the little, because it's actually in a forest, believe it or not, so that the drivers can actually find their way to the different houses. Pretty interesting.
Talking about that, watching down in turn 1, Spencer put it on there. You see Joe Blanks going around Captain Crunch there in that number 7 machine.
Oh gosh.
He's gotten around Keith Frazier. Now he's got his sights set on Jason Pintar. That would be the last podium spot.
Yeah.
So Joe Blanks not going away. Still 12 laps left to go here.
Yeah,
so
long way.
I think you're going to start to see some of these guys start pushing the issue a little bit. But Joe Blanks feeling it's time to get going here. Kind of hang in there as they go down into turn 5 and then get ready to come through the carousel. You'll see Pintar in that 56 bright blue machine, and then you've got the darker gray of the 74 machine of Joe Blank, and then Stephen Shue right there too. So you really have third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all right there together for that last podium spot. Get ready to come out of turn 10 now. You can see Pintar and Blank. They pulled away a little bit from Keith Frazier in that 7 machine, and then Stephen Shue a little bit further back there. But again, that battle, that's going to go all the way down to the end. As our friends across the pond like to say, that battle is going to continue all the way through the end of this race. But our overall leaders now headed down into coming up into turn 3, heading up that way. They've kind of had a little bit of a gap between them for that. But you know, let's I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and keep it. Spencer, let's go back down into turn 1 right here. We've got. And sorry for jumping around so much, but we've got the 5 of Mike Kosu, the 06 of Dale Schneider, and I believe that is the 50 of Charlie Abel. You know, we saw Abel have that problem early on. He actually may be ahead of that. That may be the, let's see, that may be the 13 of Andrew Waldorf there with them. And yes, it is. It's the 13 with Andrew Waldorf. When they went through turn 1 and turn 2, they almost got 3 wide. They decided to back out of it at the last second and come through there, but they started to go 3 wide down in there, and they got single file when we came up through turn 3. Now you can see them going down in turn 5. They're single file right now, headed through, so we'll have to see how that works. But again, that's the battle on the racetrack here, really for 13th, 14th, and 15th. So again, another product of this group, like we saw in in the first group, where they're just you got to have partners, right? But there's racing all the way through.
Yeah, it's what I think you could accurately call separation anxiety cars. They really don't like being by themselves. They want to find a draft, and usually when you see, a lot of the times the races like this wind up shaping up to being like there's a group in front of you, there's a group behind you that's catching you, there's a group in front of you that's gapping you, and you are just alone by yourself, praying for salvation, which comes in the form of any kind of draft you can find. And once you usually find a draft, you watch lap times go down and down and down. That's when you find the cars being the fastest. And so being by yourself is, if everyone else is by themselves, fine, but as soon as that group behind you starts grouping up, then you start having problems.
Right. As they're coming out of turn 1 now, headed up into turn 2, you're going to see where they're going to still be battling here. You've got Mike Kosuth. Now you've got the 13 there. That's Andrew Waldorf. Andrew's moving ahead of Dale Schneider, so Dale Schneider dropping back even behind that.
So we're going to see if they can keep it together. That's kind of the kryptonite of drafting, is you can be friends for as long as you can be until you want to be competitors again, and then that's when you start, taking wider lines. You start taking things that are unoptimal, and then suddenly that draft angle becomes twice as wide when you're running side by side, and then suddenly that third guy who you thought was your friend wasn't your problem.
Right.
Now suddenly he's all in your rearview mirror.
Right.
So it's always a risk-reward situation. How long do you stay in a positive position before you ultimately have to make that move? And 20-lap races really allow a lot of time for that sort of thing to settle and those decisions to be made, but ultimately they do have to be made.
Right, exactly.
Watching that same group come down, you're going to see them come onto your screen. It's going to come past the start-finish line over on the right. And don't forget to subscribe.
And what that's doing, Spencer, is that is actually allowing Bruce Kuminga and Philip Ackley now. They're starting to, and Greg, we've got Jisoo Kim here coming off of turn 10. Again, that looks like he got his product of that left rear tire over there where we saw earlier.
Into the gravel over it. Went off into the gravel at 10 and ended up almost at a complete stop over at our pit out area over here. He is now continued on.
Well, he did a 720, so he did a complete spin. So.
Wonderful.
He did too.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 3, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, I think that left rear tire just got hung up on that on the rumble strips out there. Got hooked. There's a little bit of a dip there, and if you take it out too far and you do it, there's a dip that you can hit. And I think that was just a product that just spun him around. And here comes Keith Frazier now in the pit. So. Mr. Captain there. I'm not going to say Crunk because he hadn't hit anything. And
Captain and Tennille. Where's
Captain and Tennille?
Yeah. we got to stop bringing up these 70s and 80s rock bands, Brian. It's dating us, so it's something awful.
I think when we're done, I'm going to have a discussion at lunch with Jisoo Kim. He came up with that big smile on his face about having talking about Keith Frazier in that car, and yet Jisoo Kim's having more spins this race than Keith Frazier is.
Hey, Brian, I want to bring somebody in. He's come up here from the Outer Banks, from New Bern, North Carolina, I think it is. Is that right, Beans?
Yep, that's right.
That's right. It's Beans Forster. And Beans, we know very well from a number of the iRacing leagues that we've called, the Ray Esports Racing League. Of course, Beans an instructor for Full Send Sims as well, and just recently got his SCCA competition license in his Spec Miata, but incredibly well-versed in racing Spec Racer Fords online. So welcome, Beans.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We actually have a new leader right now, and that is Mac Harrison. Made that pass down going into turn 1, coming out of turn 2. You're going to see right there going up into turn 3. Mac Harrison is your new leader over Sam Schechter.
So I know this is your first time, Beans, to Summit Point Raceway, and you haven't been behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford here on track. We'll talk a little bit later about, obviously, Miatas and what have you, but you've raced virtual Spec Racer Fords and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s here at Summit Point Raceway. From what you've seen so far and how the cars react to different corners around here, how different do you find it than the virtual world?
I mean, it's hard to tell without having been in the seat yet, but as a spectator, it looks so familiar. You know, seeing the distance from the cars to each other, and how aggressive people can be sometimes going into certain turns. It's almost like it's exactly the same thing from what I'm used to in the simulator, at least.
It's like you're really there.
It pretty much, yeah.
All right, Brian, let's take a look as our race is heading down into turn 1 to battle for the lead. We've got Sam Schechter to the outside in the blue number 55. We've got Mac Harrison to the inside defending going into turn 1, and it looks like Mac Harrison's going to hold off the 55 car.
Well, we'll see. It looks like Schechter's going to try to do an over-under down there, and it looks like he's going to make that stick as he pulls the old dirt slide job there, moving up into the way there of Mac Harrison. So Schechter back to the lead coming out of, but yeah, I think Mac just got in there on the wrong line, and Sam Schechter just did that over-under, and we've seen that hundreds of times here. Comes the next group that I've been kind of following here, coming up out of turn 3, and that is Jason Pintar, Joe Blanks, and Steven Shue in the 81 machine. They're going to head up over the hill and down into turn 5, but I tell you what, that battle, that's for the last podium spot in this race right now. So those three have been going at it pretty much the entire event.
So Beans, apparently a lot of folks watching us here today, well, they know who you are. We've got RGL Motorsports, that's Russ Lundberg, checking in from the West Coast. And I thought Russ was going to be a steward at an event out at either Pacific Raceways or at a track out in Washington State this weekend. But he says, great to see you, great to hear you here this weekend, here, Beans. So great job there. And anybody else that's watching that knows us, if you want to check in on the chat, please go ahead and do it. And, of course, give us a thumbs up if you haven't done so already. Here.
Did you come up yesterday or did you come up today?
Yeah, I came up yesterday. We're driving up, kind of made a pit stop on our way up to a wedding that we're going to this weekend. So figured, why not? Let's go to the racetrack. Let's have some fun. Fun with cars.
Yeah. Good. Well, you saw Murphy Nichols' internet went out again.
The Murphy Nichols internet. I had a front row seat to that one.
Oh yeah, you were down over by turn 5 when the motor let go. Yeah,
we took a good look at it yesterday.
Feel sorry for him.
Yeah,
I told him
never
last
nice.
night. I said it's not like he just hit reset, right? He's like, nope, can't do that.
Got to get him in a Miata now.
Yeah, well,
might be cheaper.
I guarantee it's going to be cheaper than him trying to put a motor back. VG motor back together in that Nissan. I know he had his eyes on moving to like Formula 600 or something along those lines. With some of the recent decisions coming down from the SCCA, I'm sure that decision has probably changed somewhat, as we know that Formula 600 probably moving to a regional only class here in the next 2 seasons or so.
All right. We're gonna. Sorry, Greg. I was gonna say we're gonna go ahead and pick up that lead again because now it's changing again. So it seems like as we're running down the laps here, 4 to go. Sam Schechter, Mac Harrison, they're coming up on some slower traffic, so they're going to have to really work to maneuver around some of these. One of them being that 31 of Bruce Kaminga. He gets really far driver's left coming out of turn 2. That's where the next car they're going to come up on is going to be the 54 Mike Thomas, and we saw Mike having that problem earlier on in the race with Jisoo Kim. Again, not a position Mike Thomas is used to being in, so they're going to have to try to work around him as they head up over the hill out of turn 4 and head down into turn 5. Again, Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter getting through this, trying to work their way through the end of this race.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. That's our GT, STU, T1, T2, T3, a whole bunch of different classes. If you're in big bore, race group 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. So, Beans, while we got you up here, why don't you tell us a little bit about Full Send Sims and what you do for them, and how, even at how, again, we were talking about how things are very similar at the virtual racetrack now compared to the real racetrack, and how something like iRacing is a great simulator to use for training, both not only car control but also racecraft. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do with them?
So I've been with Full Sim Sims for about 2 years now, and been sim racing for about 5 years. And when COVID happened, there wasn't much to do, not much real racing to do. So we all kind of just got together in the virtual world and came up with this idea of, hey, let's plan for when everyone starts going back to the racetrack. Let's bring some simulators to the tracks. You only get a certain amount of time to practice on track every weekend, so why not give people another little bit of edge that they can hone their racecraft a bit more, get some better practice.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, real quick, let's jump as we've got something going on track now.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a new third-place runner here right now. Joe Blanks has gotten ahead of Jason Pintar for that last podium spot. Did that coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. So there again on your screen right there, that's the Joe Blanks, Stephen Shu, and Jason Pintar. But again, move Joe Blanks up into third, that last podium spot, as our overall leaders are now coming out of turn 10. And I tell you what, they're coming on the back of Jisoo Kim, who's had a rough race. But now Schechter's opening up by about 0.4 of a second over Mac Harrison. So again, having trouble getting past that Mike Thomas machine really opened it up for Schechter. There's 2 laps to go here. Here comes that battle out of turn 10, headed down through the start-finish line now, as I talked about with Joe Blanks, Jason Pintar, and Stephen Shu. Now it looks like as they head down into turn 1, Pintar's going to look like he's going to make that move, and Stephen Shu's going to go with him.
Right, and we'll see they're going to have limited opportunities to make a pass. We've got a car buried in the gravel trap here at the exit of turn number 3, Brian. We'll get the number on that in a moment, but much like we saw at the end of the SSM race where we had an early end, we may see a full course caution come out. I think you've got the car number on it?
Yeah, I do believe that is the 06 machine. That may be the
Dale Schneider
machine. Yep, that is, and he's definitely not moving out of there. It looks like it's maybe high-sided there a little bit.
Yeah, and so Schneider was running 14th at the time that he went into the gravel trap here. And again, a lap and a half or less than a lap and a half remaining now.
I do want to point out that I saw that on the cams right as it was beginning.
They're actually going to throw the checker right now. Here comes the leaders out of turn number 10. So they're going to throw it to Schechter and Mac Harrison. So
all right, so
behind them.
Taking the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, it is going to be Sam Schechter with Mac Harrison finishing second. Let's watch that battle for third coming up, and we should see them coming out of turn 10 now.
Here comes Pintar. Pintar got a great run out of there. He has left Joe Blanks and Stephen Shu by about 10 car lengths.
Indeed, and so taking the last spot on the podium, it's going to be Jason Pintar out of Flemington, New Jersey. Joe Blanks will finish in 4th. Stephen Shu will come home in 5th. John Ryan coming out of turn 10 now. And John Ryan will finish in 6th. Mike LaMena works his way up to 7th. Great run for the number 8. Chris Windsor now comes across the line. Windsor is going to finish 7th. Good recovery drive for Windsor after that early spin from 3rd. Mike LaMena will finish in 8th. Charlie Abel 9th. And Jeff Valentino will round out the top 10. All right, so Beans, why don't we do this as we wrap up Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, and I know you're planning on getting on the road and heading up to Connecticut for this wedding. If we wanted to find out more about Full Send Sims and what's done online and the programs that you guys offer, tell us a little bit about where, one, we can find you, and if there are any leagues or anything that people can go to find out and maybe join you guys on track.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go to www.fullsendsims.com and you can check out whether you want a full turnkey simulator or whether you want some virtual online coaching within iRacing, or you just want to kind of check out the league. We have the application process and whatnot on there. We have our Discord info up there and our YouTube channel with all the broadcast info and our race schedule for the leagues that we race every Tuesday. So you can go on and check that out. Hit us up either on the website, Discord, YouTube, and check us out there.
And we have a lot of the MARRS racers, Washington D.C. region racers. Deacon Greenfield, Morgan Burkhardt is another one of the coaches that works with you as well. Jameson Huffman races in this league. Many people that you see here out on track at Summit Point every weekend that are in the leagues. And there's the good announcer, Greg Kramer, as opposed to Ginsburg, as well as Kyle Heyer, who's a voice of SRO now that they announce those races every week, and they do a wonderful job. And I mean, I race it as well, so watch out when I'm on track.
Got to get the Oreo car back on track.
I do now that I went away from the Oreo livery. Nobody recognizes that I'm out there. All the shout outs that I used to get, they're completely gone. I'm almost invisible. All right, so I want to thank Beans Forster for joining us here this weekend, and want to thank him for coming on up to Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Next up, and I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our Big Bore group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 3, Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Race Group 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. But first, partner from our sponsors that help bring you all this action from Summit Point Raceway in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, like Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Some Point Raceway, everybody. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and Radial Motorsport, along with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor here, and want to once again thank Beans Forster for coming up to the booth and sitting in with us. He is a great guy, and I can't wait to see what he does behind the wheel of a real race car. He went through his driver's school at Sebring just a couple of weeks ago, won the mock races that they had down there, and he knows how to race. Let's put it that way. All right, Brian, heading out on track now is our big bore group for our GT racers. I'll give you a whole bunch of classes here: GT, ITE, ITR. SMX, I don't think we have any SMX cars. We do have some SPO and STU cars, as well as Touring 1, 2, and 3. We had 15 drivers set qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the starting order for their final race here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular.
All right, scheduled to start 15th in the number 20 from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania. That's Jonathan Reitz. Starting in the 14th position from Potomac, Maryland, at 39 of Jerome Welty. Starting in the 13th position from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's the 50 of Joseph Folia. Starting in the 12th position from Lincoln, Delaware, the 60 of Melvin Miller. Starting in the 11th position from Farmington Hills, Michigan, that is the 77 of Chris Maybach. Starting in the 10th position from Nokesville, Virginia, the 9 of Robert Hayshak. Scheduled to start 9th from the Plains, Virginia, that's the 44 of Clark Ostrom. Starting in the 8th position from Tompkinsville, Kentucky, that's the 72 of Ted Warning. Starting in the 7th position from Pittsboro, North Carolina, that's the 47 of David Smith. Starting in the 6th position from Springfield, Virginia, that's the 34 of Case Moose Marr. Starting in the 5th position from Round Hill, Virginia, the 33 of Isaac Beekman. Starting in the 4th position from Arlington, Virginia, that's the number 4 of Rob Hines. Starting in the 3rd position from Columbus, New Jersey, the 98 of Timothy Proctor. And starting on the front row and starting in 2nd position from Alexandria, Virginia, and that BMW M3, that's the 14 of Marshall Lytle. And on the pole in that TA2 Camaro is the number 88 of Andrew Mistak from Belmont, Ohio.
All right, there you go. That's Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio, for the Mistak machine. As we've got our beautiful Ferrari 360 Modena. Unfortunately, no camera in the Modena there, Brian, but he is leading the field now up past turn 9 and in underneath the bridge. We're going to be going racing here in just a few moments for their feature race this afternoon. And, you know, as we've seen all weekend long with this group, I think the story is always attrition. So we'll definitely be keep an eye on which drivers can make it to the checker. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. And Brian, not getting the greatest of starts, Tim Proctor in that GT3 Nissan 240SX, the tube frame car, as Rob Hines is able to torque it out, and we'll see if he's able to come by around the outside. He is. So move Rob Hines up in the 3rd position behind Andrew Mistak and the Lytle car. And Brian, I think we lost somebody off in the gravel there.
I don't think we lost anybody. I think that Proctor and Hines were going to go side by side there. Proctor
and they did.
Gets back out in front as they head up out of turn 2 and up into turn 3. Yeah, you're right. Tim Proctor just did not get the start that he really wanted to. And again, he was out here Saturday, had a little bit of problems, came back on Sunday. I think had some problems again in the morning. Was able to get that figured out, ran pretty quickly in the afternoon session of the 14-lap races. So we'll see whether or not that thing is going to run the full 20 laps. Hopefully he's able to complete every lap here.
Well, you know, and a big thing is we saw Hines jump to that early lead, and I was a little bit surprised to see Proctor able, and the GT3 motor, or the GT3 car of Proctor, that Nissan, quite a bit lighter than Rob Hines' production-based 350Z by a couple hundred pounds. Was that the Proctor car, of course, is on a true slick tire,
right? And
it takes a lot longer to get up to temperature. They run very low pressures. Takes a lot longer to get up to temperature than the DOT quasi slicks that Hines is on. And now it looks like Proctor may be off the pace.
Yeah.
As we watch now coming down into turn 1, both Hines, who has the headlights on his Nissan, as well as Caius Musmar go by Tim Proctor. Maybe Proctor is listening and go, oh, I need heat in my tires. Let me slow down a little bit as they move by. Again, Proctor doesn't have another GT3 car to concern himself with this race, and so he'll slot back into 5th position for now. What we'll have to see is what happens in American Sedan, and we got to see these cars coming up at the turn. Well, we'll jump back to them in a few moments here, but great little battle with Melvin Miller and Chris Maiba in American Sedan. Actually, let's watch as they're going to be coming down the hill right now. That's Melvin Miller in that black Ford Mustang. He's got Clark Ostrom's BMW and Robert Hayshak's Factory 5 Racing Cobra, the red car there behind. And then we've got the bright green Challenger of Chris Maiba. And this is the first time, Brian, that we've seen Melvin Miller's Mustang really run well. He's had a lot of mechanical issues with that car. When I talk about this group being one that you have to worry about attrition, Melvin Miller has had his share so far this weekend.
Yeah, not only this weekend, but this year. I think he's had some struggles early on. He came out here, I think, earlier in the year and only got to really one or two laps and had a problem. And I know he had a couple issues last year, so good to see him out there. But you've got Melvin Miller and Chris Maiba. They're actually going to be nose to tail, and looks like Maiba's going to go a little bit deeper going into turn 1 than Melvin Miller. So move Maiba up into that 2nd position there in American Sedan.
There you go. And now it's a pretty long way until you get to Ted Warning. Warning has had pretty much a flawless weekend in his Chevy Camaro. He's coming down into turn 5, I think, right now. The Burgundy number 72 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. There's Actually, so we'll track him a little bit later. But right now he's running all by himself. But that is a car that is definitely held up to the challenge here all weekend long as our big bore racers work in race number 4 of the weekend. Speaking of race number 4, we are going to have 4 MARRS races before lunch. We've got one more race after this. We've got our small bore race, Brian. Then we will take a break for lunch, and we'll come back and do it all again in the afternoon. We'll have, I think, 4 more MARRS races and another bracket race.
And remember, Greg, not only in addition to the trophies, the overall winner in each of our groups will receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia, which is located about 15 minutes from the track. So Devil's Due Distillery, the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021. So, again, another thing to shoot for and race for out here within your race group. So, good. Thanks to them. Thanks to Devil's Due for coming out here and doing this, and giving each of this group's, the overall winners
a nice little prize.
A nice little prize at the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah, great to have a great partner and sponsor like them here this weekend.
And if you've seen our stream, I'm sure Andrew Mistak got in that car and said, "Let's go, dog."
Let's go, dog.
Love that.
What we need to do is we need to get him some Devil's Due and get him to reproduce that. If we could record that and do that live here,
that would be fun.
I need to add that to my soundboard so that we could just bring that up just randomly during every race. All right, let's take a look here. As the aforementioned Andrew Mistak, he's coming into turn 3 now. He is all by himself. He's down to a 1:17.31, so about a tenth, Brian, off of his fastest lap times of the weekend, where he ran a 17.19 here earlier this weekend. Actually did it on Saturday morning, when it was, until today, the coolest that it had been all weekend. But it is still below 70 degrees, and more importantly, all the humidity that was in the air yesterday and on Saturday, pretty much gone. It is a nice, dry, beautiful day. There's a little bit of a breeze, which may create some issues for our Formula cars after lunch, but certainly
Definitely
for these bigger cars, not for these guys.
This is the perfect temperature for these larger, heavier cars. For the Andrew Mistaks, the TA2 Camaros, the BMWs, Timothy Proctor's Nissan. I mean, these larger cars, this cool weather that we've got today, this is the best that they've had pretty much all year long. I think the only time we had a better temperature-wise at the racetrack was back in early April when we were here, where we had one of the colder mornings that we went out. It was perfect, and I think that as we got to the afternoon, that's when the times come up, and we saw some track records fall.
Yes, we did.
That weekend. So, again, this has been the best. This has been the best temperature. There goes Ted Warning now going by the start-finish line there. Got this window here, see if we can't see. Just went up through turn, I think he's coming out of turn 2 or going up into turn 3 maybe.
Well, we'll take a look. We've got, believe he's going to be heading actually coming into turn 3 right now. If we stay on that camera there, Spencer, there he is. There's the Ted Warning Chevy Camaro, the 72 machine making his way. I was also watching just ahead of Ted. Tim Proctor looks like he's back on the throttle a little bit. He and Caius Musmar battling it out for an overall position, battle for 4th overall. Now, Musmar is a GT2 machine, so he's competing with the Mistak car at this point, and of course Proctor in GT3. And there they go, coming up through turn 8. And Musmar, for the time being, has been able to hold off Tim Proctor and looking to be a real good fight. Now, Musmar, he is an instructor here with the Washington, D.C. region as part of our Driver's Ed program, our HPDE program. And in addition to that, he's a dentist. Brian. So he's coming down as Proctor was able to motor right by him going into turn 1, but Musmar drops down to the inside and outbrakes the Nissan. going into one. We talked yesterday when the track was kind of green after the rains Saturday night, how with that Porsche, you have the opportunity once you get on the throttle and dig out of a corner because you've got the engine over the rear axle that it will, as it transfers the weight back, you can kind of dig out of those small corners. But it definitely looks like Proctor's car has a little bit more straight line speed. But Musmar, he just made a great move as the two came into 3. He saw Proctor coming up on him. He just reset the car center of track and made Proctor decide you can go to the left of me and have, and completely throw all of your entry speed into turn 3 away, or you can go around the outside and take the Tristan Herbert line.
Yeah. Well, you're right. You talked about it. Proctor's got, he's got that speed, that straight line speed a little bit more than that Porsche 911. But as you were talking about that, when they came down that straight line, Musmar gets tucked right back in there, right behind him, and got that draft, and then moved over driver's right, going on into 1.
Nice.
As they come out of 10 now, I would assume that you'll see Proctor try again to make another move. As they go by, you'll see here, there they go. There's Proctor. He's going to move out just a little bit. I don't think he's going to be able to make that pass this time.
No.
Although they're going to go all the way down into turn 1. They're going to go too wide down there.
And Musmar's a little bit later on the brakes. He's going to try. We know there's been a lot of grip on the outside of turn 1. He's going to try and sweep around the outside. But if Proctor has a nose up coming through this corner, I think he's going to have the advantage going into 3. Let's take a look. Well, no, Musmar, he's still almost alongside.
Yep, he does. I was going to say, at one point when he first came out of the turn 2, I looked, and the way the sun hit the front of the car, it was like the front, the hood part had come up into the windshield the way it was looking. I was getting ready to say, he's not going to be able to see anything.
Oh, my. All right, so they come down. And so Musmar with, again, that Porsche, it's got some advantages. Again, out of slower corners, with a 6-cylinder there, a lot more torque coming out of the corners than what that 240 SX has in the Nissan. But I think as we saw, for example, coming out of turn 10, Proctor's carrying a lot more speed through the apex there at these higher speed sweepers. Same thing coming down through the chute. But if Musmar, like for example, coming down through the chute, can stay in the lead, Proctor can't do anything with that additional speed.
Right.
As we were talking, Brian, about Melvin Miller and issues keeping that car running over the length of a race. Unfortunately, Melvin Miller retires his American sedan Ford Mustang, takes it back to the paddock. Well, kind of unfortunate there for the driver of the number 60 machine out of Lincoln, Delaware.
Yeah. And again, had some problems pretty much, all weekend off and on, all weekend long. But again, good to see Melvin back out here, getting some laps in. Got 6 laps here, so. Andrew Mistak now goes by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. Kind of running pretty much, even. It's like he's running in the bracket. He's so consistent right now.
Yeah, he's just clicking off laps right now. There's Mistak as he comes through turn 1. Good turn in, and he keeps the pace up through there as he makes the run down into turn 3 now. The car just looks very good. He's using almost all the track here. He's come a long way with his driving. As well as we've been watching him now for the last year and a half. Now he usually comes out with his son. I think was it the June race where he
the gauntlet was put down. About who was going to be able to basically talk more smack at the dinner table if his son had beat him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think his son kind of whipped up on him there.
Yeah, he did. But we haven't seen him since. So
well,
apparently they got back to Ohio and I don't know.
He lost his ride?
Yeah, exactly.
Dad owns the car, but you lost your ride.
It's Dad's backup car now, apparently.
Right.
All right, let's check in with a couple of our other racers as we watch there coming through turn 3. That was Rob Hines. He is your leader in Touring 3. Clark Ostrom a little bit further behind. Hines is now running 3rd overall. Ostrom running 7th overall. He's got the Proctor and Musmar cars. Tim Proctor, by the way, just set his fastest lap of the race, was able to get by Caius Musmar's Porsche. Warning, again, running all by himself right now in American Sedan in 6th. Then Ostrom. Chris Maibach is running in, I believe, 8th overall, and currently about 30 seconds separating Ted Warning and Chris Maibach.
Yeah, and as we reach the halfway point, Greg, this is where you're going to start to see some of these these cars, they're going to start acting just a little bit different for the heavier car, where the tire degradation is going to start up and the fuel's going to burn off.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's small bore. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Small bore racers, race group number 4. This is your first call to the grid.
That Proctor and Moosemore battle that we talked about a couple laps ago, that is now, dematerialized. that has gotten Proctor's pulled away now by about 8 to 9 car lengths over that portion on 11 of Case Moosemore. See, if you look at times there, so Tim Proctor running in the 1:21, so still not what he ran on Saturday morning for qualifying, I believe. Let's take a look there. No, actually the 1:20 that he ran was in Sunday's feature race, so Sunday afternoon. So
right,
where he had a little bit of that problem, he ended up getting that fixed. So again, as I just just mentioned, now when you have we're at the halfway point with these larger cars, things start to change. You start to hear things in the car that you've never heard before.
Hey, Brian, real quick, let's take a look coming out of turn 1, going over towards turn 2 here, because Chris Maibach's pulled right up behind Clark, had pulled up behind Clark Ostrom, gets that pass made. So move Maibach now up into 7th overall. As we watch him going through turn 3, Maibach in that bright green American sedan Challenger. And then we've got the BMW of Ostrom trying to come much deeper under the brakes. Those BMW E46s, they're a little on the heavy side, but still great braking nonetheless. And as they come into 6th, looks like Ostrom gets the repass done. But as those two cars are fighting it out, we see that beautiful Factory 5 Cobra Bob Hayshak coming up behind. Hayshak, our sole SPO racer out here today. And I every time I look at him racing that car, I literally think he's on a Sunday drive, because I know he's pushing that car hard, but it's like just the open top cruising, beautiful cruising car to have out here, especially on a weekend,
especially on a day like
this.
Today.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
70 degrees out there running, and oh, by the way, I got the helmet on. So as you talked about that with but Chris Maibach getting back in front of Clark Ostrom there. They head down the front stretch down into turn 1. Again, you're going to see where Ostrom's going to be able to go certain parts a little bit deeper than Maibach.
Yeah, and and it's great to see this where, they're not necessarily fighting one another. They know what the strengths of each one of their cars are. Obviously, that American sedan Challenger, it's got quite a bit more straight line speed than an E46 T3 machine. But again, Maibach doesn't put up the fight when he sees Ostrom carrying 15 more miles an hour down through the chute.
Yeah. One of the things I noticed, Chris Maibach, he sticks that car very far driver's right coming down the hill into 5 to make that left-hand turn, and I think that's more or less because of the size of the car, right? The width of that Dodge Challenger.
It's got some big hips, Brian.
Yeah,
but yeah, indeed.
Never thought of it that way, but
right,
yes,
yes. I mean, the American sedan cars, they're not the most stiffly sprung machines. They are quite heavy, and you've got to work to get that car rotated. And so, the last thing you want to do is, take that traditional line, you're going to give up a few miles an hour coming down through the chute to get the car set up either center of track or maybe even a little bit to the right of center in order to be able to open up the radius just a little bit going through turn 5 there, because the last thing you want to do on a car that's got a ton of torque and can really put the power down if need be is to run off those tires.
Yeah, absolutely. Good run by Robert Hayshak trying to catch Clark Ostrom in that T3 machine. When they went by the start-finish line last time, headed down into turn 1. Just now coming out of turn 2, you can see the speed difference there that Hayshak has over Ostrom. They get into turn 3 just a little bit softer, as we're getting the back half of this race. But good run for Bob. He's He's got that thing really rolling up.
Yeah, and and kind of the same thing as we were talking about Maybach having a little bit more grunt and a little bit more speed than the T3 car of Ostrom. Same thing for Hayshak. Yep. The Factory 5 Racing Cobras, obviously, they are. I don't want to call it a replica car, or it's to some extent a kit car. Ford Mustang, small block, not small block Chevy, but a small block Ford, a Ford 302 motor in there, and I believe Fox Body Mustang suspension, both front and rear, with that car as well. But the Mustang motor, more importantly, I think is going to have a little bit more grunt than the straight six that's in that BMW. And we see there is Hayshak carrying a real good speed through turn 10.
Yeah, good exit off the corner right there for Hayshak, and he goes by Clark Ostrom. And again, I think Ostrom's probably just trying to get through the last half of the race. Because he started off there really, really strong, and it's kind of fallen back from his time perspective. We look at if I look at his times lap by lap, kind of in the 120s, 130s, high 120s, low 130s. Kind of consistent, but not as fast as he was early on. So again, as we get to the back half of this race, things start to change. The setup starts to change. The fuel starts to burn off. The tire degradation starts to happen, even though it is a nice, cool morning to come out here and run. But it does change the characteristics of these cars.
Catch it in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so another one of our T3 racers out on track right now as we try to pick up where he is. And I know we haven't given him any screen time. This might be a good opportunity for us to do so. I'm trying to track down Jerome Welty in his Porsche Boxster. As we should see him. No, that's not him there. Well, we'll try and track where he is on track. There he is. He's coming out of turn 8 right now, coming up the hill towards the bridge. Welty in his Porsche Boxster. He is an instructor, Brian, for the Tire Rack Street Survival Program that does a lot of work with teenagers to give them more skills for use on the road. And want to make sure that we have some safe drivers. As we see him, he's going down into turn 1 right now in that spec Boxster. I have a feeling, Brian, you and I are doing another event here at Summit Point Raceway in a couple of weeks, and we'll likely see him as well. And he said when he was growing up, his dad was a drag racer, and his 2 brothers and he all compete in different forms of motorsport. So nice to see that. This is, I think, his 20th year of road racing. So I want to thank Jerome. For coming on out. When we asked him who his sponsors were, it's kind of like me right now. His sponsors is 401k.
Yeah, right.
So I wonder if you take an extra tax hit for that.
I wonder if you can make that your number.
Yes.
My race car number is
401.
401k.
Yes.
Yeah. When I watched him go through turn, he's getting passed now by Marshall Lytle coming out of the carousel, headed down out of turn 8 and 9, and heading up to there. When he came through turn 3 last time, the car was all but sideways handful going up through there. It was kind of like in the middle of the racetrack, just trying to get out of Marshall's way. But I tell you that Boxster was such a handful going up the hill.
Yeah.
A little bit. I guarantee there was a little factor going in there as he went there because again, trying to get out of Marshall's way, saw Marshall coming, and that car just got all kinds of loose and sideways.
And let's take a look here. Yeah, Jerome's running about the same lap times as he was running yesterday. He's in down in the low 29s with that Porsche. But look, it's a mid-engine car, Brian. It's got as opposed, even when you're on the throttle, there's a tendency for those cars to want to for the rear end to lead the front end. Let's put it that way.
And look, he's got a lot of laps here this weekend because he's running in bracket as well.
Yeah, tires might be going away
so,
on him at this point at the end of the weekend.
Depending on whether or not he's changed tires or done anything like that, it's starting to go away as our leader, Andrew Mistak, now heads down into turn 1. He'll have 2 laps to go, so the next time by he comes, he'll get that 1 to go board.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Small bore racers, race group number 4. This is your final call to the grid.
Yeah, so the next time that TA2 Camaro comes by the start-finish line with Andrew Mistak behind the wheel, he will have 1 lap to go in this 20-lap Group 3 in our big bore division here this weekend. So good to see as we watch him coming out of turn 6 right there with that camera. You can see that car starting to get a little bit sideways. Basically, nice. It's almost riding with that car after you've done this 20 laps and you're going through. It is to the point where you almost, especially coming off of turn 6, you've got to. It's like racing with an egg under the gas pedal. Looks like Tim Proctor's gonna barely make it through this race here, Greg, because he just went by the start.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, we see he moved. Yeah, he moved all the way over for Mistak, but he is now dropped back considerably. He's now running 6th overall, as Musmar, who he was fighting with early on, is sitting 3rd overall. Ted Warning in his American sedan. Ted Warning got around Robbie Hines' Nissan. Didn't see that happen, but yeah, apparently from the looks of it, the Proctor car once again a little bit off pace here.
I think he's just trying to nurse it because he's actually a full lap down.
Yeah.
Even to Case Musmar. So.
Yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully, well, I would say hopefully he can make it the extra 1.6 miles that he needs. Whether he determines that it's worth running that last lap or not, we'll see. There's.
Hopefully he put gas in it.
Well, that can always be the issue here as Andrew Mistak now coming out of turn 8 up the hill and underneath the bridge, and Andrew Mistak representing the Northeast Ohio region of the SCCA out of Belmont, Ohio, onto the front straight. He is going to take the GT2 win today and take that overall win. So chalk up a certificate, a $50 voucher for bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, North Carolina. Congratulations. Finishing 2nd overall, ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian, going to be Marshall Lytle. Actually, take a look. He's coming out of turn 10 right now. Comes underneath our ticker. There he is. And onto the front straight. Marshall Lytle finishing 2nd overall, your sole ITE racer. And then Caius Musmar comes across the line. Actually, has Musmar crossed yet? Yes, he has. That's right. He's down a lap. Caius Musmar finishes 3rd overall, 1 lap down from Mistak, and Lytle takes 2nd in GT2. Ted Warning, he's your American sedan winner. He is going to finish 4th overall with Rob Hines in his Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. He wins Touring 3. Tim Proctor looks like he is looking to make it around for the final time.
He'll do everything he can to get that thing to cross that start-finish line.
That's right. And actually, here we go. Here comes Ted Warning now across the line. There's Rob Hines. Headlights on for safety, Rob. And Rob Hines comes across the line. He will, again, finish 5th overall, takes the win in Touring 3. Tim Proctor had already crossed, and Tim Proctor will finish 6th. Robert Hayshak, 7th. Proctor with the win in GT3. Hayshak are the win in SPO. Chris Mybaugh will finish 8th overall, 2nd in American Sedan. Clark Ostrom will finish 2nd in Touring 3, 9th overall. Jerome Welty takes the bronze in Touring 3. And the only driver not to make it to the end of the race, Brian, as I was talking about attrition, unfortunately Melvin Miller retires after just 6 laps. As we've got Mr. Mistak, some of our other race winners heading out on track for their victory laps. And I'm looking to see if Tim Proctor is going to go for a victory
he-
lap. No, he is.
not.
No, he is not. He is going to head back to the paddock. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. We've got one more race before we break for lunch. That is our small bore race. So we've got a special celebration coming up before that race. So stick with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few moments. But first, let's tell you a little bit about one of our great partners and sponsors here that brings you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series each year, and that's RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire, Radial Motorsport, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor, and we've got one last race before lunch. But before we do that, we've got a very special celebration as our safety car is lining up there at the end of the pit lane. I think we've got Carolyn Bayer-Broering as our splitter. She's going to send the field out for the first of, as our drivers go out for 2 pace laps. And now we have, looks like Carolyn is waving the pace car forward, giving it that extra little bit of encouragement to take to the track. So as our drivers head out on track now for this race and for our 2 pace laps, we have a very special celebration, and we are going to see our volunteers trackside. Hopefully we can pick up that start cam real quick. Hopefully we can pick that up. Spencer, there you go. As you see the starter bridge waving flags, and this is in honor of Brian Brillinger. Today we honor the life and memory of longtime racer, autocrosser, and member of the Washington, D.C. region, Brian Brillinger, who left us in November of 2022 at the young age of 59 years. He'll be remembered for creating endless wonderful memories racing his 1971 BMW 2002. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our competitors in this race will drive the first of 2 pace laps in what is known as a missing man formation, where our pole sitters for the 2 groups that are going out on track, Thomas Beverly behind our first pace car, and then Mike Kelly in our behind our second pace car. They will drop back and leave their spots open for Brian. You'll see many of our volunteers and racing family also trackside waving flags in his honor. Born December 7th, 1962 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Brian was the first of 3 children and had countless fond memories growing up in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Following high school, Brian attended Penn State, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in microbiology and then a master's from the University of South Florida in both junior college education as well as biology. Soon afterwards, in the early 90s, Brian, his brother Brett, and his sister Beth joined their dad Henry Brillinger to enjoy a new adventure of SCCA road racing. They most often participated in the MARRS series, which included many races here at Summit Point Raceway. The 4 family members would bring their BMW 2002s to the track to race in ITB. That was a time when ITB was a large enough class to be in its group all its own. And on Saturday nights, Henry would invite everybody to his red ramp-back truck to set up a potluck feast fondly named the Fatty Meats Party. Brian, I think you and I would love something like that. The Brillinger pit spot was located next to the concession stand, which is now the location of the Race Pro Shop. And Brian loved being at the racetrack and participating in the MARRS series. Brian later moved to North Florida to become a professor in the science department at St. Petersburg College. And anyone lucky enough to have known Brian heard his stories of warmth, kindness, as well as his lovable sense of humor. He was always quick to grin and generous of spirit. The geography may have changed, but Brian's passion for racing did not abate. He would continue his passion for racing with both the SBRRS as well as the Central Florida region of the SCCA at Sebring Raceway for many, many years. Unfortunately, Brian's brother Brett passed away from cancer in 2009. We honored him with a missing man formation lap that next year, and now it's Brian's day. So please join Brian and Brett's sister, Beth Brillinger, and her husband, Jack Bana, who's the driver of the number 7 age production Volkswagen in today's field, as well as their son, Max Bana, who are all here today joining in honoring Brian's legacy. So as our racers, our volunteers, and our racing family also honor the life of Brian Brillinger, may his memory always be a blessing. And we're watch now as the safety car brings the front pack through turn 10 and onto the front straight. And we've got a large number of friends and family and volunteers there to honor the memory of Brian Brillinger. And as our first pack crosses the start-finish line, we will see where Thomas Beverly in the green number 4 machine will retake his position on pole. In the second group, we will see where Mike Kelly in his H production Volkswagen Golf will retain his spot on pole. Brian, let's run down the starting order for our Group 4 small bore race.
All right, tell you what, we'll start with the top 20 here. Starting in the 20th position in that E-Production machine, that's the 62 of Dave Miller. Starting in the 19th position in his GTP Pinto, that is the 16 of Drew Erie. Starting in the 18th, in the number 24, is Alex Cumming. Starting in the 17th position, the 114 of Kevin Conley. Starting in the 16th position, the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 15th position, the 97 of Joseph Smoot. Starting in the 14th position, the 111 of Kurt Laumeister. Starting in the 13th position, one of our legend cars, that's the 6 of Mike Collier. In the 12th position, the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 11th position, that's the 178 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 10th position, our other legend car out here this weekend, that is the 9 of Robert Connor. Starting in the 9th position, in that 127, that is Kevin Fryer. Starting in the 8th position, in that T4 machine, number 18, that's Owen Sheffer. Starting in the 7th position, the 141 of Steve Hunt. Scheduled to start 6th, but I don't believe I saw him out there, Greg. That is the 48 of Paul Marcones. Starting in the 5th position, your pole sitter in T4, that's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the 4th position, the 83 of Michael Unger, and that's another E production. Starting in the 3rd position, the 22 of Graham Fuller. And starting on the front row, starting second in the 182, that is Ted Cahall. And on the pole today, overall, is the number 4 of Thomas Beverly.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me give you the H production group here real quick. We have 12 drivers starting. Let me give you the front 3 rows. Matt Benazik in the number 8 machine, the Honda Civic, will start 6th. Troy McBain in his Honda Fit, the number 71 car, will start 5th. Al Simon, his Volkswagen Scirocco, the number 35 car, will start 4th, with Rick Benazik starting 3rd in his Honda Civic. And your front row today in H production, Jack Bana in the number 7 Volkswagen, and Mike Kelly, your pole sitter, in the number 86 Volkswagen Golf. All right, first pace car, Brian, now on the pit lane, turning things over, and this is going to be a very, very slow start. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic, keeping a very slow pace there with Ted Cahall beside. And I think Beverly looking to get the advantage on Cahall as they head down into turn 1. Starter looks over the field, and I believe we got green flag is in the air, and we are underway. And look at that, as if shot out of a cannon. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic leaves Ted Cahall behind by almost 6 car lengths. Cahall left to defend against our GT Light national champion Graham Fuller as they go down in the 1.
Greg, we've got one car that's gone way off driver's left. May have been some contact.
I think that's Drew Erie in the Pinto, Brian.
Well, I don't know if that's Drew Erie. Drew Erie's in a white car. That may be. And
oh no, it's one of our Legends cars is off.
Bob Connor in there as well.
All right, our second pack now getting the green flag in H production, as well as, didn't want to leave him out, John Watts in his Spec RX-7, the blue number 72 machine, as they're making their way down into turn 1 now.
Yeah, we'll have to see when we talked about in that contact. There was contact between the Legend car and I believe that may be Owen Sheffer in
the black number 18 Mazda RX-8, the T4 car.
Looks like he has a right rear tire that is flat. But our H production battle coming out of turn 2 now, heading up into turn 3. That's going to be Mike Kelly and Jack Bana in that number 7 machine as they start to pull away over the rest of the field of Eric Benazik.
Yeah, great start again from Mike Kelly. Now, Kelly had to retire early from yesterday afternoon's race. Turns out, actually blew a fuse in the car. He went to turn on as warm as it was yesterday, Brian, he went to turn on the cooling fans in that Volkswagen Golf. It was on the same circuit as the ECU. The circuit breaker popped, or the fuse popped, and it shut the car down. He coasted all the way down the front straight, and when and then pulled the car off over by turns 1 and 2. Easy fix. They rewired the circuitry for the cooling fans. Plus, it's like 25 degrees cooler today. He probably doesn't need those cooling fans.
Right. Yeah, the car that we saw going off there that had contact with the 9 of the Legend car. That is the 172, I believe, of Jim Karamanis in that Mercury Bobcat.
All right, Brian, going for a very wild ride through turn 10. That is the number 50 machine of Chuck Allard. Who was our last year's MARRS champion in H production. He's had somewhat of a difficult weekend here this weekend. He's running his 47th year racing. The 50-plus car is the number there, and he does work on Porsches on the side, but that Porsche 924 that he's behind the wheel of right now, boy, he was just hopping through the air, lost a number of positions here early on.
Yeah. A lot of stuff going on early on in this race. Again, you got Chuck Allard going off in turn 10, as you just talked about. Had some contact down there in the 1 between the 9, I believe, the 172.
And actually getting word that it was actually the 1-0 car that Bob Connor had gotten together with. That was Greg Gale in his STL Mazda Miata. Started, I think, 28th on the field.
No, we don't have a 10. I don't show it.
Oh, probably not 10. No, that's a third. I'm thinking, no, Greg Gale's a 13 car. We'll try and get that.
Yeah,
we'll try and get the correct number there. And so it was likely the 18 of Sheffer.
Yeah, Karamanis. I believe it was the 18, because here comes Sheffer now.
Yeah.
Coming up through there, following him behind. Again, they were 3-4 wide. There goes Karamanis now, so he's completing his first lap. He's the one who went.
He's the one who went
straight off the left to the.
So my mistake. It wasn't a black Pinto. It was a black Mercury Bobcat.
Yeah.
My apologies.
They look the same.
They are the same.
They're identical. I used to own both, so
I'm sorry.
They are exactly the same. Yes. We had a Mercury Bobcat, made it into a dragster.
Oh my.
Yep.
Oh my.
Get some calls coming through here, so.
All right, we're getting word that Tristan Herbert doing a little bit of bump drafting there on the front straight. As on that H production start, he got right back into the back. I think it was of Elazar Mann. Now, yesterday we watched for a number of laps that race in H production between Tristan Herbert and Meyer Alzat. Herbert in the number 44 Mini Cooper Coupe, Alzat in the white Mazda 2. And I think that was probably one of the most exciting races we saw all weekend long, as they were door to door for pretty much, I'd say, about 15 miles.
Yeah, right, exactly. Mike Kelly definitely has that number 86. Again, that's a Paul Baofist car out there borrowing it this weekend. He's got that car right up on the back, coming back, passing Bob Connor in that Legend car, actually getting on the back bumper of Owen Sheffer now as they head down into turn 1. So Mike Kelly on a roll right now, pulling ahead in that H production battle and win.
Yeah, and it looked like he got around. I think he got around Greg Hotz. I think that was the GT Light Toyota MR2, the white MR2, as they went down into turn number 1. And looks like Hotz has dropped back a couple positions. He's had some mechanical issues with that car as well. It hasn't been a good weekend for MR2s, as both he and Elazar Mann have had some issues. But look how tight this is coming up through 3.
Yeah, we're going 3 wide up out of turn 3 down the hill.
Oh my gosh.
That's not a high percentage thing that you want to do right now. But they were able to get it all worked out. I believe that is going to be the Pinto that we talked about. That's David Mates in that 14 Pinto. Basically became a VW in the middle of a VW sandwich.
Well, yeah, and Troy McBain's H production Honda Fit was in there as well, the bronze Honda Fit. And Brian, it looked like we have got a car that is off pace coming through the carousel right now.
That looks like Karamanis.
That's Karamanis, and he may be just letting some of the cars by through there. But a great finish yesterday. Troy McBain finishing on the podium in his very first year of road racing. Now, there was some H-Prod attrition up front,
right?
But not to take away from the great run, and they've really lightened that car. And we're watching right now where coming across the start-finish line, where McBain is right on the back of Al Syme's Volkswagen Scirocco, the 35 machine, as they come down under braking into turn number 1, and that right now in H production, that is the battle for second in class. Now the question is, where is the Gulf? The Gulf of Mike. Oh, there he is. There's the Gulf of Mike Kelly. He's still up front. So it's actually the battle for third right now between those two cars in H production. Brian, my apologies.
Looks like we got a car spun down in turn 5, down in driver's lip. I believe that is the 26 of Elzar.
Elzar Man. I said it was a bad weekend for MR2s. Yeah. And it sounds as though the driver may be getting ready to get out of that car currently. So here's that battle right now between McBain and Al Syme. That is the battle for third. But as they're fighting it out, Brian, when they get over towards turn 8, they're going to see that we have now gone to a full course caution as our emergency services teams are going to be responding to that MR2 down in the carousel.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas Beverly just now coming down through turn 5. Probably coming up that way. So we'll have to. And
nope, it's the other green car. We've got one green car, the Miata, on the front straight right now. We should see the Beverly car coming out now. Now this, Brian, is a good opportunity for Ted Cahall, who was only a couple car lengths behind Beverly when we started the last lap, and as they come onto the front straight now under full course caution, Ted Cahall, he's going to get maybe a shot at redemption here after what was a pretty disastrous start, as it is Beverly, your STL leader, the first car with Ted Cahall running second, Graham Fuller, our GT Light national champion, running in third, Michael Unger, who leads E-Production. He is currently running fourth overall. And then we've got Steve Hunt, who's currently third in STL, who came away with a podium yesterday. He is currently, and I think he finished second on track. We'll have to find out. He might have actually taken the win yesterday in STL due to some post-race protests, and he is currently sitting fifth overall. Jeremy Butts, our T4 leader, currently sitting sixth in the number 69 machine.
Seeing a lot of cars going by all the other cars in W Flag.
They don't recognize that there's a full course caution.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm not going to make that call, but the.
Well, that'll be something that the folks at the starter stand, I'm sure, are going to be writing down, Brian. All right, Jim Karamanis is going to be rejoining the action. He had come down the pit lane previously, so maybe he had some bigger issues after that off at turn 1 on the start. Yeah. And he actually looked to be pretty much right up to speed just as he came off the pit lane. So hopefully he got everything resolved there. He's going to be a lap down.
Yeah.
All right, and everybody, let's go. Normally we wouldn't do this under full course caution, but let's hit that big subscribe button for our safety car and the wonderful safety car cam we have. We've got a little bit of a challenge going on right now. Of course, this is also, besides our biggest race weekend of the year, it is also our biggest charity weekend of the year. And this weekend we've been working to support the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle and their afternoon programs. And if we hit 1,000 subscribers here this weekend, our race director, Greg McDermott, not our race announcer, Greg Ginsburg, but our race announcer, Greg McDermott, is going to donate $1,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. And we've had a little bit of I don't want to call it a match, but Brian Donati has stated that he will donate $100, and one of our viewers and a longtime DC region member, Jeff Janoska, will also donate $100 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Eastern Panhandle. We currently have 19 13 subscriptions to go. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so now. You don't even, I'll tell you, you don't have to hit the notification bell. You don't have to hear from us if you don't want. But, of course, you always want to know when we go racing, so we'll tell you there. But please go ahead and subscribe, and we will be happy to make some young children's lives better.
Yeah, let's get to that. Let's get to that 1,000 subscribers. Let's put in this. Basically, it would be $1,200 now, if you think about it. With McDermott's 1,000 and myself and Janoska is going to go 100 and 100. Let's go ahead and make this happen. Let's go ahead and let's get him that additional 1,200. We did really well, I think for the weekend here so far. So let's continue that, and let's continue to raise money for a great cause.
And we've got in the chat right now Taylor Hyatt. Besides her boyfriend leading H Production right now, she is also our charity chairperson here this year once again, and she is She's saying, we're so close, let's do this, let's make it happen. And we are now, I believe, 13 subscriptions away. And Taylor, you better have already subscribed. So there we go. All right, so again, we are under full course caution right now. And we're getting a little bit more information down in the carousel there. If we go over, if we could switch over to the carousel cam there for a moment, you'll see one of our emergency services vehicles, that big white pickup truck that is not a race car. And they're taking a look. That is where Elazar Mann's car is, actually just directly behind the pickup truck there, and along the tire wall. And apparently he ran a little wide, might have had some help.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get that car moved. We'll see if there's any work that has to be done on that tire wall. But again, got lots and lots of time here. Let's take a look as the safety car is coming through that area right now. And there you go. There is the race car actually just ahead of that safety truck. And hopefully get them cleared off. And what we're going to be doing, Brian, we're going to be going to a black flag situation here, where we are going to be bringing our racers down onto the pit lane. And we'll see here, normally the clock. Now, we've been saying that these are 20-lap races. To be a little bit more accurate, it's 20 laps or 40 minutes.
Right.
And so as the cars come down the pit lane, the clock will run. And we'll see. The stewards have the opportunity, if they wish, to go to a red flag situation and stop the clock. But we'll see how things play out here. For now, as the safety car brings the field down the pit lane, the clock will continue to run.
Yeah. Yeah. This way, we'll be able to move them in and get them all through there, get them relined back up where they need to get them lined back up, pull them all the way down on pit road. That gives us some time to get this, get it worked off on the Elazar Mann machine. And that other get the other machine off of there as well. So, and there may be a little bit of tire repair, Spencer. So we did hear that call that it looks like he may have had some help in that 26 machine kind of into the tire wall. So.
Yeah, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the way we really decide between, double yellowing versus black flagging, just for people who don't know, because it's something that I'm also learning as a possible racer myself. One of the reasons that we decide between double yellows or black flagging a race, obviously time plays a factor, but usually if there is a crash and we know that the car is not in a place that is a I don't know what the right word would be, but
in a safe spot.
In a safe spot.
We can continue to race if the car was up far enough. But in that section of the racetrack,
you're hitting the apex. You're coming out of six.
That disabled vehicle is kind of in a non-safe spot. So we kind of want to go to the double yellow. That allows our group to go out there, the emergency vehicles, to get that car out of the way. In this case, when they go to the black flag off, the reason we're doing that is so that we're not just circling around the racetrack, right? It makes it a little bit easier, and then you turn around and, you can bring them in. If you've got to reline cars up, you can reline them up, put them where they need to be, and then send them back out. I don't see this taking very long.
No, I don't think so either. And plus, we can't quite see it. You could see it in our pace car cam. It's not perfectly obvious, but the pace car is actually angled to re-enter onto the track, and the cars are lined up right behind it. So they are definitely angled as if as soon as this delay is over, rather than having them circle the track, bring them in, get them resettled. As soon as we're ready, we'll get back under green flag racing.
Yeah, and what we'll do is when we do go back out, the pace car or the safety car will go out. It'll lead them around. It'll come in. It'll be a single file restart, right? It's not like this is we don't do like NASCAR. We don't do a double file restart. We go back single file, and once the safety vehicle is on pit lane, then it's up to the leader to get into that restart zone, and then it can take off. And when you have a single start, what ends up happening is being that we have such a large field, by the time the leader gets to that restart zone, some of these cars are all the way back entering into turn 10. They can't see the green flag. So what do you do as a racer? You look at your flag station there in 10, and you look the minute that double yellow gets dropped, because they will hold it until the green flag comes out. Once that green flag comes out and they drop that double yellow, then they can go back to racing. So we have seen, and I have been involved in this, where I have been back there in the back of that field, and all of a sudden you look over, you see that double yellow start. That means the track is green, ready to go. You can go make some passes, right?
Correct.
So you can move a couple spots if your competitor is not, maybe sleeping at the wheel, not knowing that, hey, the double yellow is dropped, so we're back to green. So again, it's about paying attention to where all of the flag stations are, being able to pick them up, and on a restart, that is where you will see the most positions gained as the race goes on.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a presence of mind really required to be constantly looking at the flag stands, and especially on a restart where you're used to staring at like the starter stand versus staring at a stand in turn 10. But at the same time, I would say you definitely don't want to be staring at the car in front of you, just simply because, by the time you hit that car, if you wait for the car in front of you to start moving, probably already too late.
You've already probably been passed. So at that point, you're already giving that up. So it becomes a little bit of, where it wants to be and where you go from there.
Yeah, I know.
So.
And just to illustrate for the people at home who can't quite see it because of the way our camera is set up, the amount of cars in this class is actually so large that we, as you saw at the beginning of this race, we had them do a split start where two different pace cars came out with both groups, and we lined them up on either side of the pit lane so they come out one at a time. But now that they're all back together in a single group, they actually run the entire length of the pit wall from start to finish. How many yards would you say that is?
It's quite a ways there, so it's it's a good 100 and some yards there. So again, you've got everybody, but now what you have, Spencer, is you have all of these cars intermingled with each other within this group. So where we had that split start between our H production and our faster groups with our STLs and GTLs and those type of vehicles, what ends up happening is now they're intermingled, right? There is no, we go back and we move them back so we can do it. So it is what it is at this point. So you've got cars mixed up. Sometimes that can be an advantage. Sometimes it can be a disadvantage, right? So if you're in, let's say you're Mike Kelly and now you're in between two really fast cars, when it's time to go, when the single file restart goes, you may get a better jump than, say, our second place and H production, Jack Bana. Jack may be on behind somebody, who's in a different class that's maybe a little bit slower. Now he's going to have to figure out where to make that move to get going once that green flag waves.
So you think there's a lot of machinations going on down there right now where they're like, that car in front of me, he's not in my class, so I got to be ready to move outside of him? Do you think there's some planning going on in their heads?
I think so. I mean, obviously they're not out talking to each other, but there's a lot of things that go through a driver's head. We always say this and we joke, and Greg will sit here and laugh when I say this. The minute you put your helmet on,
no, I won't.
Everything goes out the window, right?
Oh, yeah,
everything that
absolutely.
you say that you're going to be calm and everything else, it's all done. Now these guys are having a chance to sit here somewhat of a disadvantage because now your tires are cooling back off because we're sitting here. Your brakes are cooling back off, which really that isn't too much of a bad thing. But, now you've had where that motor's been running, the tires have got it. You may have picked up
All right, so Brian, real quick, did hear that they do have the 26 car man. Well, it was up on the flatbed, and it looks like Spencer just had him driving away. So there we go. We can actually see it coming up the hill now out of turn 8. There you go. I think they're doing some inspection on the tire wall, but they're getting ready to give, I think, the 5-minute warning.
They got
possibly.
the 3. They got a 3-minute.
Well, there you go.
3-minute warning out there right
warning.
now. So we're going back to going back to green.
All right. So basically, when they hit the track, when they go back out on track, we'll have about 15 minutes remaining on the clock. And 13 laps to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch our ticker over because I have the ability, Brian. I have the ability to do this. I'm going to switch our ticker over to track the amount of time remaining.
Ah, there we go.
Spencer, can you throw that up on I just want to see if it looks right. Well, there you go. Time elapsed. Let's see. We'll do
time to go.
Yeah, let's see.
So you have the ability to
time
put
to
it
go.
up
there we go.
You
All
put
right.
it on there. You just didn't click the right clicker.
There you go.
There you go.
Look at
Time
that.
remaining. There we go.
All
Hey,
right.
and another new feature. Again, if you haven't seen our streams before, this is a brand new ticker that we've had. We had it here when we were in July. But you can see here now the color of the classes. So your STL is in green. And I don't know how you came up with this color, but your pinks are GT lights.
It's peach.
Peach.
The red is E-Production.
Yep.
White is Touring 4. Orange is Legends Cars. The yellow is H Production. Jim Karamanis in SPU is in light blue. And it was arbitrary and capricious, Brian.
Yeah.
Just that I think we have more classes in this group than any other.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And periodically you'll see the classes shown on the left-hand side.
Right.
There, as well as we scroll through best lap times, last lap times, what classes they're in, etc. All right, Brian, 1 minute remaining before our drivers head out, as we've got the order all set. We've got the safety car queuing back up and ready to go. And here we go, heading back out on track. There it is, rolling, getting again that little bit of encouragement from our grid workers to start heading out on track. Yeah, exactly.
And as Spencer and I were talking about, right, you come back out, you've got the safety car, pace car. He's going to go out. He's going to do the lap almost as if it was a regular start, but he will come in. It will be a single file restart,
right?
For this, and as soon as our leader hits that restart zone, they can take off and go.
Exactly, and as we said that. Further back in the pack, as soon as the green flag comes out, that is when all the double yellows drop.
Yep.
You can pass anywhere on course. You don't have to wait to the start-finish line. And so what you need to do, if you are back in, 34th, 35th, 36th position, is you're watching the flag stations. You're looking to see if those yellow flags drop, because inevitably somebody's caught sleeping.
Well, that's what
and it's an easy way to pick up positions.
And we've got one car down there, so we got some of our field not going to be going out. It looks like that may be Michael McQueen.
Well, we couldn't
get it refired, and so we've still got, you got the Tristan Herbert, the Meyer Alzot, and then the Ryan Moran, who was back there as well. They're going to get a late start to getting out on this thing, but they should catch them up. They're coming, and these things, again, these are all B-Spec cars running in the H production, but they will. They should be full song catching up the field. So.
Yeah, they should be able to catch up right to the back of the pack there. Yeah. The challenge for them, well, they're going to come up right. They're going to. We see they're coming through. Or
coming through 1 and 2 now, and the rest of the field's just now getting down there. They're going to run up on the back of Chuck Allard here.
Right.
Chuck Allard just now went up over the hill out of 4, so they should catch them with no problem.
As a matter of fact, they're coming through turn 3 right now.
You're right.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem, although it looks like Ryan Moran a little bit off the pace of both Herbert and Alzat. Shouldn't surprise me that Alzat and Tristan Herbert are nose to tail.
The whole
weekend. That's what they've been doing. So, and they're already at race pace. So
yeah.
All right, as the safety car now making its way into turn number 8 and starting to head up the hill. And we'll see how Beverly wants to attack this, Brian, because the last 2 days he is when we had a double file start, he was very slow, very deliberate, and hoping that the Honda motor that he has, which I believe is a 1.8 liter motor, a little bit more torque than the 1.8 in the Mazda of K-Hall, hoping that he could basically just dig out and open up a gap, and he was able to do that on the start. We'll see what happens.
Get to that restart zone when that happens.
Yep. So he is now on the front straight, and I think he's going to keep it slow until the green flag comes out, and he does. And once again, Graham Fuller is going to make things difficult for Ted K-Hall as they now run down into turn one. And that could be the worst thing that would happen for Ted K-Hall, Brian, is if that GT Light car comes across his nose, it's going to make things so much easier for Thomas Beverly. As they go down into turn one, Beverly with about 2 car lengths now into the corner. K-Hall is able to hold off the Toyota Tercel, and then back behind them, and not that far back, it is Michael Unger with Steve Hunt in that yellow Mazda Miata. He is currently running a third in STL, but he's got to get around that Honda S2000. That's going to be kind of difficult there. That E-production car, quite a bit more power than the Mazda Miata.
Well, as we were talking about it early on, you see a big group going through there. Spencer and I were talking about it. Sometimes it could be an advantage or a disadvantage where you are. Mike Kelly had a big lead over Jack Bana in that number 7 machine.
Right.
Now Eric Benazik is right on the back bumper of Mike Kelly as they go down through into turn 5 and headed through there. Mike Kelly getting stuck in some traffic, so Eric Benazik right on the back bumper there.
Yeah, let's stay on this shot for a moment here, Spencer, as we can. Right behind the Scion, there we go with Benazik. That is the black number 1 machine with a couple cars to get through to get up to Mike Kelly.
Yeah, he's pulled away a little bit, but Jack Bana now is going to be under heavy fire from Eric Benazik. So we'll have to see what's going on. And it looks like we got one car pulling well over to driver's left here.
And that I believe
that's one of the K-Hall.
I think that's
Robert K-Hall.
Yeah, Bob K-Hall in the 178 machine pulls all the way over driver's right. And a number of drivers are going to race by, so he looks to be a little bit off the pace. But now he moves over center of track, Brian, really creating an issue for some of our H production racers as they go down in the one. Jack Bana had to take evasive maneuvers as the 178 machine came back offline.
Yeah, it looks like
back online. Pardon me.
I was going to say came back online. Sound like I'm talking about Murphy Nichols again. Came back online. Everything went blank and got back in, but you're right. Now that car seemed to it. But Eric Benazik had to go around the 178, center of the racetrack, and then cut in front of Jennifer Romes, because she was making the pass on the 178. So again, kind of a lot of back and forth at the start of this race.
All right, and hey, Brian, so here's a neat battle going on. So far this weekend, Drew Erie has had the measure of many-time GTP MARRS champion Bruce Shelton. They are now coming into the carousel, and for the first time this weekend, we see Shelton with the lead in GT Pinto, and Drew Erie now having to deal with some faster cars behind him, creating a couple cars. We have somebody, I think that was Jennifer Romes, running a little wide through turn 8. She gets the car back on track and continues, doesn't lose much speed.
Yeah, saw Bruce Shelton changing, I think, the carburetor on that Pinto last night. I was coming back from dinner, walking back over to the motorhome, and he was sitting there changing some stuff. So
the car can breathe now, huh?
Knew there was a problem yesterday.
Yeah, and so now there are two cars between the two Pintos, and Shelton's got a little bit of clearance there. So far, it's been a great weekend for Drew Erie. Got a race win on his anniversary there, so great job for him as they come down into turn 1 now.
Bruce said, I haven't won yet this weekend. I'm changing the carburetor, changing everything.
Changing the zip ties that hold that car together, everything.
I mean, it is kind of a gaggle right there, led by Bruce Shelton, and then you got to go back. You've got Troy McBain in that 71 machine, then Drew Erie, and then you've got the other Benazik along with Al Syme back in there too. So again, a lot of action after this restart. Again, with just about 9.5 minutes left, with 9 laps. So I don't think we're definitely gonna count down on remaining of time. But again, as we all know, you race to the flag.
Right.
Whether it's as I know learned. Very, very well,
That's
you
right.
race to the flag. So we'll have to again.
And look at this, Brian, coming through turn 6, still at speed, still nose to tail. Tristan Herbert and Meyer Alzat, much like yesterday, that's the battle for 8th position right now in H production. As we watch now this battle for the lead in H production, Brian, coming down into turn 1. They've got a Legends car just ahead of him, but that is Mike Kelly in the Volkswagen Golf. He's run the 1, 2 out of 3 races so far. Rick Benazik, a podium winner at the runoffs many times in the Honda Civic, as they head down into turn 1. Let's see what happens as they come out from behind the trees. Benazik now moving to the inside as they clear that Legends car, and Rick Benazik, I believe, taking over the lead in H production.
Great move by Mike Collier to get completely out of the way of that H production battle there. Saw them coming up on him going down into turn 1 and turn 2. Stayed far driver left as he can, not only on exit, but stayed up the line, didn't move back into the center of the racetrack so that they could go and battle there. And it looks like Benazik is going to get ahead of Mike Kelly as they went through turn 3 and up. We'll see whether or not they can hold on to it right there. Here they come out of turn 5.
The lead 2 cars, yep.
It's less than a car length between those two.
Yeah, and Jack Bana starting to close things down a little bit. He's having to contend with that same Legends car of Collier. There's one more car ahead of him, but he now, as both Kelly and Benazik start battling, the group of cars behind, closing up ground. That last lap, Benazik ran his fastest lap of the race. Bana ran his fastest lap of the race. Bana actually about 3/10 faster than either Kelly or Benazik.
Bana getting a pull from the Jenkins on the 195 machine. Mike Kelly going all the way over to driver's right, headed down into turn 1, along with Rick Benazik. So Mike trying to use that draft from that Golf.
And we see them coming through turn 1 right now. And it was Benazik made his one move. We saw Kelly move driver's right. Benazik followed him. When Benazik moved back over to driver's left, Kelly moved over as well. And now they're side by side into 3. And that Honda Civic, with a little bit more speed through the corner from the outside, is able to come right across the nose of the Volkswagen. Now, the Volkswagen, a 1.8-liter motor, and a big difference here, Brian. Is we got a wheel dropped into the dirt by Rick Benazik. We'll have to see if he's able to hold on as they come into turn 6. Is there one car or is there 2? And
there is 2.
There is 2, and it is still Benazik in the lead. So, Brian, I was talking to Roger Troxel about this. A big difference in H production. Almost every H production car has a maximum wheel width of 6 inches. With the exception of the 1.8-liter Golfs, they run a 7-inch wide front tire. And so much more grip, much more contact patch than any other car, but Kelly not able to take advantage of it right now.
Just got the call in. There was some contact between those two going down into 5 that we saw on the camera. So both of them continued, no position change. Mike got out of it, let him go back in front. So again, down in the right. So this H production battle, this is going on all the way through the rest of this race.
All right, so we've got now a little bit less than 6 minutes remaining here on the clock, or 6 laps. So this is definitely going to end on time as they make the run out of turn 1 going into turn 2. And Brian, as I've been watching here, as Kelly moves over driver's left and Benazik moves back over, Kelly just follows him.
And Greg, we've got a standing yellow down in turn 2. That is the 182 of Ted Cahall, just off our camera, just to the left. So right next to the flag stand right there has pulled off. So again, that battle in H production and all battles, that's going to be tough to get tough to get through there.
Right. And so if that's the 182, and we'll see if he continues on. We see him very slowly coming towards us in the grass right along the tire wall on the left-hand side of your screen. He was running 2nd overall, Brian. That is now going to move Steve Hunt, who's running 6th overall, up to 2nd in STL.
Right. Yeah, so it looks like he did make that crossover in there, so he's going to come through the back way.
And we're getting word that the number 9 machine, that's Bob Connor in his Legends car, off track right now.
Has had all kinds of problems this weekend, so.
And we're trying to get what corner made the call. And it's driver's right on the outside of turn 5, probably just past our turn 5 camera.
just outside between our carousel and that. They're trying to figure out where they need to put him. Trying to get the word now whether or not they need to have it moved. He's off driver's right, so I would assume he's in the grass right outside our camera shot between that and the carousel. So hopefully he is outside enough that we can go ahead and finish this race.
And it sounds like they're probably going to leave him where he is. It sounds like he actually managed to get the car towards the turn 7 flag station. Brian, now big changes in H production, not for the lead, but coming through turn 3 right now. Chuck Allard, who had fallen back after that big off at turn 10, he managed to get around both Tristan Herbert as well as Meyer Alzot. So Herbert had been running 7th and Alzot 8th. Now Chuck Allard is 7th, move Herbert back to 8th, and Alzot back to 9th.
Here comes our H production battle, Greg. Mike Kelly come down the front stretch. I tell you what, pulled out driver's right. Looks like he's going to try to make that stick over Eric Benazik going down into turn 1. We'll see whether or not there is a crossover going on here.
All right, as they come under braking for the moment now, Mike Kelly jumps to the lead, but Benazik, good amount of speed coming around the outside. We've talked about how much grip there is there, and Benazik's able to carry a little bit more speed, I think, through the outside, and into turn 3 side by side.
As you watch here in your camera coming up, they're still side by side. Mike Kelly going to use that move on the outside of turn 3 to propel himself ahead of the one machine of Rick Benazik. They head down into turn 5 right now. Again, they dropped that yellow there, so that is still not a thing. A lot of brake lock up there by Jack Bana. So.
All right, so here they come through the carousel, and we have now, you can see it there, just a little bit over 2 minutes remaining on the clock. So essentially, it all, of course, depends on where our overall leader right now, Thomas Beverly, is, but we would anticipate this lap and one more lap for our racers.
Yeah, we're waiting. They're trying to get the call down there to turn. It looks like trying to figure out where that leader is. The leader is now going through turn 3, heading up. And Greg, I got to tell you, with Thomas Beverly, there he goes up into turn 3. Graham Fuller is catching him for this overall. I guess Graham really wants to get that $50 from Devil's Distillery.
That's right, because in addition to their trophies, the overall winner in this group, Brian, is going to receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia, which is located about 15 minutes here from Summit Point. Devil's Due Distillery, it's the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021. That was a great segue.
Maybe Graham has had a few drinks from there. And says, I got to get that $50.
He lives here. Well, he lives 15 minutes away, right in Summit Point, West Virginia.
Yep.
All right, here comes our leader, Thomas Beverly, coming up the hill out of 8 and into turn number 10. He's the first car in the line there. And you said it, our reigning national champion in GT Light, Graham Fuller, definitely making up some ground as they come across the line, starting what we believe now is the very last lap, as we've got under 1 minute on the clock. So they actually got pretty close to the full 20 laps. Brian, looks like this is going to end at 19.
Yeah.
But great battle so far now as they come through. And they're coming up right on that H production battle that we've been watching all weekend between Alzot and Tristan Herbert here. Those two drivers pull all the way over driver's right. Let's see if they go to take the apex. They do. You see Tristan Herbert trying to get the draft off the Honda Civic, and that might make things a little bit more difficult for Graham Fuller. Remember, that is not for a battle in class, however.
That's just for that $50.
Yeah, exactly.
$50 voucher.
Exactly.
So, yeah, no, absolutely. That is definitely going to be a battle there, you know, as we've talked about with Meyer Alzot, Tristan Herbert, but, you know, the overall battle with, you know, Graham Fuller and Thomas Beverly. Thomas Beverly getting a little bit loose over there. Let's see if we can't pick up where that H production battle is right now. They may be, they're all the way up into turn 3. They're probably headed down into turn 5 right now. So, because I see Jack Bana just now coming up into turn 3. So we'll have to see.
And I was looking a little bit further back. We were talking earlier about the battle between the Fit of Troy McBain and the Scirocco of Syme. Syme got back around McBain and is holding him off for the time being.
A lap too soon.
Oh, my gosh.
Did not finish this race. I'm not sure if he got confused, but he pitted. So give Beverly that
the overall win.
But let's see if we can't pick up where that H production battle is with Kelly and Benazik. I think they're last time I saw them, they were kind of going up through 3.
Yeah, we'll try and get him here. We're finishing second overall. Taking the win in E production is going to be Michael Unger. Jeremy Butts will take the win in Touring 4. And here comes the battle in H production coming out of turn 10 and to the line. It is going to be Michael Kelly. Mike Kelly takes the win. He wins 3 out of 4 races this weekend. Rick Benazik will finish in second in H production. All right, let's follow here a little bit further back in the pack. I'm trying to pick up another good race that maybe hasn't crossed the line yet. By the way, Kelly and Benazik worked themselves up to 6th and 7th overall in such a huge small bore field for an H production car to work up that high. Oh my gosh. All right, coming out of turn 10 now. This is that battle for 4th in H production as Al Syme passes Troy McBain, got around Troy McBain. So Al Syme will finish 4th. Didn't catch him coming across the line. But Jack Bana finishes with the bronze. He will finish 3rd in H production. Matt Benazik will finish 6th in H production behind McBain. Then Chuck Allard in 7th. Tristan Herbert and Meyer Alzat will finish 8th and 9th, with Ryan Moran finishing in 10th. Let's go and we'll break down some of these other classes for you. In SPU, Jim Karamanis only completes 11 laps. We saw him go back out, but unfortunately still lost a few there. Michael Unger, again, 2nd overall, our sole racer in E production. In Touring 4, Jeremy Butts gets the win, and I'll tell you here, Brian, Owen Scheffer, after that early off on lap 1, really worked his way back. He finished 13 seconds from Jeremy Butts, but finishes 2nd overall, or 2nd in T4. Jennifer Ohms finishing in 3rd. Alex Cumming, unfortunately, in his Mazda RX-8, only completing 2 laps today. In Legends cars, Mike Collier takes the win. As we know, Bob Connor retires 5 laps early. And then in GT Pinto, there you go, Bruce Shelton getting the win over Drew Erie. But Drew Erie made up a lot of ground on the last lap, Brian, only a half second separating them. They both ran their fastest laps on the final lap of the race. Drew Erie, 4/10 faster than Bruce Shelton on that last lap. With David Mapes coming in 3rd. In GT Light, with Graham Fuller retiring a lap early, not getting to the checkered flag, Greg Hotz in his Toyota MR2 gets the win in GT Light. Of course, John Watts, our sole racer in Spec RX-7. And now let's move over quickly to STL. Tom Beverly, your winner, and your overall winner. Steve Hunt, 2nd. John Jenkins, you're in a pretty quiet race, but John Jenkins finishes in 3rd. Robert Cahall, Bob Cahall, comes home 4th in STL. Kevin Conlon finishes in 5th out of, I believe it was a 10-car field. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you liked what you saw. And if you did, please go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA.
Getting closer.
I need one. I need one person.
Subscriber.
We are at 999 subscribers. Again, if we have one person subscribe, we will be donating across 3 people here at the facility $1,100 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. 1,200. Oh, that's right.
I'm doing 100. We're making Janoska do 100. We get to that 1,000. And
there you go. And look at that, 1K subscribers,
there
Brian.
We go. We hit
Thank you so much. All right. So what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick break for lunch. And we will be back. Spencer, can we throw up the schedule there? We are going to come back. We're going to have our Wings and Things, our open wheel and prototypes and sports racers 20-lap MARRS feature race. We'll have our last bracket race of the weekend, and then we will have races for Spec Miata and Improved Touring to wrap up the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway, presented by Radial Tire and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We will have cars back on course at 1:15 this afternoon, 1:15. So just a little bit over an hour from now. And so again, for those of you in the paddock, race group 5, you're going to be on track at 1:15. All right. Spencer, let's take a quick break, or not a quick break, a long break.
Like a lunch break.
But let's tell everybody about the great sponsors bringing you all the action here from Summit Point Raceway this weekend.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park. It is the Labor Day Mars Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company, Radial Motorsport, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor, our director, here as well. And first off, I want to thank everybody for allowing us to get past that 1,000 subscriber threshold here today. That opens up some big opportunities for the region here. And of course, as we mentioned, our great charitable partner this week, our charity partner, the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. Our race director, Greg McDermott, will be making a $1,000 donation to them. Brian Donati, right to my right, making $100, and Jeff Janoska, a good friend of the program, will be also donating. So I want to thank you all for that. And doesn't mean you have to stop here. I think we're at 1,008 subscribers.
There we go.
Keep on going. We'd really appreciate it. Next up this afternoon, we have Spencer. If we could bring up the schedule here, would appreciate it. Whoop, there we go. Coming up this afternoon, we're going to start off with our MARRS feature race for our open wheel and prototype racers. Then we're going to have our last bracket race of the afternoon, and then we've got two more races in the afternoon, the ever popular Spec Miata, as well as our improved touring and B-Spec race. Brian, as we've got the pace car heading out on track, let's run down the starting order for our open wheel and prototype race.
All right, scheduled to have 16 starters. Starting in the 16th position from Moyock, North Carolina, that's the 81 of Jeff Baskin. Starting in the 15th position from Gloucester, Virginia, that's the 62 of Harrison Southworth. Starting in the 14th position from Williamsburg, Virginia, the 41 of Bill Mazie. Starting in the 13th position from Herndon, Virginia, that's the 44 of Dan Carney. Starting in the 12th position from Culpeper, Virginia, that's the 28 of John Vidovich. Starting in the 11th position from Henrico, Virginia, the 22 of Mark Walthau. Starting in the 10th position from Moncton, Maryland, that's the 20 of Douglas Fisher. Starting in the 9th position from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 61 of Samuel Iyer. Starting in the 8th position from New Fairfield, can't make out where it's, I think it's New Fairfield, Connecticut. We're going to say the 16 of Stephen Rube. Starting in the 7th position from Cockeysville, Maryland, the 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting on the pole in Club Ford, your 6th position, starting from Franklinville, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Jacob King. Starting in the 5th position from Midlothian, Virginia, that's the 14 of Carl Lennox Barbrou. Starting in the 4th position from Laurel, Maryland, that's the 43 of Leslie Walker. Starting in the 3rd position from Oakton, Virginia, in his Formula Continental, that's the 45 of Chuck Moran. And starting on your front row from Herndon, Virginia, in the 2nd position, that's the number 11, that's Justin Huffman. And starting on the pole from Harper Ferry, West Virginia, that's the 89 of Jamison Huffman.
All right, there you go, Brian. Thank you so much. As the field is making their way through the carousel now, and looks like Graham Taylor extinguished our pace car cam there during lunch, or the cameraman that we've had in the back seat all weekend long has decided.
He had his cheeseburger and left.
Yeah, exactly. All right, as the field starting to form up really nicely here, coming up through turn 8. Again, these are our MARRS feature races here today. They are 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever come first. And there you go with those two Formula Enterprise 2 machines on the front row. We know yesterday Father Justin Huffman he had some issues mid-race, but really made a close run of it at the very end. Only, I think, about a second off. His son Jamison at the very end was knocking almost a full second every lap off that lead.
I mean, dropped 4.5 seconds back. So cool temperatures right here. I'm really curious to see how both of those drivers are going to handle this cool temperatures even this afternoon.
All right, our starter, John Burkhardt, is looking the field over, and there you go. Green flag is in the air as our racers start to make their way down into turn 1 at the front row. The two FE2 machines still side by side as they enter the braking zone in turn 1. Leslie Walker, Carl Lennox Barbrou, they're looking for their first win of the weekend in Formula Continental. As our winner of the past 3 races, Chuck Moran, has decided to pack it in a little bit early this weekend, and as they come into turn 3 really, really tight. And then we got that huge Club Ford battle, Brian. 7 cars deep, Jake King, Sam Iyer, Wayne Nicolette, and John Vidovich, as well as they make their way down into turn 3. That's still side by side for the lead between Jake King and Sam Iyer.
I'll tell you what, Sam Iyer did not run really well yesterday afternoon. Not sure what was going on there, but he got a heck of a start right now as they head down into turn 5. They're going to go side by side with Wayne Nicolette. Jacob King going to fall back a little bit, which is very, we don't see that very much.
It's the first time he's been anything other than first.
We don't see that much from Jacob King getting a bad start like that, but he obviously got a bad start. He's going to be in 3rd position, but he's got plenty of time to work his way around that Nicolette and the Samuel Iyer machine.
All right, jumping out to an early lead in Formula Enterprise 2, it is Justin Huffman in that blue number 11 machine, and as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, Justin Huffman now with over a second advantage on son Jamison. Jamison, current track record holder in Formula Enterprises 2, as our Formula Continental runners, Leslie Walker with the measure of Carl Lennox Barbrou, already opening up a 2-second gap. And then in Club Ford, it is Wayne Nicolette, your leader, then Sam Iyer, and as you mentioned, Jake King. But Brian, Iyer and King they had overlap as they came through turn, across the start-finish line. And if we watch now, as they come into turn number 3, it is the top 4 of them all lined up in a row there.
Yeah, well, you've got Stephen Rue. That's in that 16 machine. He's been back behind them and involved with them all weekend long. But put Wayne Nicolette up there leading Samuel Iyer and then Jacob King in 3rd for that Club Ford.
All right, so let's do this, Brian, as this race gets underway. We have some guests that have joined us here in the booth today. Of course, Radial Tire Company, Radial Motorsport, our title sponsors, our presenting sponsors here this weekend of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, and we have some very special people here with us today. We've got Paul Marcones, who's the founder of Radial Tire You can go and hit it there. He's the founder of Radial Tire Company, and then we've got Bill Omari joining us as well as some employees who we'll talk to in a few moments from Radial Tire coming in. But they're joining us to talk a little bit about the business. Obviously, Paul put in some time behind the wheel of his Acura Integra this weekend, and I want to find out a little bit more about his racing history, of course, if he'll be happy to share and talk to Bill now as it's our first time meeting him. Good morning, Jen. Hold on. Let me unmute you first. I'm such a poor broadcaster. Good afternoon. How are y'all doing today?
Yes, fine.
Doing
Very
wonderful. Good. Very happy to be here, Greg.
Very, very glad to have you both. So Paul, obviously, we didn't see you out in this morning's race. How is the race car, and is everything okay there, or had some problems?
If the present owner, being me, would leave well enough alone sometimes, rather to make up for my age and make the car faster, everything would have gone much, much better. Okay, that's a simple situation on that.
Oh my! So I know, obviously you've been racing with us here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for a number of years. I know you would put in some time in Grand Am and a number of other pro race series. Tell us a little bit about your roots and where you got started in road racing.
Well, right here with Ford Pintos in 1984. Went to driver's school and ran consistently until, that was 1984 all the way up to 98. And then I got into what was then called the Speed Vision Cup with a Miata, and there were only 4 of us in the countries that were running Miatas at that time.
Okay.
And actually, Mazda Motorsports did not want us to run Miatas. They wanted us to run sedans and 626s, 626 in that particular series.
Okay.
But we were all stubborn, and 4 of us across the country built Miatas and started racing them, and all of a sudden Steve Sanders from Mazda Motorsport said, well, maybe these are good cars to do this with. And hence our spring packages, shocks, and sway bars became the spec Miata that SCCA, all from us. We had them so bad at first, we were launching them into the woods and everything.
Oh my gosh.
We made them far too stiff. Anyway, this whole combination has worked out fine. And then and I went on with the Pro Series, and I ended up going with Grand Am, and all the way up until 2010.
Okay.
When IMSA bought it. So that's my history.
Yeah, and I know, as you mentioned, you started off with the Pintos. I think you and it was Dave Bowers, I think it was.
My goodness, yes, Dave Bowers and quite a few other people. Yeah, we did it
to initiate what has been for now, I guess, running on almost 40 years.
Right, and our claim to fame was one particular. I think our maximum number here, we had 24 Pintos at one time.
Okay.
And believe it or not, the spectators and all, and the stewards called it the curse of Summit Point. Okay. and we were in Big Bore. It was rather interesting because we would leave fenders and bumpers all over the track and everything, but the spectators loved it.
Oh my
we
God.
used to fill the stands.
Yeah, I mean, when I started coming here, and I didn't start coming to Summit until the late 90s, of course, Bruce Shelton, his father, Bob Shelton, stalwarts in that class, and all I can remember are cars flying through the air down in the carousel. And very challenging. Brian, how are we doing in our race right now?
Doing pretty good. In our Club Ford battle, we have got Jacob King now up in front. So last time by, Wayne Nicolette locked up the tires going out in turn 1. That propelled Jacob King to go by. Looks like we got Lennox Barbrew on pit road. Looks like he may be having some problems. I know they're recovering with a white flag. But our 2 leaders in Club Ford now heading down into turn 5. Heading down that way. Actually, I don't think that's it. They're actually coming out of the carousel, out of turn 8 and heading up through turn 9 and 10. There they are right there. That's Jacob King. That's Wayne Nicolette. Samuel Ayers dropped way back, so evidently whatever problem he had yesterday is starting to rear its ugly head again and continuing on through this race.
So Paul, we say you started your racing history in the early 80s, 83,
84, yes.
But obviously Radial Tire Company started much earlier than that. What led you to that line of work, and how did you decide that this was the business that you wanted to be in?
It sort of got decided for me.
Okay.
All right. And I don't want to go through all the details, but I entered in right out of college. I took a job with an aggressive tire company in Rockville, Maryland called Universal Tire. And I realized at that time, Mr. Know-It-All me didn't know anything. Okay. And even though I had the business degree and everything. Anyway, I was promoted into doing wholesaling and jobbering for them, selling tires across the country. And the owner came in one day and said, what are all these tires that were returned and all that? And I just said simply to him, I said, well, don't worry about it. I got it under control. I know more about this than you did. You do. And he said, Paul, come over here. And I said it in front of some people, and he said, you're out of here. I was devastated. I met a guy there, and we said, we could do this on our own. And that was in November of 75. And we started on a porch in Silver Spring. And the rest is history. That's it. We made it work. So
that's right.
That's the whole thing.
So that porch at Silver Spring, that's not where the company has been for all these years.
No, kind of not really.
Okay.
No. So
all right, because I having bought many a tire for the race cars and what have you, you're in a nice little pocket back there in Silver Spring.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously over the years you've been in obviously in a nice niche as far as marketing to racers, but obviously you do a lot more than that as well with tires for your common day sedans and what have you. How has over the years your approach as you've had these much larger like franchises around the country pop up? What do you do to stay success and keep the business successful after all these years?
We're pretty simple. We know the products we sell. People can ask questions. We can tell them all about it, what they do and everything. We can base it up with test results and everything from different groups and all that if they, And plus, everybody that works there is very, very knowledgeable. They're not just clerks.
Right.
And that was part of it. And that's really the big difference. Because you can buy tires at Walmart or any of the places right now. Some of the same brands we sell. There's a difference when you come to Radial Tire. You go away feeling, I think I got the right one.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. And so
that's it.
And again, that was always the feeling that I got, and why I would drive from Northern Virginia to come over and see you guys. Before the days of companies shipping tires halfway off, across the country. Now, and so obviously we brought Bill in here with you. Real quick, let's jump. No, Brian. Okay, so you brought Bill with you, and obviously you now have been running Radial Tire. So I'm really, and he knows I'm really horrible with math. 75, 85, 95. So close to 50 years.
Yeah, close to it. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that this is kind of passing the torch. Have you decided that it's maybe time to move on, or?
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah,
okay.
It was time. I want it to be in hands that would continue what we've done. I feel we've been fairly successful with this.
Sure.
And Bill seems to be the right person for the job because he's into it. He likes the racing. We got to get him on the track.
Yes, we
That's
do.
another story, and maybe some of the employees, because since I've raced, I have their credentials. Somebody who hasn't raced can tell a customer exactly the same thing, but it doesn't go as far unless you've actually done it. You've raced, and that's it. And that's part of the knowing the products and all we do.
So now you know, Bill. That's the new assignment is for us to get you on track.
Exactly.
We got a lot of ways to do that here.
Absolutely, Greg. I'm just super excited to be here and be a part of the family. And I do feel that I was chosen for Radial Tire. I mean, it's just very, very fortunate and lucky to have come across Radial Tire and to be Paul's apprentice, actually, for the last 9 years.
And that's what I was going to ask. How you guys consummate this relationship? Have you worked at Radial and known Paul for a number of years, or is this a recent thing? So it's been almost a decade now.
Oh, gosh, no. I've known Paul probably for about 25 years now.
25?
Yep. Yeah, I came into the tire retail industry from the tire recycling industry, where I was calling Radial Tire Company for twice a week for 3 years to see if I can have an opportunity to pick up their scrap tires. And then that's when we developed a relationship with Radial Tire Company and Paul, and we worked with him closely. And about 9 years ago, it was a good fit to take over.
All right, so Brian, why don't we turn things over to you real quick? I know we've had this great battle going on in Club Ford. Let's listen a little bit of what's going on now.
Yeah, a couple things real quick. We've got Carl Lennox Barbrew has been on and off pit road. We've talked about the Club Ford. We also have the number 20 there, Douglas Fisher, in our crossover, seems to be dragging something when he came by the start-finish line and pulled over. In the Club Ford battle, they have been going at it basically every single lap, side to side, down in. Wayne Nicolette seems to get hard on the brakes in turn 1, overdrives that turn 1, which allows King to get underneath him, and it pulls off. So right now, Jacob King's opening up over Wayne Nicolette by 7/10, but it's almost close to a second, 1.1 seconds right now as the race is going on. You see they went through one of the lap traffic cars. They still have Stephen Rue, who's really just hanging on the wing of these Club Fords.
All right, so Bill, so you've known Paul now for 25 years. You've been an apprentice, as he said, for 10 years. And so, look, I'm not going to ask to how the entire business relationship worked out, but when Paul, when you were making the decision maybe to transition to something else, spend more time road racing, was it an easy decision to say, Bill, you're the man, you're the one I want to guide Radial Tire for the next 50 years?
When I decided it was time to do something with the business, like sell it, move on, or do whatever, word gets out in the industry and all that, and I had quite a few offers come in to do it, but they weren't that interested in keeping things and all the employees. They wanted to do this, and I said, I want to keep this the same way. And Bill said, yeah, I like the way this thing works. Let's do it. And I said, it's incredibly successful from where it is and what it is. And actually, from a wholesale resale, one location, we were pretty close to the biggest in the country out of one location. So I mean, it's not like a teeny business.
Right? I know. It got lots of distribution. All right, real quick, gentlemen, we're about halfway through our wings race. I'm going to make a quick call to the grid for our next group here. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's our sprint bracket road racers. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments. Okay. So Bill, I mean, when you started discussing this, and I'm sure Paul came to you, how hard or how easy was the decision to say, this is something I think I can do, I want to do?
Oh, I feel that this was a opportunity of a lifetime. When something like this comes up, you just have to seize the opportunity. I've known about Radial Tire for years before we acquired the place, and I knew the reputation, I knew the staff, and I knew I was getting into something that was potentially going to transform my life, and it has been.
Very, very good. So, I know we brought a couple of your team members here this weekend. We've got Adam Huggins. I believe it's Huggins, correct? All right, let's put Adam on a headset, and I think we also have Tamika Cornigan. She's standing outside. We've got very limited space in this booth here, so we'll start shuffling people around here in just a moment. Come on, throw on that headset, and so Adam, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do at Radial Tire?
Paul needs help. He's a busy guy. So being the face and being able to take wheels in from customers, autocrossers and racers that drop wheels off, and knowing what to set them up with, knowing what tire to put on them. But I've been there since 2007, so I've got a good bit of experience running my belt as well. But it's a really good time. I tell people, I say, treat everyone like family, and they'll send their family.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that's something. Obviously, and again, having been a customer, I've moved down to the Charlotte area now, so unfortunately, I don't make it up to you guys as often as I wanted to. But again, that was kind of the feeling I always got. I knew, obviously if Paul was there, but everybody that I always talked to on the phone or there at the.
We are doing shipping now. We are doing free shipping now.
That's something, and I'm sure that is a big thing, especially for people that call. I'm not going to mention other names of other companies, but that is definitely something to consider. Especially, Radial Tire has supported road racers for so many years here, whether it be SCCA or Porsche Club. Whether it be SCCA or Porsche Club or BMW CCA. Obviously, if you can't hear it, it's okay. We can hear you, so we're in good shape here. But again, you all support us, and so now you don't have to go and deal with the challenging parking situation. Yeah. So I remember many a time bringing my race car on the open deck trailer and having to park like two wheels on the pavement, two wheels over a curb, and this was like 15 years ago. Construction zones right down the street. It was painful. But the fact that you guys do free shipping, that is absolutely amazing now. And I think, as Paul was saying, it really puts you on par with almost everybody else. And the difference is we've got the expertise. Now, Tamika, it sounds like you have just joined Radial. Is that correct?
I've actually been at Radial almost 8 years now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep. So I'm at the counter. Paul calls me sunshine of the place. I absolutely love it. It's a family-oriented place. I probably will never go anywhere else.
Oh, wow.
I'm also thinking about getting into tracking myself. So training is up first, but baby steps.
I'm gonna have to introduce all of you now to some of our HPDE high performance driving education instructors or what have
Yes,
you. Where
absolutely.
We get you out in your own street cars here or in a race car. Believe me, it's easier in a street car. But that's right. Now, in talking to Elizabeth, who I guess with your marketing team, she mentioned that you're going through some special training right now.
Yeah, we're looking into getting me into training because I actually don't know how to drive a manual.
Okay.
So just baby steps first. That training, all in all, just training everything.
Okay.
Maybe possibly a pit crew first, then working my way up to get into a car. But yeah.
Oh, very cool. Okay, so when she said training, I thought maybe for the.
That's okay. We have racers that don't know how to drive a stick either.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll fit right in.
Yeah. Hey, half the Formula cars, they've got little paddles on their steering wheels. They don't know how to.
Oh, okay.
drive any
Gotcha.
So you'll fit right in. It won't be a problem.
I'm excited. It's been a great weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So is this your guys' first time up with Paul and seeing the racing going on at Summit Point?
Yep, this is definitely my first time, and Summit owes me nothing but an invitation back.
There you go. So what's your impression of the scene?
Amazing. I've been here a few times before in my life. Once before with Paul, and once back in the day with motorcycles racing around the track, and hopped out of the car and got my father's temperature gauge stuck 4 inches into my leg.
Oh gosh! Oh gosh!
He thought I was nervous of the motorcycles, and he looked at my leg and he hoped the thing broke off before it went in.
Oh my God!
But so I've been here a couple of times. At one point, he was actually, yeah.
And Adam says that with a smile. Brian?
Yeah, I tell you what, let's go back to this Club Ford. I don't want to interrupt the interview, but we got a really good raging battle right now. Continue on with Wayne Nicolette and Jacob King as they head up over turn 3. That lead in that Club Ford has swapped back and forth probably 10 times already. One of our early leaders in the FE2, the 89, Jameson Huffman, his day was done on lap 12. He pulled it back behind the wall, so obviously a problem there. Which what that does is that puts Justin Huffman ahead of Leslie Walker, who is your Formula Continental leader. Again, so we'll have a different winner there since Chuck Moran has called it a day and didn't make the grid for today's race. Again, Club Ford there. Steve Rue, he's going to be your Formula F leader right now. In third in Club Ford is Samuel Iyer, followed by John Vidovich in that 28. I talked about the in the crossover here, the 20, that's Douglas Fisher. They'll get him moved after the race. But our battle now coming down the start-finish line again with roughly 4 laps left to go right now. It is Wayne Nicolette and Jacob King. And as I said, Wayne Nicolette, he's not going to have a right front tire at the end of this race.
Oh, my gosh. He's running it off that deep there, huh? And locking him up. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. In the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. Our bracket racers, please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Tamika and Adam, and feel free. Obviously, you both have been here now for almost with Radial for almost an entire decade. You said, Tamika, that you intend to be there hopefully for the rest of your life. Now, I know, obviously, as we've seen in motorsport, and you could probably tell here this weekend even at the racetrack, you don't see many women drivers in business. And at Radial, I would assume that you probably don't have many females there working with you. But tell me this: how with what you do behind the counter, how do you do you find that that there are challenges that women have to go through in being the expert when customers come to you that maybe Adam doesn't have to deal with?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was, when I first started out, it was definitely hard. Sure. I didn't really know much about tires coming in, but, I asked lots of questions. I learned a lot. I just absorbed everything. Right. And it's also just getting customers to know that I have been trained, I know what I'm doing, and just gaining their trust all in all. And I have lots of regulars that come see me and call and see me. And, we've gained a lot of relationships with that. So it's been amazing.
That and that's what we hope for. You know, obviously when we come, we're looking for the expert. It's hard. For years I've been in the IT industry, and I like to always tell people that when I come into a client site as a consultant, that even if I don't know what I'm talking about certain new technologies or whatever, you have to be able to impart that you are always the expert. And so Radial, do they have, and I go back to the training thing, do they have special training programs for you that you go through to try and learn about this stuff, or is it pretty much all on the job and working with new brands that come in? Or
you've got somebody next to you that knows the answer.
Okay.
And to feed somebody an answer and act like we know what we're talking about would be the wrong way and not the way Paul would want us to do it.
Right.
Giving somebody the right answer every time and never making something up and feeling like you are right about something, but admitting you don't know, but knowing somebody is there that can give you an answer.
To get the right
It's very important. Very important, because you don't want to just feed somebody some information, because it will come back. Right. I say blanket statements will always be proved wrong at some point.
That's true. That's true. And so essentially it is, and I think the way Paul and Bill presented it originally is it's a team, basically.
Absolutely.
And you all have each other's back. You all work for each other.
Yeah, I mean, and we all have also been on certain different tire brands proving grounds and actually got to drive in their cars with their tires versus competitors, so that's also experience
so
too.
You really
yep,
do
and
have
we've done some online programs and stuff. Yeah, so it's been definitely always learning something new. I tell you, I go home and there's always something I've learned new that I can take into everyday life or even just at work.
And yeah, I was going to say, whether it be work or whether it be everyday life, that's how we all want to get through life. Brian, I think the race is winding down here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, we're working our last lap right now. Justin Huffman now is going down, I believe, into carousel. Going to be coming out through here. Got a big group of cars in front of him, but he should be by himself, so which means our Club Ford racers are going to get at least one more lap. That battle has opened up a little bit more between Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette by about 4 or 5 car lengths there. You've got some of the other cars that are getting ready to go by him as well. Again, Steve Aru's still back behind there. And here comes Justin Huffman. He's going to take the checkered flag. So he is now going to pick up the win here in Formula Enterprises 2. Still got a lot of cars that are still going to be finishing up the last lap that he didn't get to. It looks like our Formula 600 is going to be Harrison Southworth. He's just now coming across the start-finish line to pick up that checkered flag. Again, that Club Ford battle still going to go on. We got one more lap for that group.
All right, so let's follow them around here, Brian, and see where we are as they're starting to come down into turn 5 right now, down through the chute. And, and again, Jake King looking to run the table this weekend, and Wayne Nicolette certainly making it hard on him.
Well, I tell you what, Wayne Nicolette, I'm sure, has got a vibration, and right now I think he's ahead.
He's just,
so there was some traffic that they came up to right now, and Wayne Nicolette's going to get through there. So we'll see whether or not he can hold on to it. But you're right. I think Jacob King's really wanting to pick up the sweep.
And they are side by side, Brian, now as they come up the hill and underneath the bridge. And as they come out of turn 10, again, side pod to side pod. But it is Jake King with the advantage. Now Nicolette moves out to the side to try and draft past. Cannot get it done. And look at this, Brian. 58 1,000ths of a second.
You can't blink that fast.
No, you can't, and I didn't. So Jake King picks up his 4th win of the weekend. Wayne Nicolette will have to settle for 2nd. Sam Meyer comes in 3rd, with John Vidovich finishing in 4th. All right, so Tamika, Adam, gonna wrap things up here. I want to thank you both for coming in. Any last word? Here's a great idea. Since Paul and Bill are outside, let's hear the elevator pitch. Let's give a last pitch for Radial Tire. Tell everybody where they can get a hold of you if they want to buy tires, if they want some expertise about their vehicles. Call, email, website, you name it. How do they get a hold of you?
You guys can reach us at 301-585-2740, or you can reach us through our website, which is radialtire.com. And we also do free shipping, and you get a $70 discount if you are at the race.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. That is absolutely wonderful. By the way, this had Leanne Langville, who is Steve Martin, one of our Brett, actually on the board of directors here at the DC region, mentioned that she's going to get you guys in a race car very, very soon.
Yes,
So,
I actually might be meeting her next weekend at Shenandoah.
Oh.
Wonderful. It's right over the trees over here. Excellent. All right, so I want to thank Adam Huggins, Tamika, it's Cornigan, correct?
Yes.
Cornigan, Bill Elamari, and also Paul Marcones, all from Radial Tire and Radial Motorsport, for joining us here today, and of course for being the presenting sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region SCCA's Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors like Radial Tire Company. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and Radial Motorsport, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I want to thank Paul Marconis, Bill Alamari, and, of course, the rest of the great folks from Radial Tire for joining us here during our last race, and wish them nothing but the best. They've been longtime partners of the Washington, D.C. region, and I've been a longtime customer of theirs. Brian should mention that Justin Huffman, our overall winner in our last group, wins a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia, located about 15 minutes from here from Summit Point. Devil's Due Distillery, the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021. And heading out on track right now for their pace lap, and of course our pace car Cam decided to our pace car cameraman has decided to take the rest of the afternoon off. I think that's because the SSM guys were a little hard on him this morning. Not that you would know anything about that. We've got our fifth and final bracket race of the day heading on track right now, Brian, behind the pace car. We had 32 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. Big difference with this race, we're going to be inverting the start. So if you were down in 35th position, well, you're now first. Anyway, hopefully we're on 32 cars. That would be tough.
Yeah.
But that means Nick Jones, Chris Graham, they're going to be starting all the way at the back of the pack. That's going to be cool. All right, let me run down the top 20 for this race. Starting 20th, driving his Porsche Boxster, it is Jerome Welty. Then we've got Albert Siciliano and his Audi TT starting 19th. Don't think he's going to be out here, but
Yep.
Murphy Nichols in his Nissan 300ZX, scheduled to start 18th. David Alessi in his Nissan Sentra, 17th. Weechin Sarban in that beautiful Mazda RX-3, the old GT3 car, starting 16th. Matt Phillips in the blue turd, I had to say it, the Honda Civic, he will start 15th today. Chuck Edmondson in another turd. This is the white turd. The number 134 Honda CRX.
White and red.
I say that. It's actually partially blue because I hit it once. He starts 14th. Zach Hollander will start 13th in his Mazda Miata. Jeff Liller in a Mazda MX-5. Don't think he's going to be starting today. I saw that car go home yesterday afternoon. Jed Prentice starting 11th. He's in a Mazda Miata with David Albrecht in his Honda Civic, the number 33 machine, starting in 10th. Larry Slavinsky in his Ford Fiesta, starting 9th, with Chris Benedetto in his BMW 335i, starting in 8th. Rick Millenbach in a Mazda Miata will start 7th today, with John Meyer in his BMW M3, starting 6th. Robert Garrett in his Chevy Corvette, scheduled to start 5th today. I think we saw him in Spec Racer Ford this morning. Greg Gale in a Mazda Miata will start 4th today, with Leanne Gesford, the school teacher, Brian, the elementary school teacher.
There you go.
She's in the number 74 Miata. She starts 3rd. Zachariah Kovarik, also in a Mazda Miata, starting 2nd today, with John Legg scheduled to start on the front row in the number 67 Miata. I don't believe he made the grid either today. But we have a green flag in the air, Brian, for a 10-lap bracket race.
And I tell you what, Greg, when they went down into turn 1, they were 2 wide. They were 3 wide. They were, I don't want to be any wide. I'm moving all the way over from one side to the other to get out of everybody's way. They knew Nick Jones was coming through. Now, everybody got through turns 1 all the way down into turn 5 right now. Again, Frank Alessi in that 43 did not even take the green, went out for the pace lap, knew something was wrong, pulled it down the pit road and made the right-hand turn in the paddock, so his day is now officially over. We look out here right now, coming up, I think you've got that blue turd, as you just talked about.
Yes,
I
the
think
2004 Honda Civic SI.
Yeah, I think that may be Phillips. Oh, and we got cars all in turn 10, right outside of turn 10. You can see it on the thing. That is actually Nick Jones, I believe, sitting there. I think he got a good run. It's just outside. Looks like he's going to get it turned around and get going. I'm not sure if he got on the brake and spun by himself over to the left, or was there any contact?
We talk about how he wants to get heat the tires usually. And and there's some white smoke coming out from behind that car.
And now we have another one over here in the cross. I'm not sure if that's, I can't see the number. That may be 80. Yeah, I'm trying to see if that's the number. I can't see because the stop sign is in the way. That may be the 89.
Yeah, I believe
maybe?
so.
Is that the
One of the
89?
either that or it's the 178. Well, we know about the 178. That's Nick Jones. We'll get the number on the other car. It is a Mazda Miata with a huge rear wing, Brian.
Yeah, it is the 89. That is Zachary Highlander that is pulled off here in the crossover. Made a real good, I mean, at one point I thought he was going to cut the course.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Because we used to run that a couple times. I know in the go-karts we used to run that. In the go-karts we used to run that course.
Right. And as they came out of 10, Steve Martin was right behind him. And I think Steve thought, well, I want to be in his bracket. and he just stayed right behind him, didn't go anywhere. Then, maybe I'll keep going. And so Steve Martin, he lost the number of positions on track and also a slightly slow lap time there. Number of drivers did not make the grid for this last race. Actually, Brian, about half the field. John Legg, Leanne Gesford, Robert Garrett, all the folks that were going to start at the front of the pack and they went home.
Yeah.
Robert Garrett, Chris Benedetto, David Albrecht, Jeff Liller, as we mentioned, Weechin Sarabon, David Alessi, Murphy Nichols, Brad Gould, Richard Herman, paging Mr. Herman.
Yep.
Let's see who else. As things are jumping around, I think Stephen Shue, we already mentioned John Legg. Essentially, most of our Spec Racer Fords who were in race number 2 this morning all went home. Now, I have placed up in and pinned it to the chat the link to get to the bracket racing timing and scoring, where it will do a much better job than Brian and I did this morning, trying to break down which brackets every racer falls into and their positions in each bracket. But I guarantee you we're going to use that as this goes on.
Yeah, it is on right now. We're looking at it, so
Yeah, as
it takes a couple laps to get them going here.
All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for our next race. We've got 2 MARRS races coming up to round out the weekend.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Looks like Mr. Zachary Hollander's gotten that car moving.
Yeah.
Looks like he went through the crossroad and cut off and back out on the racetrack
Question
somewhere.
is, did he cut that lap? I don't want him getting
I think
faster
he cut.
lap.
I think he cut that lap. Well, he's not going to get a faster lap because he sat there for a lap and a half. So,
you don't want to get caught skipping turns 1 and turn 2. But I think we'll give him a pass this time. Yeah. So he is now back underway. All right. So let's take a look at the different brackets right now. Chris Graham, our sole racer in bracket A4. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. In bracket A5 for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Brian McRae and Steve Martin. And Martin is quite a bit further back in the order right now, I believe. He's running 4th. He's actually running right behind Brian McRae. He's about 3.5 seconds back from the Scion driver. So we'll see if I think if Martin's going to make up the ground to pass him, he'd probably end up breaking out of his bracket.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Nick Jones, who we saw have his troubles over at turn 10 a little bit earlier, he is back underway. He is in bracket B1. That's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. Michael Palasinski, our sole racer in bracket B2 for a minute 27 to 29 in his BMW 325i. Then Jerome Welty, the Spec Boxster driver, who we've seen a couple times so far today. He's our sole racer in bracket B3. And then, yes, it is the Blue Turd leading bracket B5. That's for drivers a minute 33 and higher. It is Matt Phillips. Then we've got Chuck Edmondson, Jed Prentice, Greg Gale, John Meyer, and then Rick Mullenbach. They're in that bracket as well. And yeah, it looks like Mr. Jones has gotten that, as opposed to Mrs. Jones, has gotten that car back up to speed. All of a sudden I'm thinking about Counting Crows song. Sorry, more actually that's 90s music, not 80s music.
Yeah, I think his incident, coming down into 10, I think at that point they were still kind of bunched up and bundled up there, where they ended up, kind of going through, and he just had to get hard on the brakes, and the car the back end is coming around. I think is that the 26?
No, that is Larry Slavinsky in the number 181 Ford Fiesta. He brings his car onto the pit lane, and we'll see here. He's pulled off. He's pulled into one of the stalls, so maybe it's something he thinks that can be resolved, and maybe get back out on track.
Yeah,
all right.
Christopher Graham completed 5 laps already, so we are officially halfway in this race.
And Steve Martin now, Brian, he's starting to close things up, at least on track with Brian McRae. Let's take a look. The last time they went by, they're still in that same bracket.
There they are right there. There's Brian McRae. There's Steve Martin going into turn 1, coming out of turn 2 right now. So he has definitely closed that gap.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, both racers have pulled back off of their initial pace. They have run down as low as a mid 124 range. That last time by, they were in the 125 range. So no real worry of breaking out of their brackets. Maybe we're seeing McRae hold off a little bit, letting the Mustang get up to him.
Looks like we've got Mr. Palasinski, Greg, in that BMW is now in the cross. That's a very popular place this week.
It has been. Well, I mean, it's comforting to be there. I mean, there's actually a very small set of bleachers right by there, and we've got some fans in those bleachers, and
we have one now, but we had a whole. But we'll probably have some more sitting down there in those bleachers.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
Our,
I mean, it's a spectator area. They come over, and Palasinski pulled over. He's got, and I love the livery on Palasinski's E30 BMW. That Ford. It looks like a Solo Cup.
Yep.
We'll play flip. Maybe
we're not playing Flip Cup.
I would say maybe they're using that car for Flip Cup on Saturday evening here.
I watched Flip Cup last night. I'm not
I bet
playing,
you did. Was
I'm
that
not
over
playing
at
Flip Cup?
Was that
was over at the bar? That was
at
over
Bar
at the
Malone
yeah.
at the Maloney Bar?
At the Maloney Bar and Grill.
Yep.
So we watched that. Let's go back to this coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3 there, Spencer. Let's keep an eye on that McRae Martin. Martin's dropped back just a little bit more, headed down the hill. There you go. There's the back end of Steve Martin's Mustang. McRae's opened it up just a little bit, but again, you got to be careful because if you continue to go faster and you're not consistent,
you might break out.
You're going to break out, and then you got somebody winning the bracket that is trying to run you down. We have seen that numerous times in this class and in this group over the last several years.
All right, well, Chris Graham now resets fast lap of the race at a 121.425. He's still the only driver now in the A4 bracket here. And a little bit off his times from this morning, where he ran a 121.113. Of course, Nick Jones, I think, may have found himself. I'm not going to say scared, Brian. That's not the word. Maybe a little bit more pensive after that first lap off. This morning, he ran a 120.512. Today, the driver of the 178 car, he is our sole driver in bracket B1. That's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. He's about ready to break out of that bracket, I think. He's got a 125.1, and if he does, that will put him in third position in the A5 bracket, which again is McRae and Martin at the moment. And let's see, as Jones crosses the line, he's running consistent, Brian. He's got a 125.3 that time by.
Yeah.
So about a tenth off of what was previously what is still his fastest time.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere near what he was running this morning and all weekend long. But I think maybe with that spin, obviously, the tires probably got a little flat spot on them. Just trying to get through this last 10-lap race as our overall leader there, Christopher Graham, goes by the start-finish line. So there'll be 2 laps left to go here as they head down into one, coming on the back of Chuck Edmondson in that 134, and passing, I think that may be the 181 of Slavinsky. So Christopher Graham going to get the 1 to go next time by. I know he's coming out of turn 2, now heading up into turn 3. So we'll got about a lap and a half here to go. There he goes up over top of the hill, got past the 134 there of Chuck Edmondson. So
Brian, had somebody named Greg McDermott in the chat. And he says, wait, we're over 1,000 subscribers. I owe the Boys and Girls Club $1,000. Son of a boys and girls. That's right.
Exactly what
and
it
he says, congratulations, WDCR. Yeah, we want to thank all of you here for bringing us over that 1,000 subscriber limit. I think we're up now. Look at that, Brian. As I move over, we jumped almost immediately from 1,010 to 1,015.
Perfect.
So,
let's keep it going.
Go. Thank you. Yeah, let's keep it going. More subscriptions, more engagement, more people watch SCCA Racing. And I think we've had close to 1,700 people join us here today as well. So I want to thank all of you that have watched our racing here from Summit Point Raceway.
Goal before next year is going to be 2,000. Let's get 2,000 out of McDermott next year.
Oh, yeah. All right, Chris Graham, your leader on track. And he is working his very last lap in the car that he affectionately calls Ghost. And we haven't said much about Chris this weekend. He's had a pretty quiet weekend, but he has, I think, perhaps the neatest job, Brian. And again, being an IT guy, probably the neat and not improved touring, just an IT guy. He just came. I think he's coming through the carousel right now. He is a machine learning engineer, so again, AI ruling the world, and he works on autonomy in jets.
Yeah.
Airplanes, jets that fly themselves.
Yeah.
Yet he's still piloting this white BMW coming through the carousel right now. And he has been an instructor in our HPDE program for many, many years, and also does data coaching, data acquisition coaching for a lot of our HPDE students and I've seen it on our Discord channel and our Discord server, which I think we have a link to posted up on the DC region website as well. And I'm sorry, his car is Casper the Ghost.
Yes.
That's right, Casper. And the checkered flag now as out as Casper is going down into turn 1 there. And so all cars following. Here comes the Honda Civic of Matt Phillips, Chuck Edmondson following across. We have, let's take a look here. Looks like Larry Slavinsky, Brian, did get back out on track in the 181 machine. Great to see that, as that car has been very successful all weekend long. Brian McRae coming down the front straight, and there you go, checkered flag in the air for the Scion driver, and all following. So let's run down. We'll take a look at our brackets and see how they played out as we see Steve Martin now crossing the line in his Ford Mustang. Also, I want to thank Steve Martin for helping arrange the interviews that we had a little bit earlier with the great folks from Radial Motorsport and Radial Tire Company. All right, in bracket A4 with for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23, Chris Graham, our sole racer in that class. In bracket A5, indeed, Brian McRae taking the win, Steve Martin second, and yes, Nick Jones broke out of bracket A. Broke out of bracket B1. He finishes third in bracket A5. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Sole driver in bracket B2, Michael Palasinski. Although I don't think that is a consolation for him, as he sits with his one adoring fan in the bleachers over there watching him. Actually, the adoring fan left.
Yep.
So maybe not so much adoration there. Matt Phillips takes the win in bracket B4. That's for drivers running a minute 31 to a minute 33. Chuck Edmondson finishing second. John Meyer finishing in third, and Zach Hollander finishing 2 laps down in fourth. In bracket B5, Jed Prentice takes the win in his Mazda Miata over Greg Gale, Rick Millenbach, Larry Slavinsky, and Zach Kovarik. And that is going to wrap up our last Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the weekend, race number 5. And that means we've got 2 MARRS feature races remaining here today. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid now. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series action here from Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire, Radial Motorsport, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. But first, let's tell you a little bit about one of our great partners here, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2024 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and Radial Motorsport, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor, and we've got Pace Lap underway, Brian, for our second-to-last MARRS feature race of the day. It is Spec Miata. Let's run down the starters.
All right, scheduled to have 21 starters. I don't believe all of them are here based off what I saw pulling off the grid, but we'll go ahead and give everybody a rundown here. Starting in 21st from Haymarket, Virginia, that's the 92 of Vic Bruni. Starting in the 20th position from Broadview Heights, Ohio, that's the 53 of Ryan Peterman. Starting in the 19th position from Ellicott City, Maryland, that's the 68 of Dominic Mandiel. Starting in the 18th position from Purcellville, Virginia, that's the 41 of Chris Hobart. Starting in the 17th position from Amelia Court, Virginia, I believe that's where that is. That is Racing Rick Paul in the 02. Starting in the 16th position from Owens Mills, Maryland, that's the 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 15th position from Westminster, Maryland, that's the 114 of Kevin Conlon. Starting in the 14th position from Cherryville, North Carolina, that's the 4 of Stephen Fergura. Starting in the 13th position from Newark, Delaware, that's the 111 of Kurt Laumeister. Starting in the 12th position from New York, New York, that's the 195 of John Jenkins. Scheduled to start 11th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's the 19 of John Eyre. Starting in the 10th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the 88 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 9th position from Durwood, Maryland, that's the 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 8th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, that's the 78 of Ted Cahall. Scheduled to start in the 7th position from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's the 90 of Caden Eyre. Starting in the 6th position from Gurnee, Illinois, that's the 178 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 5th position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, that's the 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the 4th position from Darnestown, Maryland, that's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the scheduled to start in the 3rd position, I did not see him come out, but I may have missed him. That is the 21 of Michael Apatow from Davisonville, Maryland. And starting on the front row from Springfield, Virginia, in the number 2 position, the 119 of David Stern. And scheduled to start on the pole from Arlington, Virginia, is the 6 of Nick Bruni.
All right, Brian, and we have a green flag in the air. Nick Bruni not making the grid. I don't think the two Ayres, Caden Eyre or John Eyre, did either. But our racers now heading down into turn 1 with David Stern in that blue and black number 119 taking the point. He's got John Hotz in the white 63 pushing him along with Jeremy Butts in the number 69 machine. About 2 car lengths back from there, John Hotz, he's got Robert Cahall, Bob Cahall, and Ted Cahall very close behind as they start to make their way. And look at this move as we've got on the outside Michael LaMena trying to make a move around one of the Cahall cars there, the number 78 machine, as they head down through turn 3 and into the chute.
Yeah, Michael LaMena going wide on turn 3 there, making that thing stick, going around and get a good run. Going to be side by side. I believe that's going to be with Jeremy Butts going through turn 5 right there. So again, Michael LaMena, really good run off the start of this race.
Indeed, he got around both Bob Cahall and Ted Cahall, worked his way right back up to good friend Jeremy Butts there in the red and white number 69 machine as they head through the carousel for the very first time. Now, Nick Bruni, our reigning co-national champion in Spec Miata, he won the first 3 races here this weekend. David Stern putting up a huge battle all 3 races, but now with the Brunis not making the grid, David Stern is your lead car coming out of turn 10 for the very first time. And as they come down the front straight, it's he and John Hotz. They've opened up about 10, maybe 12 car lengths on the number 78 machine of Ted Cahall, who moves up in the 3rd position with then Jeremy Butts, Michael LaMena, Robert Cahall, Kip Gaynor behind as they now make their way into turn 2. And it looks like the entire field now has gotten in line single file, Brian.
I tell you what, Michael Apatow is in this race, Greg. Did not start in his scheduled 3rd position. He's back to 14th position.
Oh, wow.
So, again, must have gotten up late to the grid, put him in the back, and now he's going to have to work his way up if he wants to get up into that top 3 or even in that top 5. That car doesn't seem to be running like it was yesterday. So
No, and a matter of fact, during the race this morning, Brian, if you remember, he ended up starting to drop back through the field, or not this morning, pardon me, yesterday afternoon, started to drop through the field towards the very end of the race, and I think finished in either 8th or 9th position after having started on the 2nd row, and it appeared to be not necessarily due to racecraft, it appeared to be momentum related, or lack of momentum,
or
perhaps.
lack of yeah. Yeah, there was definitely something wrong with that car in the afternoon. In the morning race yesterday, wasn't all that bad. Got up there and then started to drop back. But in yesterday afternoon's race, basically just went straight from the top to the bottom.
All right, Brian. Oh, go for a wild ride through turn 10, Brian. It is Bob Cahall, and then following Bob Cahall, another racer. We'll get the number on that other car. Bob Cahall somehow got things straightened out when he hit the pavement. The other driver to go off the number 4 machine of Steven Figura, and he gathers it up as well. I think he was watching Cahall go through the gravel there, as they are now side by side a little bit further back in the pack. They're now battling it out for 8th and 9th as our leaders come through turn 2. And I was going to mention at the front of the pack, Brian, it turned into, at one point, 3 packs of 2 as Jeremy Butts now moves to the inside, gets around Ted Cahall to take over 3rd position. So move the gray number 78 back in the 4th position. And then we've got Mike LaMena, Kip Gaynor, and John Jenkins all in a row, about 3, maybe 4 car lengths back from there. Jenkins just ran the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, we got another car going on 2 wide, 2 right wheels off of turn 3 as well. So it looks like we've got guys really pushing the issue.
And Brian, that was Steven Figura, driver of the number 4 machine. As I've been told, that he is part of a new team, Brian.
Yes.
And the team name, let me pull it back up here. Sissy Connolly told me it is the Angry Pumpkin Gang. And I believe it is Chris Hubart, Steve Figura, and I believe we'll have to take a look. I think it might be
Racing
Rick Paul. I believe. Yeah. Not only do they have the McLaren orange cars, but they've got big pumpkins on the trunk lids of those Mazda Miatas.
Well, that pumpkin one of those pumpkins just went for a ride coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, talk about a jack-o'-lantern. All I could think of when Sissy sent that stuff to me was the apple dumpling gang.
Uh-huh.
All right, leaders through turn 1 now as we're starting lap number 4 of 20.
Tell you what, Greg, going down into turn 1, you had Michael LaMena and you had John Jenkins. John Jenkins gave Michael LaMena such a great push down the front stretch that they have now passed the 78 of Ted Cahall machine. So move LaMena up to 4th, Jenkins up to 5th, move Ted back to 6th, and put Kip Gaynor in 7th right now. But Kip Gaynor gaining on Ted Cahall. Was talking to Michael LaMena last night, a little bit after dinner, walking around, and talked to him about the SRF machine, and he said he sat down and he went through some learning skills from one of our young competitors.
Oh, really?
Who is big into data and understanding and watching film of Morgan Burkhart. They went and sat down, and basically Mike said, in the SRF he was trying to drive it the same as as his spec Miata, and realized you cannot do that.
No. Matter of fact, I was talking to one of Michael's not so young competitors, and that's Phil Ackley, who was telling me the same thing earlier today, and how different those chassis are, and how much trouble he's having trouble adapting to the Spec Racer Ford. As our leaders now coming down into turn 1, Brian, and moving out side by side. I think that is Kip Gaynor moving to the inside on Ted Cahall, as Cahall had been as high as 2nd. Or probably as high as 3rd. He now falls back in the 7th position behind, I believe LaMena did get that pass completed. Yes. Indeed, he did.
Yeah, I tell you what, Gaynor, great move going down into turn 1 over Ted Cahall. Ted Cahall went to move left, and Ted Cahall makes that double move where he moves well left and then back to the right.
Oh, is he doing that again?
Get in there, and I tell you what, Kip Gaynor saw that the last lap by and said, I'm going to stick the nose right in here, and was able to make that pass and be able to go through there. So.
Because I know of at least 2 people that have coached Ted Cahall not to make that move any longer after we pointed it out in the early spring, and he's back to it again. I think also.
He did it on that lap. I'm not sure if he's doing it every lap. He did it on that lap, and that allowed Kip Gaynor to get by him through that turn and make it.
I'm sure Kip Gaynor would rather be ahead of that car than behind right now after yesterday. Where there was another double move, we think, that was made on the front straight. So we'll see here. But as it stands right now, coming out of turn 10, David Stern with perhaps his largest lead of the race, 3/4 of a car length. But it is a 3-car battle now at the front. It is David Stern, John Hodson, Jeremy Butts. Jeremy Butts, of course, after Ted Cahall fell back, has now joined the front group, and now John Hotz moves to the inside, driver's right, and as they come under braking going into turn 1, John Hotz, he is your new leader. Move David Stern back to second in that blue number 119 car, and then Jeremy Butts in the red and white number 69. He's third.
I'll tell you what, Michael LaMena in that fourth position, Greg, he's gaining on those three up front, kind of driven away from John Jenkins on the last lap. Opened up by about 3 car lengths now over Jenkins in that 195 machine, and then another 3 car lengths back to Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahall there. But Michael LaMena making a move, trying to catch Jeremy Butts. That could be the best run right there in this race if they want to get up there and battle for that that last podium spot between Stern, Hotz, and Butts.
All right, so just to reiterate there, Nick Bruni, our 3-time winner this weekend, Caden Ayer, John Ayer, Kurt Laumeister, Ryan Peterman, and Vic Bruni, our drivers not making the grid today for our final feature race of the weekend. And Brian, we'll have to take a look, but I think the second pair there. Well, it's not. I guess it's not a pair of the first set or 3 cars. But Mike LaMena and John Jenkins running 4th and 5th right now. I think they're starting to close things down on the leaders now as they come across the line. On the previous lap, both LaMena and Jenkins ran almost a full second faster than John Hodson. As they cross the line, John Jenkins once again resets fast lap, but he is he's about 3/10 faster than our 3 leaders.
Well, I tell you what, like you said, he set the fastest lap, and where I had mentioned the lap before where Michael LaMena had opened up a gap there on Jenkins. Jenkins closed that gap. Those two need to work together if they want to catch the rear end there of Jeremy Butts in order to get up into that 3rd position as this race goes on. Again, still plenty of time right now. You don't want to drive the tires off these cars. If you drive the tires off these cars, it is almost impossible to get these things to turn.
So now the question is, because we've seen where Jenkins perhaps has a little bit more pace than Mike LaMena, how, knowing that they're not teammates, how do they go and coordinate maybe the swapping of positions? So maybe to see if one is a better pusher and one is a better pushy.
Well, I think they can use hand signals, right? I mean, obviously they're not teammates. They don't have any radio communications, but Mike can use hand signals to John to let him know, hey, let's stay in line. Let's keep going. We've got plenty of time, knowing Jenkins is a little bit faster. Sometimes the faster car behind pushing, the Mike LaMena machine, then, you can go through and become a little bit faster.
All right, let's see. Here's our leaders now on the front straight coming across the line. It is still John Hotz, your leader. He's now opened up about 0.3 of a second on David Stern. Jeremy Butts very close behind. They were all, it was looking like a centipede, Brian, as they all kind of weaved into driver's right, came back across the track, driver's left, and then go down into turn number 1. But things are definitely starting to tighten up at the front here as Mike LaMena and John Jenkins starting to close things down once again on our leaders, still knocking a couple tenths off of what Hotz and Stern are doing. Matter of fact, of the top 5, our 2 leaders, Brian, are setting the slowest lap times.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack, if we could catch this coming out of turn 2 now and making our way towards us, coming up towards turn 3, it is that apple dumpling gang or pumpkin gang or whatever the heck it is. As they're all in pretty close proximity. Look at this fight right here as they come through, and I think this is.
This is going to be ninth. It's
really
ninth through. Ninth through 14th.
14th. It's Kevin Conlon in the lead in that pack in the 114 car. Michael Cohen, Michael Apatow, George Paul, Chris Hubert, Stephen Fregura, all there as well. And I think it's the 3 orange cars that are at the rear of that pack. As I've been told, it is. He said Sissy referred to it as McLaren orange. It's actually papaya.
Well, it is getting to be close to October. Maybe they can be the pumpkin spice group. I think pumpkin spice does look a little orange.
A whole lot of joking going on there. Latte joking going on right there. All right, leaders going into turn 1. Or no, that's the other group.
No, leaders going out into turn 1.
Right,
you are correct, right. John Jenkins still trying to push Mike LaMena to get up in there, but John Hotz leading David Stern and Jeremy Butts, and you got about another 3 car lengths back to Michael LaMena. So these guys are going to start battling here shortly, and I think what that's going to do is that's going to bring LaMena and Jenkins back to them at some point. I think Stern may look to come out of pole against David Stern. Yeah, and I think, Greg, I think we're having we're getting a call over the radio with Robert K. Hall. A lot of puff of smoke coming out, and he has dropped completely off the pace. Our second group has gone back by him. That's the Colin Aptoff, Cohen, Paul Hubert, and Figura battle. They have all passed them, so Robert K. Hall is going to fall all the way back into 15th place, if not passed by Dominic McNeil by the time, if he doesn't pit. So they are going to cover him with a white flag, but he was well off the pace, headed up to turn 3. Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10, going to head down the front stretch again, still being led by John Hotz, David Stern, Jeremy Butts. Those front three, Greg, they've opened up a little bit. It's 0.3 of a gap back between each of those cars and another 0.7 back to Michael Lamena. And we got some tire lockup going on. I believe that may have been John Hotz doing that, but that's normal for John. As the race goes on, you'll always see that when you're trying to push it and trying to hold off the group, you get a lockup here and there. And as you talked about earlier today, that's really not as bad.
Well, it's interesting here because we have John races both in SSM and also Spec Miata. And I remember last year being in New Jersey, Brian, and it was funny because John – he seems to have a much better handle, and now that most of the SSM cars aren't running the Toyo RA1s, he had a much better handle on the Toyo RA1s, those shaved tires, and how you should go and set tire pressures up and suspension settings than for the molded Hoosiers that most of the Spec Miatas are on. And of course with the Toyos, they were always, I think, almost dead silent when you go and you lock them up and they come sliding across the pavement, whereas the Hoosiers will make a lot of noise. So we'll see. Plus, there's a lot more grip in the Hoosiers than those Toyos. As our leaders now make their way out of turn 8 and up the hill.
Jenkins has gotten around Lamena.
Yeah, and there you go. We were talking about whether or not they would kind of decide there. Now, the question is whether Jenkins can pull Lamena along, and he's got Kip Gaynor now right behind Lamena as well. Whether or not, and there you go, and Lamena is able to draft right back up to the back as our leaders now coming into turn 10 and jumping to the inside. David Stern now taking over the lead, and he brought Jeremy Butts along with him here as we're halfway through this race. And so now we see where our previous leader, John Hotz, goes from first back to third, but still a lot of time as we just now hit halfway through this race. Brian, 10 laps remaining, 10 laps complete. Let's make a call to the grid for our last group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, Improved Touring Racers and B-Spec Racers. Please head to the grid. You're on track next.
I think David Stern went to go pull out, made a hand signal to Jeremy Butts, and he went with him, headed down in past John Hotz. John Hotz tucks back in and did that rather quickly, not to try to fight that, to bring those other 3 cars back into the fold. Keeping an eye on this 178 of Robert Cahall. He, like I said, he's dropped all the way down to 15th place here. He's made it halfway, so whatever that problem is continues to be a problem. He's definitely well off the pace. As here comes our leaders now, going to come out of turn 10, going to go down the front stretch. They're going to be side by side. David Stern, Jeremy Butts. John Hotz has got the best seat in the house right now, Greg. He's not sure where he wants to go or who he wants to go with. He's just going to sit back and let them go back into side by side still with Stern and Butts going through there. Boy, we got a heck of a law firm going here at the top of the leaderboard, don't we? Stern, Butts, and Hotz.
And as they come out of 2, make their way down into 3, Stern, he's got the inside position. He's driver's left with Jeremy Butts once again had the inside line coming in through turn 1, and we would get seen almost race after race all weekend long, Brian, how you get a much better run through the outside of turn number 1 as they come now through turn 3, and we see a couple cars taking to the gravel over there just a little bit, but like I said, I think John Hotz, he's just kind of sitting back there biding his time. He's going to let Jeremy and David, try to find a way around this course right now. I think Hotz is like, we'll wait till like lap 8 and then we'll do something.
Well, John Hotz has fallen back just a little bit from those front 2, and now he's picked up John Jenkins. So Jenkins move him up into 4. They're going to come up on the Robert Cahill machine. I look for Cahill to come in as these leaders start to lap him at some point. Look for him to probably pit. and come down the road. I do believe here he comes.
Yep, there he is on the pit. Oh, no, he's not on the pit. He stays out, but he is very much off the pace now, Brian. Just crawling around. He had already completed 10 laps. I mean, he could have come in and gotten credit and gotten points for the race.
Well, now he seems to be back up to speed, so he really, really slowed down and let everybody through there.
He's not up to speed, Brian.
Well, but I mean, the speed faster than what he was when here he
faster
comes.
than the 25 miles an hour he came through turn 10.
He's just now taking the crossover.
Oh yeah, hey, he's taking the ever popular crossover road, and he's going to bring the car right back to the paddock. Yep. I think he saw that there were no spectators on those little bleachers there, Brian, and decided it better to just go back to the paddock.
Didn't want to go and leave it there to hang out.
No.
The race continues. I tell you what, they're starting to spread out a little bit more between Butts, Stern, Hotz, Jenkins, and LaMena now, along with Gaynor. Your top 6, they're pretty much evenly spaced out right now, trying to do it at some point. You know, as this race winds down, in order to be able to catch that leader, if you're back there in that LaMena or Jenkins machine, you've got to be able to figure out who you're going to work with. Again, coming to the line, there'll be 7 laps to go. Wouldn't be surprised if John Hops drops back just a little bit to pick up Jenkins and hopefully get the push in order to catch those front 3 again. But as I say that, John Hops right on that back bumper of David Stern. And now John Hops is going to go down into turn 1, and it looks like he's going to try to make a move and work with David Stern to try to get past Jeremy Butts. But as he pushes him through there, he leaves him, gets on the brakes a little bit harder. We got one car down in the gravel down there in turn 1, and that is actually going to be the Michael LaMena machine down into turn 1 in the gravel. We'll see whether or not Michael LaMena is going to be able to get that out of there.
Oh, he's buried.
It looks like that left rear is going to be buried.
All right, so LaMena, who was running 5th at the time, now finds himself in the gravel turn 1, and we can see that rear axle there all the way buried in the gravel, and he's still pretty close to the track surface, Brian.
I wouldn't be
That's going to bring out a full course caution.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I would not be surprised.
All right, so we have a local caution at 1, and I think it's only going to be a matter of time before they stand up the emergency services team. And again, I would expect them to, we'll see. They may not bring out a full course caution there. And it sounds like they're going to try and get him removed without going to a full course caution. And I haven't heard the word for the safety car to stand up as our leaders now coming out of turn 9 and onto the front straight. Oh, dropping wheels, both of our leaders, Jeremy Butts in the red 69, then David Stern. Stern, though, getting a good run with John Jenkins, pushing him right past Jeremy Butts. And again, we've seen where Jenkins has been the fastest racer. Now Butts moves to the inside, tries a counter move on Jenkins.
Gonna have to make that happen, Greg. Gonna have to make that happen. Gonna have to tuck back in when you get down in there. He could not pull out
there. Had the local caution there. Couldn't make a pass. And it was brave. But what that has done, Brian, is it has now given David Stern about a 4-car length advantage over the rest of the field. And now we see where John Jenkins, he just steps away from the drivers behind him. Moving up into, back up into 3rd is John Hotz, as Hotz gets around Butts. And that still sounds so awful. And so John Hotz now running 3rd. Jeremy Butts falls back in the 4th position with Kip Gaynor behind, and then Ted Cahall back from there.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Kip Gaynor is ahead of Jeremy Butts. So
we'll take a look as we've got the emergency services team there on the scene trying to get the number 88 machine of LaMena hooked up and get it on its way. And they've got a little time to work right now as we see the front of the pack just now coming out of the carousel and coming into turn 8.
Yeah. Let's see how quickly they're going to be able to do it, because here they come up out of turn 8. We're going to have to see whether or not they're going to behave coming down through here. Again, David Stern, these guys are going to try to pull this out. They're going to have to figure out what's going on here. Jeremy Butts is going to pull out, coming across down the start-finish line. He's going to have to make that pass as they go down into turn 1. He's going to have to tuck back in behind Kip Gaynor there. Going in, they're going to have to really, really slow down to come through there.
And you can see there, Brian, and this is something that our emergency services teams do. You notice how they have the emergency services truck there basically to protect the worker trying to get that Mazda Miata hooked up there in front as the field, as a safety precaution, as the field works their way through. Now, John Jenkins has caught right back up to our leader, David Stern. And again, Jenkins has been, I think, pretty consistently the fastest racer on course, Brian, as we've got 5 laps remaining. So let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. Improved Touring and B-Spec, please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec, please head to the grid. All right, Brian, it looks like we've got Michael Amena now out of the gravel trap. There he is, and they're going to disconnect that car, and looks like they just have, I think that's Dominic Mandil coming down in the 1. Now they're going to get Lamena disconnected. Now, of course, he's going to be a number of laps down. He's going to be, I think, 2 laps down.
Yeah.
It'll be 3 once our leaders cross the start-finish line, but at least he'll be back underway, and that should, by the time they get down there, maybe remove that local caution as our leader is now coming across the start-finish line.
Well, they're going to go one more lap here with that caution right there. Jeremy Butts, he's going to have to make that pass before he gets to Kip Gaynor. They're still going to be side by side, but I think he's going to pull in there. So right before where that yellow flag was, there he's going to pull in there. We'll see whether or not that pass is going to stick.
And you saw the emergency services worker there, Brian. He used Mike Lamena's car as protection there. Absolutely. As all those racers came through just in case. He's getting that car disconnected now and waving Lamena on now. He is back underway. And hopefully now we'll be going back to green flag the next time there when our leaders come in.
Yeah, it looks like here comes Michael Lamena now. He's out of turn 2, so he's there. So we'll get that we'll get that emergency vehicle out of there and go back. At least when we get to 3 laps, we should be able to have.
Yeah, and it sounds like they may park themselves over by the skid pad and maybe feed the deer that's there.
Yep.
That we found out was hanging out over by our skid pad there just before this race started.
Well,
all right, our leaders
they're coming up out of turn 2 with the big truck here, so they'll take the crossover and come in.
There you go.
Our leaders now, I tell you what, they're going to come down. They're going to come down in there. They're coming out of turn 10 right now, and Greg, we've actually got a 6-car battle here for the top spot with 3 laps left to go. Stern leading right now by 0.4 of a second over Jenkins and then John Hotz. I'll tell you what, I don't think John Jenkins has ever won here in Spec Miata.
No, I don't. I know we've seen him win at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Yeah.
But I have not seen him take a win here at Summit Point Raceway. But, again, still 3 laps to go. And the last 2 laps, we've seen where our leader, David Stern, has been putting in slightly faster laps than the 195 car. So, we'll see here. That last time by, though, actually, Jenkins 23 1/1000ths of a second off of Stern's time. So pretty darn close. As they come down, underbraking into turn 5 and all compressing down. Looks as though Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahall, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, now slightly further back. That should compress down, but this is where David Stern has been so strong. And now Jeremy Butts takes a look to the inside of John Hotz. Brian, I think that's going to turn it into a 2-car race for the win here. That is going just that one move there, and as they go through side by side through turn 8 and up the hill, where you need to carry as much speed as possible, that's going to allow Jenkins and Stern to expand on that gap back to whoever comes out in third now.
Well, it looks like Hotz and Butts is going to get single file here again, and now they're going to be able to use it for the draft to push down to try to catch Jenkins. And just as I say that, then they go too wide again and go side by side. So they've got to get back into single file here with 2 laps left to go. Going to have to use this lap to catch back up if they want to have any shot picking up this win over Stern or Jenkins. So at this point, this lap's got to be where you cannot be too wide and holding up the air, breaking the air, and making it like a parachute. That's only going to bring Gaynor and Cahall into the fold as well, but it's also going to show that Jenkins and Stern are going to pull away.
I was holding out my Mary Poppins umbrella here in the in the announce booth here as our leaders now. What a great fight. And you know what? A little bit further back in the pack. Hey, can we pick this going up into turn one if we can, Spencer? This is Michael Apatow, Michael Cohen. It's Michael Cohen who's gotten around Kevin Conlon there. So the 54 car, the lead car in this train, actually not much of a lead car any longer, is he and Conlon now side by side going into turn three. We've got Rick Paul and Chris Hubart, the two orange cars, and then Steve Fagura, the third orange car.
Pumpkin Spice group.
Yeah, the third. Look at the Pumpkin Spice group.
Oh, Kip Gaynor going off in turn 10 there. Collecting it back up, but really went wide. Sorry about that. Maybe I interrupted you there, Greg.
Yeah,
but,
that's going to let Ted Cahall through. So Cahall now moves up to fifth with 1 lap remaining as our leaders go down into turn one. Big brake lock up there.
John
Hotz in the 63 machine as Jeremy Butts was able to come underneath him and hold on to third. And it is now, as we suspected, likely a 2-car battle for the win, as we've got David Stern leading John Jenkins into turn three, about another 6 car lengths back to Jeremy Butts, who now has lost his drafting partner. Butts ran his fastest lap of the race on that last lap, however, but it is, and I know this doesn't sound like much, but it's about 0.3 of a second between our front two and our third and fourth, and they close down under braking. Big brake lock up there from Ted Cahall.
That's John Hotz again.
Yeah.
That's John Hotz locking that up. Yeah, that's
Cahall going
locking up that right rear.
But Jeremy Butts now, under braking in the 5, was able to catch back up to David Stern and John Jenkins, so maybe it's a 3-car battle here as they are going to be making their way through and into turn 8 now and up the hill. It is indeed a 3-car fight. I don't know if John Jenkins is close enough at this point, Brian, to really make a difference. And so maybe that first win at some point is going to elude him as they come through turn 10 for the final time. And wow, as David Stern gets a great run, Jenkins has to hold off Butts. David Stern takes the win. John Jenkins will finish in second. Jeremy Butts, 71 thousandths of a second behind. John Hotz will finish in fourth. Ted Cahall will finish fifth with Kip Gaynor sixth. And then we've got that next pack coming through. I think Michael Apatow, again, leading the last time we looked, Kevin Conlon. Let's watch them now as they're coming through the carousel.
Oh, we got one car going off. One of the Pumpkin Spice cars going off. We'll see.
I think that might have been Fagura who went
we'll
off
in
the. We'll check that out. That's the number 4 car, I believe.
We'll check and see if that is exactly who that was.
As Dominic Mandiel comes across the line, he's going to finish 13th.
That's Michael Apatow coming there. So.
All right, there you go. So Apatow has cleared Kevin Conlon, the number 21 machine. Yeah, that with the taped up headlight bucket. Apatow in the black and green number 21 machine will finish 7th. Kevin Conlon will finish in 8th. Michael Cohen will finish 9th. Then George Paul, Chris Hubert, Stephen Fagura. That is the order of the, that's large pumpkin, the medium pumpkin, the small pumpkin.
That's it.
As they come across the line in those 3 orange cars. And as we mentioned, Dominic Mandiel finished the 13th. Mike LaMena will finish 3 laps down in 14th position. And again, Robert Cahall pitted his car in 7 laps early. All right, one final race, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. Improved Touring and B-Spec, please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. But first, let's hear a word about RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. Things are winding down. It is the last race of the day here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Motorsport, Radial Tire Company, and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. I'm turning around without breaking my chair. That's Spencer Gaynor behind us right now. He is our director here today. And on track right now for their pace lap for the final MARRS feature race of the weekend. It is our improved touring classes, improved touring A, B, and S, as well as B-Spec. But before, Brian, I start to run down their order, let me just tell everybody that our Spec Miata race Our overall winner, David Stern, will receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery in Carneysville, West Virginia, located about 15 minutes from here at Summit Point Raceway. Devil's Due Distillery, makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021. All right, let's run down the starting order for today's final race. We had 17 drivers set qualifying time, starting 17th in the number 35 B-Spec Mini Cooper. It's Tansel Kozuluk. Patrick McGee's will start 16th. He's in the number 36 ITB Alfa Romeo. Carl Fossler in the ITB Porsche 924, the 82 car, starts 15th. Alton Fryer will start 14th today. He's in the number 89 BMW 2002. His son, Kevin Fryer, will start 13th. There on the inside of row number 7, the number 98 BMW 2002 out of Durham, North Carolina, is 13th. Matt Small in his number 28 Volkswagen Golf will start 12th today, with Rich Allen also in an ITB Volkswagen Golf starting 11th. Justin Shepard in the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata will start 10th, with Noah Perskell, the 42 Miata, the ITA car, starting in 9th. Scotty Holman is our pole sitter in ITB. He's driving the number 69 Mazda Protege in 8th position overall. David Lanning in the number 41 Mazda Miata, it's an ITA car, will start 7th. Starting 6th, driving the number 1 Mazda Miata, the ITA car, is starting 6th. Then we got Mark Liller in the number 127 car. Actually, I don't think we have Mark Liller. He would be starting 5th today in ITS, with Glenn Evans in the number 10 ITS Mazda Miata starting in 4th. Joel Gambino, our ITA pole sitter, starting 3rd, scheduled to start 3rd today, but he's going to be on the front row because Murphy Nichols, who was scheduled to be on the outside of the front row in the number 55 ITS Nissan 300ZX, not making the grid. Our pole sitter today, though, trying to run the table all weekend, Jeff Lucas in the number 00 Datsun 240Z. Brian Azarfield comes onto the front straight. Beth Burkhardt waves the green flag, and we are underway here for our final MARRS race of the weekend.
Tell you what, talked to Joel Gambino last night after dinner, and he said to me, I have got my hands full with Daniel Freeman in that number 1 machine. He's got to get out into an early lead and hopefully run away from Daniel Freeman.
Yeah, and yesterday he had done just that, Brian, but we had a full course caution about halfway through yesterday's race that brought Freeman and also David Lanning right back into the fight, right back into the battle. And right now, Lanning sitting a little bit back. He's getting, I think, much like yesterday at the start, got caught behind some ITB traffic, did not get the best of starts. So it is Lucas Gambino, Glenn Evans, who's in the black number 10, black with orange. That's pumpkin colors. Black with orange, number 10 ITS Mazda Miata, then Dan Freeman. Then we had Scotty Holman, our ITB leader, and then behind him was David Lanning in that white number 41 ITA car.
Well, you definitely now got Glenn Evans in between Freeman and Joel Gambino in that 31 machine right now. So he's got a car in between early on in this race. He's got to be able to extend it. Like I said, he said to me last night, he was pretty worried after that restart, and that he's afraid that car is definitely going to come in, and it could end up being a race to the end. And I'm kind of excited to see that right now.
Exactly. And of course, strategy going to be a little bit different than what we saw yesterday afternoon. Yesterday was a 14-lap race. Today, 20 laps as our racers go down into turn 1. Now, I think Joel Gambino, the key is, one, for him to hold on to the back of Jeff Lucas as long as he can and get the draft. But now coming deep into turn 1, trying to get around Glenn Evans, and I think he gets it done. It is going to be Dan Freeman, move him up to 3rd overall, and now that that strategy that Joel Gambino had, he's now going to have to be very worried about the number 1 car directly behind.
Yep. Yeah, definitely got around Glenn Evans, so he's definitely going to have to Joel Gambino's going to have to keep looking in that mirror every now and then just to make sure that Freeman's not getting closer. And I tell you what, I was looking back at the ITA machine, or the ITB. You've got Scotty Holman lead, but then you got Richard Allen and Matt Small. They were nose to tail there going down into turn 1 as last time as well.
Yep, and here we go. We have right behind, and there it is, packed up right behind the yellow, and it's very easy in this race to pick out the one yellow car. That is Scotty Holman. He's your ITB leader. He had Justin Shepard in the 100 car, and Shepard had some challenges yesterday afternoon. Went off at turn 10, I think, twice yesterday. And then the Battle of the Gulfs. Rich Allen has had the measure of Matt Small through most of the weekend. He's come across now, I think, with 3 second-place finishes, where Matt Small has had some challenges. Should also note that drivers not taking the green today. Of course, we mentioned Murphy Nickel and Mark Liller, nor Perskell in the number 42 ITA Miata not taking the green, nor did Kevin Fryer in the into the ITB BMW 2002. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, so he may have just packed up and started to head back to Durham, North Carolina.
And Greg, we have a new leader right now coming out of turn 2, I believe. Didn't make it stick. He went in there real deep, and that was Daniel Freeman on Joel Gambino, but Gambino's going to get back in front of him coming out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3. But Freeman tried to press that issue there, and I think he got burned with the over.
Oh, and Brian, we've got a car that's just gone around over in turn 3, and that may be the 41 car of David Lanning. Indeed, we're getting the call now from the corner workers there. That is David Lanning. Came into turn 3 a little too hot, and there we see him now coming down in the 5. So he got that car back underway, loses a couple of positions. They're very pretty pirouette, though.
Yeah.
You know, one thing as far as, and we'll see if this happens again, when Freeman comes down the front straight, he is going so deep on the brakes, Brian, that he's actually turning in a little bit too late, I think, for turn 1. And what is happening is he's getting very poor exit speed. He's making up a lot of ground, and he's probably making Joel Gambino watch to see where he is.
Right.
But Gambino's able to just put down the power and pull out of turn 2, and Freeman just isn't able to respond to that. But what it has done, Brian, is it has removed Gambino from Jeff Lucas's draft.
Right.
And so now Gambino maybe loses maybe a mile an hour or so, maybe even 2 miles an hour down the front straight. He does now have Dan Freeman right on his back bumper.
Yep. Yeah, that time Bod got in there pretty decent. Didn't go far as deep as he did that last time. Was able to help stay on the back bumper of Joel Gambino. So again, when you, just like you said, when you get in and you drive in there too deep, you're going to end up with too much turning in too soon, and you have zero drive off. The car just wants to just
keep
not
pushing,
stall, but it just wants to wash that nose out. All the way to the end, and you've got to almost get off the throttle, back on the throttle in order to get that car
and that getting off the throttle gives a little bit more grip and gets the car rotated around. And we're watching right now a little bit further back in the pack. I was just watching Patrick Begues with Carl Fossler in his Porsche. They're coming into the carousel right now, but good little fight there towards a little bit further back in the ITB field, battle for 5th, as our leaders now coming out of turn 8 and into the final corner. And we see there again, Jeff Lucas right now all by himself. And for the moment, Lucas not under any real pressure because we've got Glenn Evans behind that ITA battle.
Right. Yeah, that's the that's the closest car to Lucas is in that ITS machine. I talked to Justin Shepard's dad. I said, "You guys did take the dirt tires off. We're not racing on dirt today." He said, dirt tires are taken off. Told him to stay on the pavement.
That's right, dog.
Again, Daniel Freeman just not going away. When we look at our ITB battle, Greg, as you were talking about with Scott Holman and then Richard Allen and Matt Small, there's almost a second in between Allen and Small for second and third, and then 6 seconds to Alton Fryer. So the battle will really be probably between Matt Small and Richard Allen. For that second and third is our overall leader now, Jeffrey Lucas. Jeffrey Lucas trying to pick up that $50 voucher from Devil's Due Distillery, Carneysville.
That's right. Our overall winner today will receive a $50 voucher from Devil's Due in Carneysville, West Virginia, located about 15 minutes from here at Summit Point Raceway. Devil's Due Distillery, the makers of fine bourbon, whiskey, and other distilled spirits since 2021.
He may stay the night before he goes back to South Carolina, so he can pick that up and have it on the way home.
I was going to say, I don't know if he's going to want to have that on the way down. The state police in Virginia don't look too kindly on that. All right, as our leaders now heading down into one, and now Gambino seems to have opened up the gap. Not only that, Brian, as Gambino has now opened up about 6 car lengths on Dan Freeman. But I can see Freeman now as he's really trying to push into 1, and he had a big brake lockup going into 1.
He's got a problem or something, Greg.
Yeah, well, he pushed in deep into 1, and a lot of smoke off the rear of the car. I think he might have a real bad flat spot there, but it has allowed Glenn Evans to get around the number 1 car. So Glenn Evans now running 3rd overall. Still second in ITS. Dan Freeman, he's got a much tougher battle on his hands as we've got that second group. David Lanning was almost 15 seconds back from Freeman. I think we're going to see him close up, maybe knock even as much as 5 seconds out of that this next lap.
Yep. And you called it. He did. He went 4 off down there in 1.
He's been trying to push the braking zone deeper and deeper and deeper, and sometimes that's just not. It's not what the car needs. And I think we talked about that yesterday. Maybe go in, get your braking done early, carry more speed through the corner rather than spending all of your opportunity trying to get the car rotated and turned in.
Yeah, back up the corner a little bit. I mean, you, especially in a 20-lap race, and you've only done 6 laps. At that point, only 5 laps. Now you're trying to really dig in there deep. Back the corner up a little bit if it's not handling right going in. Get off a little bit, get back on the throttle a little bit sooner, and worry about drive off. Seems to help. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to do that every lap. It may be, a lap here, a lap there to do it. That's just about, how much concentration you've got to have if you've got that part of a problem. Now that he's spun that, he's probably got, like you said, a couple flat spots. What that could do, and I know that's a pretty big gap between him and David Lanning, about 6.5 seconds. But again, as the race goes on, now his tires are going to start to wear down even more. If he's got a little bit of a flat spot, that could bring David Lanning in for that second position.
And I said that Lanning might make up 5 seconds. He picked up 2.5 seconds on that lap as Freeman actually was over 5 seconds off of his previous fast lap. Now, the other thing here is both Lucas and Gambino have just turned in their own personal bests on the previous lap. Gambino starting to close things down on Lucas again. And, I think given the advantage that Gambino has right now, that as long as he's able to run a safe, clean race, and we have 14 laps remaining, Brian, that's a lot of time and a lot of laps. That's, 28 miles. I think Gambino in very good shape here, but I'd like to see if he's able to maybe close things back down to Lucas. We may have a fight for the overall win.
Well, Lucas just went back-to-back with personal, not only personal best, but group, the fastest lap of the race.
He went
back-to-back laps. So he's getting faster. As we look down at turn 1, there's Freeman putting pressure on the 10 of Glenn Evans. So that actually helps Lucas, and it also helps Gambino because now they're racing side by side, and they're not trying to say nose to tail. What ends up happening is that those two start to pull away. There's that subscribe button. We're up to, what do we got?
1,020
subscribers right now. Let's continue to keep it going. Let's continue to keep getting those subscribers in. We enjoy doing this. I can't wait till we come back here and do it again.
That's right. Hey, let's do this. Actually, Spencer, and there's not going to be much on the screen. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, because this is our last event of the year at Summit Point Raceway. But let's see if we can bring it up if that screen works. Hey, there you go. Look, only one more left, Brian. October 19th to 20th. Join us here on the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel. We're going to be at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Raceway for the jerk. I'm not the only jerk, Brian. It is the Jersey Road Racing Classic here. And, of course, go ahead and join us. Pick a camera, any camera, Spencer.
Thought maybe we had Matt back there and he fell asleep.
That's right. Our stand-in. There's David Lanning coming across the start-finish line, and Lanning now, he's actually running again slightly faster pace than Dan Freeman right now, but it's only about 1/10 of a second faster. The gap now down to about 13 seconds. So it looks like Lanning maybe resigned to where he is now in that battle in ITB. Scotty Holman looking to run the table this weekend. as he is currently about 6 seconds up on Rich Allen. And Matt Small not able to put up the fight today, Brian.
Yeah.
Matt Small a little bit off the pace from what we've seen most of the weekend.
Yeah, Matt Small just now coming out of turn 2. Richard Allen headed up almost into turn 4 at this point. Like you said with Scotty Holman, he's probably down in turn 5.
All right, let's see if we could go down into turn 1 now, Brian. This is the battle between Patrick Pegues in the number 36 Alfa Romeo GTV, that's an ITB car, along with Carl Fossler in the number 82 ITB Porsche 924. It is the battle currently for 5th in class, but they had a pretty good fight yesterday as well, and good to see these two racers together. Of course, Patrick, longtime racer here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. He's been I know, and look at this, Fossler taking a look to the outside, not quite close enough there. Actually, I don't think he was taking a look to the outside. I think he was just trying to make sure that he didn't run right into the back of Patrick.
Yeah, I think Patrick made that, as we teach here, you kind of come in, let the car settle down in, going into in between 4 and 5, and then take that inside line there. I think that Carl Fossler was just, doing his normal line, and Patrick was too, over there to the left.
Yeah.
So.
Indeed. So I was going to say, I think I've known Patrick racing these Alphas for a very, very long time. I think this is the 3rd chassis that I've seen him in since I started coming to Summit Point Raceway, and he runs an Italian car repair shop in Leesburg, Virginia. We're pretty confident that he's got about 30 of these chassis all just stacked up and ready to go.
Stacked up on some lifts.
Yeah, exactly. It's like going into a NASCAR garage where you've got 10 chassis all with the bodywork ready to go. All you got to do is throw some paint on it and send it on its way. And I think that's what the deal is with Patrick. As looks like he and Carl having a nice little scrap there.
Take the motor out and throw it in the other chassis and put some tires on it and send it out on its way.
And let's check in, I think, Tansel Kozaluk now coming through turn 1. And he's been, for the most part all weekend racing by his lonesome. And I think I mentioned yesterday, a student of mine at our competition driving school this spring got his comp license. And this is, I believe, his 2nd race weekend ever. But he has gone and more than doubled the number of races under his belt, Brian. Yeah. But the key for Tansel this weekend has been trying to find pace and confidence and comfort in his Mini Cooper. And we've seen this weekend where he has dropped, I think we talked about that, dropped 6 seconds off of his fastest lap here, from the practice day on Friday to Saturday morning's race to this afternoon's race. Started off in the 1:42 range, has gotten down as low as I think a mid 1:36. He's currently running a low 1:37 or mid 1:37, but we'll see here. And hopefully his family and friends in Turkey, I think they're 7 hours ahead of us, so it's almost 10 o'clock at night. Hopefully they're watching us here.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten better and better from a consistency standpoint, over and over. So we, again, it's about seat time for him. I spoke to him a little bit last night walking back, up to the motorhome and asked him if he was enjoying himself. He said absolutely. He was kind of walking around looking at some of the other cars, looking at some other of the larger trailers. We got one spin down there in turn 1. I believe that's going to be the 100 of Justin Shepard. Maybe spinning, so.
Or was that? Yeah, that was the 100 of Shepard. Now Shepard had some issues yesterday or was that Glenn Evans? No, that's the 100 car.
And I think David Lanning had a problem as well, Greg, because he went in there and he's just now coming out of turn 2, and he was at speed going into turn 1, and he's coming through. I'm wondering if there is something down there on turn 1. Because they spun around, and then he went in there and got almost sideways as well.
Well, the front-wheel drive cars are just fine.
They don't have a problem.
No problems whatsoever.
They have absolutely no problem. But I was talking to Tansel, and I asked him if he was having fun. He said absolutely. Yeah. It was all about, as you just said, being consistent, getting the time on the racetrack. getting getting better with every single lap that he can, and then really just trying to make sure he minimizes the mistakes that he's had or the mistakes that he potentially have. So we'll see if he's going to get better from that as well. So here he coming out of the start-finish line right now.
There's Tansel coming across start-finish. And let's see. A little bit off the pace. There might be something going on there because he just he's going
in the center of turn 1 now. So
yeah, we'll take a look because he was also about 3 seconds off of his previous fast lap, and I didn't see him have trouble around the course. Yeah. So we'll take a look.
It seems like everybody now has gone through it at least one lap. They're tiptoeing down through turn 1.
They are.
So I'm not sure if something is going on down there as far as the racetrack it goes or what, but it just seems like I've seen a couple back ends getting around, and I don't think, the track isn't just getting that slick now just because it's 3:15 in the afternoon. Because, again, it's still only 75, 80 degrees out there. It's very comfortable with a little bit of wind. I don't think that's really doing anything.
I was going to say, for example, in ITB, almost every one of the racers is about 2 seconds now off of what their previous fast lap is. But don't tell Alton Fryer that there's anything going on down at turn 1 because he just ran his fastest lap of the race in the number 89 BMW 2002.
Maybe he's just wanting somebody to put it down there from lap 1. But it does look like there is, you look at the entries, and I'm looking here on our other camera that we're not showing on the stream right now, and I'm watching the cars, and I'm watching all of the noses kind of spinning a little bit, and then kind of the rear end trying to catch it.
And a matter of fact, coming out of 2 right now, Spencer, if we can move over, we've got Carl Fossler and Patrick Pegues now, and I know we were following this race a little bit earlier. When they went into turn 1, you could see where the front end isn't getting a lot of bite. The one in Fossler's 924, the rear end stepped out about 30 degrees, about halfway through the horseshoe over there, right where the tire marks are, where Mike Kelly drove off yesterday when he had the engine cut out on him. So we're going to have to keep looking down there. But again, same deal. Look, regardless if it's dry or if it's wet, every lap is an experiment.
Right.
And you learn more every time you go into something if there are changing conditions. And, the sign of a good racer is you adjust and adapt when you see that there are problems.
Well, you know what your car is going to do, right? I mean, you're right. A good racer will know, hey, that didn't, there potentially could be something down there. The car handled this way. The next time you go down there, if the car does the exact same thing, it's like, okay, well, maybe there is something down here. And then if you go down there the third time, then you know that there is something down there. Again, it goes back to what we spoke about, pretty much all race and all weekend long. Back the corner up a little bit, get through whatever the spot is on entry, and then work to get the drive off.
Hey, want to thank some of the great folks in the chat. We saw what a great job in the McBain H production car. We've got Alex McBain, who's he's the father of the whole clan there from Universally Modified Motorsports, congratulating us on the 1,000 subscribers. Rob Dodson, big shout out from him for Tansel Kasseluk, and TSR Auto 51. And I'm not sure who that is, but he says, always my favorite weekend in racing. Beautiful day you had here today.
Yep.
And absolutely, you see the trees kind of blowing around, nice breeze. It is only 77 degrees out here today, Brian, and almost no humidity in the air. Beautiful day for racing here at Summit Point Raceway.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, after Saturday night, it really wasn't bad. Yesterday was a little warm there towards the afternoon, but the sun had come out. But Saturday night was kind of wet.
I get a reminder of it because my shoes are still drying out, Brian. Oh my gosh. All right, so we now have 5 laps remaining in our final race of the day. Let's check in, if we can, with Jeff Lucas as he's coming through turn 1. And he is now, we talked about, maybe we could see our ITB leader Gambino start to close things down and maybe make a fight for it overall. But Jeff Lucas there going through turn 3 in that beautiful 00 Datsun 240Z. And he is, the professor. He is the professor. He is just smooth, consistent.
And Greg, we've got a spin down in turn 1, and I think that's going to be the 36 of Patrick McGee's right there.
Yes.
He kind of went on a full send in there trying to get underneath Carl Fossler in that 82.
And there you go.
Completely looped it around. He's able to continue and keep going. Here comes David landing again, but that was a full send. That was not because there's something. Exactly. That was not because there was anything potentially on the racetrack. That was a full send underneath. I think that may be Matt Small that's ahead of them. And he wanted to get around the 28.
Yeah.
And it didn't make it. We'll have to see, but I believe that was Matt Small. That is ahead of Carl Fossler. That was right there with Patrick McGee's, and that was a full send. That was. I don't have any brakes. I'm just going down, and I'm just going to try to. Hopefully, this thing can stick after a couple laps.
Please, please, please. And what we found, no.
It did not.
Especially when we thought there might be some fluid down there.
Yeah, and there still may be something down in there on the racetrack at some point, but. There was definitely no grip, and he definitely did not have any on his full send. That is for sure. But that was a nice little pirouette. Basically kept it off of Carl Fossler because when he came around, he was underneath Carl Fossler, hit the curbing right there, and then just completely spun it around.
And I just heard a very loud car go by. I'm not sure if this is an issue, but it sounded as if the Holman car might have an exhaust issue. It sounded much louder coming by us this last time than previous, but I haven't heard any reports around the track about any big metal cylindrical things like exhaust canisters or exhaust pipes laying on the pavement. So we'll see. Might have a leak, but it sounded a little louder. He's not off the pace of what he has run. Although that last time by ran a 132, so about ran a 132, so about a second and a half off his fastest lap. But I think we're starting to see most of our racers can start to dial things back a little bit, Brian, as the field is really starting to stretch out here.
Again, 3 laps left to go. Next time by for Lucas, it'll be 2. Again, trying to get to the end of this race, trying to get to the end of this weekend. You want to be able to take that car, drive it up to the trailer, put it in the trailer, load it up, and then go home.
Go on home. Yeah, and again, along those lines, we're seeing Lucas now running about a second and a half off of his previous fast lap time. Joel Gambino about a second off. And again, some of that might be because of the changing grip levels down turn
absolutely.
1. But I think a lot of that is just, a little bit of caution there as we see Dan Freeman trying to carry a little bit more speed. I think, oh, wow. As we just had Matt Small come through actually it was Rich Allen, come through turn 3, turned it a little bit early, and we could see him yank the car back, kept it out of the gravel, Brian, but he's still pushing the car.
Well, again, I mean, look, these tires are going away here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 20 laps, and I know they're pretty strong, and they should last, and it shouldn't be a problem, but, and it's not really warm.
Brian, big change here.
Oh.
Jeff Lucas, the professor, brings his Datsun 240Z onto the pit lane with about a lap and a half remaining. That is going to put Joel Gambino into the lead. Our ITA racer now going down all by himself, coming through turns 1 and 2 now.
Yeah,
and Lucas looking to see if he brought his car. Yeah, Jeff Lucas brings his car back behind the wall, back to the paddock. That is so unfortunate.
That is a $50 error.
It's a loss of some hooch is what it is, Brian.
That's exactly what it is. That's a loss of whiskey right there.
I was going to say, so Jeff Lucas, he may be drinking himself to sleep tonight, but it will not be with
with that $50 voucher
from Devil's Due Distillery. Exactly. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, again,
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about,
Christian, this race is not over yet. We still got 2 laps left to go here. 3-1. Coming down here, Joel Gambino. He's going to come down and get that 1 to go board next time by. So that's your overall leader. But what that's actually going to do is that is actually going to put Glenn Evans, if he can continue on these last couple of laps,
leader in ITS.
That's going to put an ITS win in Glenn Evans' pocket.
There you go. All right, coming across the line now. There he is, Joel Gambino. He gets the 1 to go board. 2 more miles, 10 more turns, and Joel Gambino could find himself the ITA leader. But I think, as we've learned, you can't count on it all, because Dan Freeman now running second in ITA. He comes out of the final corner. He's going to start his last lap. Glenn Evans directly behind, and here come the 2 black Miatas. Across the line there, starting our final lap.
Wait for him to see. I think there he goes now, up over turn 3. So that last lap is always the longest 2 miles ever when you're racing.
Yes, it is.
When you know it's the last lap, you've got the 1 to go board. You're the last group of the day, the last group of the weekend. That 1 to go, like I said, it is the longest. Yeah, your heart is pounding, Spencer, back here with his hand. That is the most dreadfulest lap ever.
All right, here comes Joel Gambino coming through turn 8, starting to make his way up the hill all by himself. He's got a couple ITB cars ahead of him, but a pretty big gap. I think they're going to be able to make another lap here as he comes out of turn 10. He's got Rich Allen ahead, Tansel Kasaluk, and Patrick McGee's. They're going to get 1 more lap here as Joel Gambino comes across the line, checkered flag in the air. Joel Gambino is your winner, not only in ITA, but your winner overall. Finishing second overall. We're going to wait. It's going to be a few moments before he comes out of turn 10. There he is. It is coming out of turn 10 now. It is the Mazda Miata of Dan Freeman, and he will finish second overall, second in ITA. Glenn Evans will follow him across the line. He is your winner in ITS. Now let's take a look here.
Still got some cars that have still got to finish that are going up through turn 3.
Absolutely.
That Joel Gambino did not pass. They got to complete that next lap.
That's right. So we've got Tansel Castle up there. We got Patrick McGee's. We have, I think it's Rich. Actually, I think is it Rich Allen or Matt Small? Coming across the line, coming out of turn 10 now, and taking the win in ITB, it is going to be Scotty Holman.
I think we got 1 or 2 more still left to go. I think we've got Tansel Kozolek. I don't think he has taken the check.
No, he has not. He actually came across the line just before.
Yeah, here they come now. So here comes Richard Allen.
And Rich Allen coming out of turn 10. Mm-hmm. He should be our second place finisher in ITB as he completes his 20th and final lap. He finishes in second ITB. Tansel Kasaluk in his Mini Cooper. He's going to take the win in B-Spec. And Patrick McGee's, I believe, is our final racer to cross the finish line. So let's run down the finishing order here, Brian. We only had 2 racers in ITS. Glenn Evans takes the win. Jeff Lucas finishes 3 laps down. In ITB, Scotty Holman takes the win, runs the table this weekend. Rich Allen finishes second, Matt Small third, Alton Fryer will finish in fourth. In B-Spec, Tansel Kasaluk taking the win today, and then finally in ITA, Joel Gambino advantage 24 seconds over Dan Freeman. David Lanning will finish third, and Justin Shepard finishes just off the podium. There we go. We see as some of our racers now coming into the pit lane, and we're going to probably have some victory laps here to round out the afternoon. But Brian, great racing here for 3 days of action from Summit Point. Spencer, you got that microphone on your head. Let's pop you on as well. And, I don't like these long, extended wrap-ups here, but great weekend of racing. Wouldn't you agree, Spencer?
Oh, absolutely. Saw a lot of really exciting stuff. It's always... you ever seen What's that show with where they make like the duck calls? They make the duck calls. Anyone know what that
Duck
show?
Dynasty?
Duck Dynasty, yeah. Well, Cy Robertson always goes, and we only come around to watch the cars crash, and we're not here for that either, but it's always nice to see aggressive driving, to see good competition out here, and it always results in a good time for everybody involved.
And Brian, again, after 3 days of racing, and we've seen some amazing races here as we also watch now Scotty Holman starting out on his victory lap for the final race of the weekend. Wonderful racing here, and again, we get to do it all again in a couple of weeks to wrap up the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in New Jersey.
Yeah, well, it'll be about a month before we go back there, but I tell you what, for our last race here at home at Summit Point Motorsports Park, I cannot be more excited, really, even for next year to come back here and get this going again. I think this event here for 3 days is like the best, the best of the whole year. This brings out the best of the best. This brings out the top talent to race for 3 days. I'm excited to come back. I cannot wait to get back out here.
All right, as we follow Scotty Holman here on his victory lap, and indeed, Brian, and it has been a wonder this weekend. We want to thank some great people for helping us out this weekend. Of course, coming into the booth and joining us here, the great folks from Radial Tire Company and Radial Motorsport, Paul Marconis, Bill Alamari, employees there, Tamika Cornigan and Adam Huggins, our good friend Beans Forster coming up from North Carolina to join us here this weekend as well. We want to thank some of the great folks who help bring us and help put on these events from Summit Point Raceway. We want to thank everybody with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and from our Director of Club Racing, Greg McDermott, on down. And, of course, I want to thank all the great folks here at home that have been watching us on YouTube, those of you that have helped take some money out of Greg's pocket and Brian's pocket and Jeff Janoska's pocket.
Right.
All to a good cause, of course, the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. And we want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. So for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you in just a few weeks from New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.